the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 4058 or the fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill is now called to order.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the House of Representatives panel, we would like to call this Bicameral Conference Committee meeting on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 4058 or the fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill to order.
On the part of the Senate, for the record, allow me to state our members to the Bicameral Conference Committee: Senator Mark Villar, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator J.V. Arcito, Senator Lauren Legarda, who is present with us right now. Good afternoon, ma'am. Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan, who's also present with us. Good afternoon, sir. Senator Erwin Tulfo, who's also present with us. Good afternoon, sir. Senator Amy Marcos, who's also present with us. Good afternoon, ma'am. Senator Bongo, who's also present with us today. Other members of the Senate panel is Senator Camille Villar, Senator Bato de la Rosa, and yours truly.
Thank you. On the part of the House of Representatives, let me state for the record our members to the Bicameral Conference Committee: Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Christine Singson Mihan, Representative Jose C. Alvarez, Representative Maria Carmen S. Zamora, Representative Rufus B. Rodriguez, Representative Jordin Jesus M. Romualdo, Representative Brian Raymond S. Yamsuan, Representative Javier Miguel L. Benitez, Representative Marcelino C. Libanan, Representative Alan U. T., and yours truly, Representative Micaela B. Swansing. Good afternoon, Your Honors.
With the permission of the chairperson, allow me to give my brief opening statement. To the esteemed conferees of this Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 4058, my colleagues from the Senate Committee on Finance, and our counterparts from the House of Representatives Committee on Appropriations. It is my distinct honor to welcome you to this Bicameral Conference Committee meeting. Every year, Congress convenes as a single body to finalize at BICAM its most important legislation, discussing the varying perspectives of each member and reconciling their fiscal priorities to craft a national budget that is coherent, transparent, and responsive to the needs of the Filipino people. This year finds us in extraordinary times. The 2026 national budget is being deliberated upon as the nation grapples with the corruption revealed in the flood control scandal. Public trust in our government institution has been shaken. And so it is imperative that we do everything we can to repair our social contract with the people we have sworn to serve. In response to this call, each chamber has demonstrated its serious and consensuous commitment to meet the people's demand for transparency. The Senate, in fulfillment of Senate Concurrent Resolution number 4, has made publicly accessible documents relating to the national budget all in digital format through a centralized Senate Budget Transparency Portal. And today, for the first time in history, the Bicameral Conference Committee meeting on the 2026 national budget is live streamed. This is a recognition that the Filipino people are the ultimate stakeholders of every peso contained within every national budget. And as such, they have the right to know exactly where their taxes go. As we go to the BICAM proper, this meeting will seek to operationalize a procedure governing the initiation and passage of all appropriations bills pursuant to Article 6, Section 24 of the 1987 Constitution. This provision mandates that all appropriation, revenue, or tariff bills authorizing increase of public debt, bills of local application, and private bills shall originate exclusively in the House of Representatives. The same provision expressly empowers the Senate to propose or concur with amendments. This BICAM will be a parallel execution of this procedure by presenting the 2026 General Appropriations Bill as passed by the House of Representatives on third reading and deliberating on the proposed amendments of the Senate as passed on third reading to decide on the disagreeing appropriations. It is my deepest hope and prayer that through us, your conferees, each chamber will be able to fulfill its constitutional role. Hindi lamang upang mapanatili ang integridad ng sistema ng legislatura, kundi upang matiyak na ang pambansang budget na ito ang kalooban at kapangyarihan ng sambayanang Pilipino ang mananaig. Sa ating pagpupulong sa araw na ito, pagtibayin pa natin ang prinsipyong nagbigay buhay sa ating republika at sa ligang batas. Ang paniniwala na lahat hindi pagkakaunawaan ay nabibigyan ng liwanag sa pamamagitan ng mahinahong diskusyon, bukas na pag-uusap at pagkakaisa. I know that as we review the varying fiscal and development priorities, we will be guided by the values of fairness, service, and justice. Pakinggan natin ang bawat pananaw ng may paggalang sa isa't isa. Alalahanin natin na ang budget na ating ipapasa ay huhubog sa buhay ng milyong-milyong mga Pilipino na sa susunod na taon. Panatilihin nating malawak ang ating pananaw lampas sa mga suliranin ng kasalukuyan tungo sa isang mapayapa at masaganang kinabukasan para sa ating mga kababayan. Siguraduhin natin na ang pambansang budget para sa taong 2026 ay magsisilbing daan sa pag-angat ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Ipakita natin sa kanila na hindi lang katang-isip ang isang gobyernong matino, bukas at kumikilos ng tama. Patunayan nating lahat na hindi natin pababayaan ang kanilang mga pangarap. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon po.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I will also deliver a brief opening remark on the part of the conferees of the House of Representatives. Honorable members of the House and Senate panels, distinguished colleagues in public service, members of the media who are with us here in PICC, and to our countrymen closely watching this historic day, good afternoon. We are here today not only to address the disagreeing provisions of fiscal year 2026 General Appropriations Bill, or House Bill number 4508, but also to continue a series of structural reforms that place transparency, accountability, and public participation at the center of our budget process. We started by abolishing the small committee and establishing the first ever Budget Amendments Review Subcommittee, or the BARC. The BARC's over 20 hours of deliberations on institutional amendments were live-streamed, and all amendments approved were shown line by line. Moreover, all committee hearings and plenary deliberations were live-streamed. We enhanced engagement with civil society organizations and conducted the first ever People's Budget Review. For the first time in recent history, the period of amendments in the House was open to all members, and all amendments were incorporated before the second reading approval. Ang makasaysayang araw na ito, ang pinakaunang araw sa kasaysayan na bubuksan sa publiko ang BICAM, ay sumasalamin po sa paninindigan ng Kongreso na tanggalin ang tabing sa usaping budget at talagang ipakita kung saan napupunta ang bawat piso ng buwis mula sa dugo at pawis ng bawat Pilipino. This is the actualization of the House's commitment since August, even before the budget deliberation started, to open and live stream the Bicameral Conference Committee proceedings. And this is something the House and the Senate leadership have strongly advocated for jointly over the last few months. I would like to discuss key highlights of the House version of the GAB that the House panel puts forth to this Bicameral Conference Committee. The 255 billion pesos from the removal of flood control projects under DPWH were reallocated mainly to the three key sectors identified by President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.: education, health, and agriculture. Specifically, 201.1 billion out of the 255 billion pesos, or 79%, went to the following: 56.6 billion towards education, 90.7 billion towards health, and 53.7 billion towards agriculture. The budget for fiscal year 2026 will contain the highest budget education in history. With the 56.6 billion pesos added by the House of Representatives, the total budget for the education sector will be 1.28 trillion pesos, which translates to 4.1% of GDP. This is the first time ever in history that we will breach the 4% international benchmark. Of this, 56.64 billion pesos, with the 35.1 billion added by the House, the budget for the Basic Education Facilities Program will increase to 63.2 billion pesos. This amount translates to around 25,200 new and rehabilitated classrooms in 2026, or 63% of the 40,000 classrooms envisioned by the President to be built and rehabilitated by 2028. Next, fiscal year 2026 will be the first year that we will be able Next, this is the first ever year that we will be able to fully fund the implementation of UACTE since it was passed into law in 2017. With the 4.48 billion pesos added by the House and the House special provision enabling the use of the 7.82 billion pesos from the Higher Education Development Fund, we will be able to fully fund the 12.3 billion peso deficiency to 113 SUCs in fiscal year 2026. This is something that the SUCs have been clamoring for the past 6 years. With a total funding of 52.2 billion pesos for UACTE, CHED-TES, CHED-TDP, TES the STEP, and TES the TWSP, we will be able to provide scholarships to 2.49 million learners. Next, under the health cluster, with the 90 billion pesos added by the House, the total health sector budget increased to 411.2 billion pesos. With the 60 billion pesos added by the House, the total subsidy for PhilHealth increases to 113 billion pesos, geared towards the improvement of benefits. With the 25 billion added by the House, the total for MAIFIP increases to 49.2 billion pesos to actualize the directive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to provide zero balance billing for indigent patients in government hospitals. Next, under the agriculture cluster, with the 53.8 billion pesos added by the House, the total agriculture sector budget increased to 292.9 billion pesos. Of this, 10 billion pesos is provided for the presidential assistance for farmers and fisherfolk, expected to benefit 1.43 million farmers and fisherfolk. With the 35.5 billion pesos added by the House, a total of 74.5 billion pesos will be provided towards the construction and rehabilitation of farm-to-market roads and irrigation infrastructure. Moreover, 30 billion pesos is provided under RCEF towards the provision of farm mechanization and other inputs. The House also added 1 billion pesos for crop insurance, 2.4 billion pesos for the construction of deep water ports, and 200 million pesos for the implementation of the new Agrarian Emancipation Act. Lahat po ito ay para tulungan ang ating mga bayaning magsasaka na bumaba ang kanilang mga gastusin at mapataas ang kanilang ani at kita. To our colleagues in the Senate, Our House panel looks forward to working with you in this bicameral conference committee in crafting a final version of the budget for fiscal year 2026 that truly is responsive to the needs of the Filipino people in our country. I am very hopeful because as we look at the two versions, we both have the same priority areas, which is education, health, and agriculture. Sa atin pong mga kababayan, tinanggal na po ng inyong Kongreso ang tabing sa usaping budget. Ginawa po ng inyong Kongreso ang lahat para siguraduhin na ang budget ay transparent, malinis at may sapat na safeguards para siguraduhin hindi ito maaaring maabuso. Pinapangako po ng inyong Kongreso na ang budget para sa taong 2026 ay mararamdaman ng bawat Pilipino, na ito ay tunay na tumutugon sa pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan at ng ating bansa, na ito ay isang budget na inyong mapagkakatiwalaan. Maraming salamat po para sa Diyos at Bayan.
Maraming salamat, Chairperson Mika, at natutuwa ho ako at kami dahil yung tema ng budget ng Senado ay halos kalintulad na rin o tingin ko parehong-pareho na rin sa tema rin ng budget ng House of Representatives. Kami rin po binigyan ho namin ng malaking atensyon ang sektor ng edukasyon, malaking atensyon ang sektor ng public health at agriculture. At makikita ho natin mamaya sa mga detalye na itong tatlong sektor na ito ay nabibigyan ngayon ng malaking pahalaga para maramdaman ng ating mga kababayan ang tunay na serbisyo ng gobyerno. At ito talaga ang nakikita kong kailangan ng kailangan, mga basic necessities, basic services para po sa ating mga kababayan.
Tama po yun, Mr. Chair. Yun po yung isa namin na nakita na talagang maganda at alam ko, I'm also very confident that we will be able to craft a version of the budget na talaga pong sumasalamin sa gusto pong mangyari ng ating mga kasamahan pareho po sa Kongreso at sa Senado. Dahil alam ko naman po, yun na rin po yung sinabi sa atin ng ating Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. noong SONA na sana mabigyan ng prioridad ang human capital development patungkol po sa edukasyon, agrikultura at kalusugan. Kaya makikita naman po natin pareho sa version ng House of Representatives at na Senado na ang pinakamalaki, ang bulto po na ang pondo ng ating gobyerno ay atin pong ilalaan para po sa tatlong mahahalagang sektor na ito. So, mamaya po, hihimayin po natin yan, Senwin. Alaman po natin yan na hihimayin po natin lahat ng mga items patungkol po sa edukasyon, agrikultura at kalusugan.
Salamat. In fact, I would like to ask kung meron pong gusto magbigay ng opening statement. We recognize Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is not so much an opening statement as a matter of putting on record that a statement was forwarded to us by the Roundtable for Inclusive Development, RFID, and the People's Budget Coalition, signed by Bishop of Caloocan, Pablo Virgilio Cardinal David, Ramon Del Rosario of the Roundtable for Inclusive Development, Kenneth Abante, co-convener of People's Budget Coalition, and Bendanya Hyacinth Nacario Bendanya, coordinator of the People's Budget Coalition. May we request the chairman of the Senate panel to provide all members of the Bicameral Conference Committee a copy of their statement, and that hopefully we will be guided and perhaps an initial response, because I forwarded this statement to the chairman of the Senate panel the other day. Maybe an initial response before we go into the actual proceedings and the debates, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Yes, indeed, you forwarded to the committee a letter from the RFID group and the People's Budget Coalition. And in this letter, meron ho silang 7 items na recommendation ho sa Bicameral Conference Committee and both the Senate and the House of Representatives on how to improve transparency in the budget deliberation. And I made the checklist. Actually, I showed you the checklist. Out of the 7 recommendations, 4 have been fulfilled by the House of Representatives and also the Senate. For example po, all of the documents pertaining to the budget deliberations from the start, ibig sabihin ho, pag-submit pa lang sa Kongreso ng NEP, pag-approval ng GAB, at pati yung Senate version, lahat ho ito naka-upload na ho sa website. No? Dati ho hindi ginagawa yon, ngayon naka-upload ho sa website. So pwede na ho ng ating mga kababayan makita yan in real time. So 4 out of the 7 ay na-fulfill. The rest actually, yung tatlo ho ay hindi natin ma-fulfill dahil yung isa, ang recommendation nila, nandito yung mga ahensya. No? Sa Bicameral Conference Committee, alam naman ho natin na it's both the House and the Senate ang composition ng BICAM, hindi po yung mga ahensya. But we're happy to work with them to further improve the process, like what Congresswoman Mika mentioned earlier, na first time to in history. So marami pa ho tayong pwedeng gawin para ma-improve yung transparency process ng budget deliberation. And we're very open and we welcome suggestions, especially from our constituents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to stress that napakahalaga ng people's participation, citizens' participation in our government deliberations and discussions. And that's why I placed this on record, and that's why I would like all members of the Bicameral Conference Committee to be given copies. Mas maganda at mas maayos ang transparency pagka ang mamamayan mismo ay we engage with citizens groups and organizations in the deliberation of the 2026 budget. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Senator Kiko, for that intervention.
Mr. Chair, if we may, on the
Yeah.
part of the House,
Okay.
thank you for acknowledging, Chair Win, with regard to the transparency measures that we've already done in the House. It's the same checklist po, right? The 7 items that were mentioned here. So as we mentioned, like all the amendments, we will make sure that it's very transparent as to who will advocate for them. We've done that during the BARC, even during the period of amendments of the House. Ngayon din po makikita natin line by line lahat. So bukas po lahat ng mga amyenda. In terms of the live streaming, pareho naman po, ang Kongreso at ang Senado pareho po tayong nagpasa ng resolusyon patungkol po sa live streaming at yung pagpapublish po ng bicameral report, and minutes and yung matrix po ng disagreeing provisions. So lahat po ito, tulad po ng binanggit po ni Sen Win, ito po ang pinakaunang pagkakataon sa kasaysayan ng ating bansa na binuksan po ang BICAM. We are adopting as we go, and we hope to improve the process as we go along in the succeeding budget cycles. Pero nagpapasalamat po kami sa ating po mga kaibigan sa civil society organizations na ating pong naging katuwang sa paglilinang po, pagpapaganda lalo ng ating proseso sa kahabaan po ng budget deliberations.
Maraming salamat. Senator Erwin Tulfo?
So just be quick, Mr. Chair. This representation firmly believes that our collective focus must be education and health. And I believe this is the first time the twin foundations of long-term national development, these are not optional expenditures, Mr. Chair. They're strategic investments that determine whether our people merely survive or truly thrive. In education, for example, we are confronted with learning poverty, overcrowded classrooms, underpaid teachers, and a generation struggling to recover from years of disruption. Adequate funding for classrooms, teachers' welfare, digital learning tools, and student support is essential if we are serious about building a competitive, innovative, and resilient nation. In health, the lessons of recent years remain painfully clear, Mr. Chair. Our hospital remains overstretched, our health workers undersupported, and access to quality care remains unequal, especially in rural and far-flung communities. Strengthening primary care, public hospitals, disease prevention, and mental health service must be at the core of this budget if we are to protect both lives and livelihoods. At the same time, we must speak also, Mr. Chair and my fellow members, candidly about infrastructure spending, particularly in flood control projects. While infrastructure has a role in development, we cannot ignore the reality that some projects have failed to deliver protection to our communities and, worse, have been tainted by allegations of misuse and pocketing of public funds. Every peso lost to corruption is a classroom not built, hospital bed not provided, and a life put at risk. This bicameral conference is our opportunity to correct course, to realign resources towards sectors that directly uplift our people, to ensure transparency and accountability, and to restore public trust in the budgeting process. Let us be guided, dear colleagues, not by political convenience, but by conscience. Let us craft a 2026 national budget that places the Filipino learner and the Filipino patient at the center, and that proves this Congress is capable of choosing people over pork and progress over plunder. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I look forward to a principled and productive deliberation.
Maraming salamat, Senator Erwin, for those reminders. Any conferee who want to give Senator Amy Marcos?
Yes, maraming salamat sa dalawang chair natin. At maliwanagan lang sana ang minorya. Pagkat wala po akong nakikitang budget ng DPWH at kung talagang transparency ang habol natin, bakit wala rito ang pinagmulan ng pagpopoot at kawalang kampiyansa ng taong bayan sa atin? Dapat mag-umpisa ang usapin dito sa Public Works. Pero wala sa anumang papel, sa 9-page summary o dito man sa binigay sa atin kahapon lamang na reconciliation of disagreeing provisions. Bakit po walang budget yung DPWH?
Ang schedule po ng DPWH ay bukas po.
Paano natin malalaman at maihahambing ang iba't ibang mga department kung may kulang? At bakit DPWH lang ang nawawala sa talakayan?
Actually, may mga ibang mga items po ho na bukas po itatalakay, katulad po ng mga special purpose funds, and program appropriations. So tomorrow
yung
po ay
program po nandito.
Tomorrow po ang tomorrow ho yung pag-uusapan.
Pero narito na. Andito naman yung unprogrammed at hinanap ko talaga. Arito naman yung unprogrammed. Dito sa page 31 ng page 32 na kumpleto. Kaya pinagtatakahan ko bakit yung DPWH wala po. At kung tatalakayin bukas, maaari bang ibigay sa amin ng mas maaga pagkat yung committee report, kung maalala ko, mahigit kumulang 1,000 at 500 pahina.
Noted po. We'll provide her honor the documents ahead of time.
Kailan kaya matatapos yung DPWH budget? Kasi yun talaga ang inaasahan ng taong bayan.
Assured po na ipro-provide po sa her honor at sa lahat po ng conferees, hindi lang po sa Senate but also sa House of Representatives po.
I would like to acknowledge on the part of the House, Representative Rufus Rodriguez for a manifestation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Win Gatchalian of the Senate and all the distinguished senators who are here and my distinguished colleagues. Really, as stated by the chairman, Article 6, the Legislative Department, under Section 24, really gives the original exclusive jurisdiction on budgets, on appropriations to the House. But of course, the Senate has also the power to propose and concur with amendments. And doing our duty, as what the Chair, Mika, has said, we 255.5 billion of flood control and budget of the DPWH, in the first instance, was distributed by the House of Representatives to first 90 billion to health, 56 billion to education, and 53 billion to agriculture. Practically 211 billion of the 255.5. So that is to follow the presidential directive that we have to focus, as stated by former Congressman of Senator Erwin here, Tulfo, that education, health, and also agriculture will be given priority. So therefore, we have taken the lead, and we are very happy that the Senate has likewise studied the budget and has also made proposals to further enhance our support for education, health, and agriculture. Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, both chairs, please. Yes, with all due respect, and I am compelled to disagree without being disagreeable. It was mentioned that certain funds are not included in this submission, when in fact, both are in fact here. On page 31, as mentioned earlier, the unprogrammed funds are already listed quite adequately, and the special purpose fund that were supposedly not here are quite clearly denominated in page 29 as special purpose funds. So ang tanging kulang lamang ay yung mahiwagang DPWH. Yun lang po.
Bukas po, hindi ho lahat ng mga items ho dito matatapos ho natin. Hopefully ho matapos, but from our estimate, baka hindi ho matapos. So bukas ho natin i-deliberate yung ibang mga agencies. Kasama po special purpose funds, kasama na rin po yung mga ibang mga ahensya.
Yes, maraming salamat po. Sana bigyan kami ng konting panahon para mabasa ng maigi at mapag-aralan yung lalo na yung DPWH. Maraming salamat po.
Alright, maraming salamat po. Any more conferees who want to make an opening statement? Meron pa hong mga...
Maybe I should. I wasn't going to. I just wanted to greet all our colleagues in the House of Representatives, both the first termers and those that I've worked with for a very long time. And I was once in your house. We understand and appreciate and recognize the concerns of the district representatives. We are one with you in serving our people in the grassroots. At the same time, we are grateful to the House of Representatives for allocating correctly the more than 250 billion from DPWH flood control to projects which will benefit the people much better, stressing on the importance of education and health. I take note that the House allocated at least 60 billion for education. You will be happy to note that the Senate, through our very hard-working and education-focused chair, even increased it to more than 85 billion. And this would be, I believe, in the history of our country. Even when I chaired the Finance Committee for 2 administrations for 5 years with 3 chairs of the House of Representatives, never happened before. For that, we're really grateful to the chair. Aside from that, we are grateful to the House as well for indicating in the HGAB the 60 billion bayad utang, which rightfully belongs to PhilHealth. We also take note that in the NEP, there's a 53 billion from the syntax allocation for PhilHealth. However, let me please put it on record that the 53 billion is an incomplete NEP proposal. Kulang po ng 16 billion per the computation made by the Senate. I appeal to the BICAM to put what is rightfully belonging to health. Attorney Rufus Rodriguez, my lawyer from 20 plus years ago, would agree kung ano po ang batas ay dapat sundin. It is not a matter of unfunded law. That is for the universal health care to take care of. We are talking about the syntax allocation, which for several years were not funded according to the allocation. Magbibigay ng konti, hindi ipupuno. There is something terribly wrong here. Let me just put on record, Mr. Chair, that there is a 236.91 billion funds missing, which should go to public health, and that's to PhilHealth. And this would include the multi-year earmarking of the syntax, which were not funded, including the NEP of 53 billion. We also take note that the 2025 GAA did not have the syntax allocation, which miraculously disappeared in the GAA. We, both houses of Congress, owe that to the Filipino people. Having said that, I will discuss this further when the Health Department is brought on the floor. But let me state our appreciation for restoring in the HGAB the bayad utang when the DOF took out the PhilHealth 60 billion and returned it. Let me just state also later when we discuss the PhilHealth and the health budget that it was returned in the HGAB, and Congress was the one that enumerated the possible utilization of the funds. Let the legal luminaries and let my lawyer, Attorney Rufus Rodriguez, think about it, whether this is really in compliance with the Supreme Court decision, because the Supreme Court says, in my understanding, that it should be returned to the Treasury. It was taken from the excess funds of PhilHealth. It was not taken with enumeration of the utilization of the funds. I put that on the table. I will leave it to the body to decide. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair?
Madam Chair?
I
Mr.
would like
Chair?
to recognize our Senior Vice Chairperson, also the sponsor of the Department of Health, Representative Albert Garcia.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Senator Win, sa ating mga fellow conferees from the House and the Senate. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Tama po yung sinabi ni Senator Loren na binalik na po o ibabalik na po ang 60 billion sa PhilHealth nung nawala nung 2025 budget. And this was discussed during the DOH defense, which I did in the House of Representatives. At isa po sa nagtanong nung defense ay walang iba kundi yung ating chair regarding the budget of PhilHealth and DOH na kung lalagyan po natin ng mas malaking budget, which they deserve at under the law, karapat-dapat po para sa ating beneficiaries, dapat lang in-emphasize ng ating chair na i-expand pa nila yung kanilang package. Kasi right now, alam po natin what's happening on the ground na very limited po or a small percentage of the hospital bill or yung coverage ng PhilHealth ang na-charge sa kanila. And our constituents, mga kababayan po natin, have to shoulder a huge part of their hospital bill or healthcare bill. So we are in agreement sa House and the Senate na talagang by law, dapat madagdagan pa yung kanilang budget, pero dapat makita nila yung kanilang responsibilidad na bilisan pa nila ang pag-expand ng mga package para agarang maramdaman ng ating mga kababayan. Of course, for now, dahil hindi pa ho ayos yung sistema ng universal healthcare, malaking tulong po yung MyFIP. Dahil part of the hospital bill or healthcare expense ay na-charge natin doon. Pero with all these funds going to PhilHealth, I think our people deserve na maging institutionalized na po at malawakan na po kagad o madagdagan na po ang package para konting-konti na lang po yung out of pocket or konting-konti na lang po ang sasaluhin ng zero balance billing ng ating mga DOH and LGU hospitals. So itong responsibilidad na ito dapat ma-emphasize sa leadership ng PhilHealth at ng DOH nang sa ganon ay magawa naman po nila yung responsibilidad nila para sa ating mga membro ng PhilHealth. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po. Senator Go?
Good afternoon. As you all know, I had my reservations on the BICAM report for the 2025 budget. In fact, I did not sign the BICAM report last year. Particularly, I am saddened by the zero budget given to PhilHealth. No? Kumbaga, double whammy po itong nangyari sa PhilHealth. Alam ko po yan dahil 2024, nagkaroon po ako ng 14 hearings including health emergency allowances ng mga healthcare workers. At doon natin nakita na kulang talaga yung counterpart ng PhilHealth sa kanilang mga pasyente. Tama yung sinabi mo kanina, napakaliit pa ng case rates nila. In fact, nung nagkagulo na, nung Disyembre, nagkaroon 2024, nagkaroon sila ng board meeting, tinaasan nila, sa ilang araw lang ng board meeting, tinaasan nila yung case rates. Kaya pala nilang taasan yung case rates sa ilang araw, Disyembre. Kung ginawa nila yun nung Enero pa lang, tinaasan yung case rates, wala sana silang excess funds na wawalisin ng National Treasury. Nung winalis ng National Treasury, nung July, doon tayo nagkaroon ng hearing, doon tayo na-alarma, at may nag-file sa Supreme Court, salamat, at finally, na-desisyonan po na, sabi ko nga nung panahong yon, it might be legally acceptable then, but morally unacceptable dahil marami pong pasyenteng naghihirap na walang pambayad sa hospital. Kung kaya nilang taasan yung case rates noong Disyembre, wala silang excess funds, walang kukunin. Anyway, tapos na po yun. That's water under the bridge. Ang problema ngayon, nagdesisyon po ang Supreme Court ngayon na ibalik po yung pondo na 60 billion. Refund po ito. Ibig sabihin, dapat sana'y magamit ka agad ito. Ginawa pong appropriation na sa 2026. How about the 2025 na zero? Ilan po kayang mga pasyente ang na-deprive naman po doon sa zero budget po ng PhilHealth noong 2025? Kaya po, isa sa dahilan na hindi po ako pumirma noong 2025. Maybe ma-address po ito ng BICAM. Paano po yung double whammy na yon? 60 billion, ibabalik sa 2026. How about na zero nung 2025? At kung maaari, mabigay na po yung hindi na ibibigay. Dahil nasa syntax law po itong earmarking, about 200 billion pa po mahigit ang hindi nabibigay since 2023. Ilang pasyente po ang matutulungan nito, ilang buhay po ang masasalbar sa pondong ito na alam naman natin nung 2024 nung kinuha po yon yung 60 billion medyo nahalo-halo na kung saan ginamit. May nagsabi na ginamit po sa health emergency allowances, but the truth is it was pinulled po siya, tas ginamit po sa iba't ibang, kaya isa po ito sa dahilan na hindi talaga ako pumirma nung 2025 dahil sakit na zero mo yung PhilHealth. Pinaglaban nga natin na wag kunin yung excess funds ng PhilHealth. Hindi naman excess yun eh. PhilHealth yun, klaro naman, health para sa Pilipino po yun. Hindi excess funds po yun. Sana po ma-address rin po ito ng BICAM. Salamat po.
Madam Chair, if I may.
I would like to recognize our minority leader, the Honorable Marcelino Libanan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the record, yung HGAB ng House for 2025, hindi po binawasan ang PhilHealth. Iwan ko kung saan na po nabawasan yun. Maraming salamat po.
Yun nga po yung sinasabi. Mabuti na lang po, no? I commend the both houses na nagkaroon tayo ng transparency ngayon na bukas yung BICAM. Hindi katulad last year na pag bukas ng BICAM, pag hindi na namin alam, tinawag na lang kami, sasara na yung BICAM. So hindi kami pumirma. Ba't kami pipirma? Hindi nga namin alam anong pinag-usapan. Salamat. At ngayon maririnig na po ng taong bayan ang pinag-uusapan dito. It has been my call for a participative budget process. Dapat talaga involved ang ating mga kababayan sa bawat proseso. Pera po ng taong bayan ang pinag-uusapan dito, kaya dapat alam nila yung anong prosesong ginagawa. This is in line with Section 28, Article 2 of the 1987 Constitution, which declares that the state adopts and implements a policy of full public disclosure of all its transactions involving public interest. Napakahalaga po yan at Section 7, Article 3 of the Constitution provides that the right of the people to information on matters of public concern shall be recognized. Salamat po. Meron na tayong ino-observe na natin this year po yan. Last year, wala po. Tama po si Congressman Libanan. Sir, tama po kayo na last year may pondo. Paglabas sa BICAM na zero na po. Yun po ang ating ikinalulungkot dahil hindi po kami nakaparticipate po sa BICAM. Nag-opening hanggang pagsasara. Hindi po ako pumirma noon sa BICAM, for the record. Salamat po.
All right. Any more opening statements? Kung wala naman po, pursuant to Article 6, Section 24 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides that all appropriations, revenue, or tax bills authorizing an increase of public debt, bills of local application, and private bills shall originate exclusively in the House of Representatives, but the Senate may propose or concur with amendments. The House Bill number 4058, as approved by the House of Representatives, will be used and flashed on the screen as the base bill. Consistent with our observed practice and in accordance with this constitutional provision, the Senate made its amendments directly to the House bill. The House of Representatives has been provided with the amendments to the House Bill number 4058 as approved by the Senate on third reading. Electronic copies were transmitted on December 9, 2025, and hard copies were delivered on December 11, 2025. To maintain an orderly discussion, we will tackle the budget on a department/agency basis. We request that interventions be made at the appropriate time as each agency is called. And if may I suggest to Congresswoman Mika, I heard in her opening statement that the House had made significant improvements to the National Expenditure Program. It's good to highlight those improvements so that our constituents can see the efforts and the interventions that the House of Representatives made to the different departments in order to make the budget more efficient and also improve the delivery of services. So, we will flash on the screen the General Appropriations Bill. This is the General Appropriations Bill. And if I may suggest, Kong Mika, suggestion po to na para po ma-discuss natin ng maayos itong line-by-line amendments. Ang suggestion ko po, umpisahan ho natin sa mga improvements na ginawa po ng House sa National Expenditure Program para makita naman po ng taong bayan yung kanina pong i-finlash ho ninyo na improvements in the different departments. And I suggest we start off with the education sector kasi yan po yung ating common direction, no, for the two chambers.
I agree with that approach, Sanbin. So we can go through every single department and then we can start from, we'll start to discuss the changes that we've done from NEP to GAB, and then I'll turn over it to you, Mr. Chair.
So to make it more efficient, I suggest that we finish, let's say, the Office of the Secretary first, and then we go to a different department, and then we can open the floor to discussions after that. No? So para po orderly po yung discussions, pwede pong umpisahan ho natin sa mga iba't ibang departamento at iba't ibang opisina sa ilalim po ng departamento na yon. No? So unahin ho natin, I'll turn over first the floor to you, Congresswoman Mika, and after you, will propose the changes from the Senate. And if there are any questions, we can open the floor po.
Senwin, I'll just request for 1 minute to open my files. It seems like the internet connectivity in the room is a little bit slow, so I'm unable to open some of the files. I request for a quick 1 minute lang po, just to open the files.
1 minute suspension. resume our meeting. Right. So we recognize Chairperson Mika Swansing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We would like to put forth the amendments proposed by the House of Representatives as reflected in the HGAB, particularly with regard to education. As we discussed, we'll first focus on the proposed amendments under the Office of the Secretary. In total, under the budget of DepEd, we are increasing the budget of the Department of Education from the current 874.5 billion pesos in the National Expenditure Program to 914.1 billion pesos. That is a total increase of 39.6 billion pesos to the Department of Education. What are the components of the increase? The first would be the under administration of personal benefits for overtime pay for teachers, honoraria for teaching overload, relocation allowance, terminal leave benefits. We increased it from the current 5.5 billion pesos in the NEP by 579.5 million pesos to a total of 6.11 billion pesos in the NEP, in the HGAB. Next, for learner support programs, the next item actually would be the Basic Education Facilities Program. That would pertain to the increase in the classrooms that would be built. We increased it from the 28.1 billion pesos in the NEP to an increase of 63.2 billion pesos. That is a total increase of 35.1 billion pesos towards the construction of classrooms, which, as mentioned earlier, will translate to 25,200 new and rehabilitated classrooms. Next would be the textbooks and other instructional materials. From the 11.2 billion pesos in the NEP, we propose to increase it by 50 million pesos to 11.2 billion pesos in the HGAB. Next would be under the basic education curriculum, and this pertains to improving services. This is actually in relation to ARAL, the tutoring program of ARAL. From the current 3.6 billion pesos in the NEP, we increase it by 984 million pesos to a total of 4.55 billion pesos. Under the flexible learning options, that being ADM, ALS, and EIE, we propose to increase it by 306 million pesos from 4.36 billion pesos in the NEP to 4.67 billion pesos in the HGAB. Next would be the Madrasa education program. We propose to increase it by 26.25 million pesos from the current 495 million to 521.7 million pesos. Under the school-based feeding program, from the current 11.78 billion pesos, we propose to increase it by 1.83 billion pesos, thereby putting school-based feeding program at 13.6 billion pesos. And lastly, this is pertaining to the Palarong Pambansa. We propose to increase the current allotment under the physical fitness and school sports from 481.6 billion pesos up to 531.6 million pesos. So in total, Mr. Chair, that would be an additional increase of 39.61 billion pesos towards the Office of the Secretary under the Department of Education. So the biggest increase, if I were to summarize lang po, Mr. Chair, ang pinakamalaki po nating ilalaan ay kadagdagang 35 billion pesos para po sa pagtatayo ng kadagdagang 25,000 na mga classrooms, 25,000 classrooms, at para po sa school-based feeding program. Magdadagdag po tayo ng 1.83 billion pesos para mas dumami po yung bilang ng araw na pwede po nating mapakain yung mga estudyante sa mga paaralan. Yun po, Mr. Chair, those are our main amendments pertaining to the Office of the Secretary.
Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Mika. At maraming salamat po doon sa mga improvements at increases na ginawa ng House of Representatives sa National Expenditure Program. So on the part of the Senate, ito po yung mga proposals po ng Senate for the Department of Education, Office of the Secretary, to the amount of 958 billion pesos, and the composition of the Office of the Secretary is for administration of personal benefits, an amount of 8.4 billion pesos, learner support programs, an amount of 5,114 million pesos, Child Protection Program, 89 million pesos. Disaster Preparedness and Response, 3.772 billion pesos. Policy Research Program, 2.343 billion pesos. Basic Education Curriculum, 5.674 billion pesos. National Literacy Policy and Programs, 105 million pesos. Learning Tools and Equipment, 288 billion pesos. Textbooks and other instructional materials, 19.5 billion pesos. Basic Education Facilities, 85.3 billion pesos. Public Schools Infrastructure Program, 330 million pesos. Flexible Learning Options, 4.9 billion pesos. Madrasa Education Program, 521 million pesos. School-based feeding program, 25.6 billion pesos. Ito po, in-increase po ng Senado para po ma-increase yung number of days from 120 days to 200 days for kindergarten and grade 1. For government assistance and subsidies, 100 million 800 for School Innovation and Improvement Fund to all DepEd schools, 2.289 billion pesos. To Human Resource Development and Personnel in Schools and Learning Centers, this is 4.6 billion pesos. Projects for learning, upgrade, support, and decentralization, this is foreign assisted to ba? Ito no change ba ito? For project and learning upgrade support and project for learning upgrade support and decentralization, there's no change. For physical fitness and school sports, ito po yung palarong pambansa, 739 million pesos. For operations of schools for elementary, kindergarten to grade 6, 358 million pesos. For operations of schools, junior high school, grade 7 to 10, 100 97 million pesos, billion pesos for operations of school, senior high school, grades 11 to 12, 69 billion pesos. And then we realigned the last mile schools to the basic education facilities. So those are the proposals of the Senate.
Thank you very
Any
much,
comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We'd like to open the floor for comments from the body. Both proposals have been put forth. Maybe a request for any comments from the conferees.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
I was
Senator.
just wondering, saan po dito nakasama, kasi sa mga classrooms po natin yung mga electric fan, mukhang wala po dito. Saan po ba dito sa item na ito, mga upuan ng mga sira-sira? Because nung last election, Mr. Chair, dito lang sa Quezon City, 50 yung estudyante, ang electric fan na dalawa lang, sira pa yung apat. Napakainit, so mga estudyante hindi nakakapag-focus. Will that fall under basic education facilities, Mr. Chair?
Tama po. Nasa loob po siya ng basic education facilities.
I thought this is only for mga new classrooms.
Kasama na rin po dyan yung mga accessories for classrooms.
So, such as electric fans and then yung mga ika nga exhaust fans,
Exhaust fans,
desk, chairs.
desk, ilaw, kasama na rin po dyan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Opo. Nasa special provision ho siya ng BEF, Mr. President. Any comments? Any questions? Any motion?
Hintay ba mo? Yes. By
Madam Chair, kung pwede magtanong.
yes, Representative Libanan.
In line with the question of Senator Erwin, maraming schools po natin na nangangailangan ng TV sets at saka Wi-Fi na facility. Saan po dito? Dito rin po ba sa basic education facilities?
That is a different line item po. Under DepEd, there is a different digitalization component in the budget. So meron po doon na ICT, specifically for the provision of Wi-Fi to the different schools all throughout the country. So meron din pong pondo para doon.
Thank you po.
Ang sinasabi po ninyo, sorry, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, yung digitalization project na nasa NEP, iba pa yung ITC na sinasabi mo.
I'll pull out po,
Kasi
Senator
nahihirapan ako dito sa format po, Mr. Chair, Senator Gatchalian po. Kung maari, in the interest of true transparency, I think it's basic that we include the NEP or the President budget of 2026. It's most confusing to merely see the Congress and the Senate versions. Also, we should be allowed to compare it to the GAA of 2025 para maliwanag ang kwenta. Kasi hindi maliwanag po ang kwenta rito. Ang pagkaalam ko, hindi nakasulat dito, pero dun sa NEC, 16.48 billion, tama po ba yung digitalization na tinatanong ni Congressman Libanan, ni Nonoy?
Particularly po, doon sa internet subscription services, 5.8, tama po yun, at a total of 16 billion pesos. Info and communications technology or laptops amounting
Yes.
to 8.9.
At yan ay hindi dinagdagan o binawasan ng Kongreso at ng Senado as is lang. Maintain lang yung NEP. Tama po ba?
Tama po yun.
Okay. Kung maari lang sa ating mga chair, hinihingi ko lang na sana ilagay yung GAA 2025 na maintindihan natin yung NEP 2026 dahil konting paggalang sa sinumite ng ating Pangulo. At eto nga, yung basic education facilities, medyo ito ang mabigat ang galawan, ano? Kasi nakita natin dito sa GAA 2025, 28.1 billion noong 2025. Tapos, nung NEP, 28.056 ang linagay ng Pangulo at ng DBM, pagkat alam din natin na 22 lang ang classroom na ipatayo. At ang disbursement rate nila ay bagsak na bagsak sa 23%. Ngunit dinagdagan ng Kongreso ng 63 billion mahigit at lumobo pa sa Senado ng 85 billion. Hindi ako tumututol sa pagdagdag ng classroom. Ang tinatanong ko lang, tama ba itong ginagawa natin? Hindi nagagastos, dagdag tayo ng dagdag, bilyon-bilyon, nag-umpisa sa 28, di magastos, 23% lang ang accomplishment. Lumobo sa 63 at lumaki panlalo sa 85. Tanong lang po.
Opo, go ahead.
Actually, Senator Amy, ang backlog ho natin sa classrooms is about 165,000. At kailangan ho tayo mag-allocate ng about 400 billion pesos para lang makahabol. So ito ho ay hindi pa nga ho tayo nakakahabol ho dito. Ito ay para lang ma-decongest ho natin yung mga highly urbanized areas. Ang magiging method at mekanismo ng Department of Education ay papasok ho sila sa number 1, PPP, number 2, counterparting with the LGUs, number 3, counterparting with the CSOs, number 4, counterparting with NGOs. So, ang kanilang strategy is sabay-sabay gagawa ngayon ng classrooms. So, ito po ay napag-usapan naman during the hearing, during the budget deliberation, at base po sa calculation ng DepEd, kaya naman ho nilang i-implement ho ito, basta sabay-sabay ho nilang i-implement.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ang akin lamang, kapag ganito kababa ang disbursement rate, klaro na hindi budget ang issue. Walang kakayahan ng DepEd magpatayo ng ganyang kadami at ang public works man. Sabihin na nga natin na iba-iba ang gagawin ng PPP, ng NGO, CSO at iba't iba pang tropa, LGU. Ang tanong ko po, wala namang maliwanag na plano. Kasi ang totoo, nagawa na po natin to. Hindi naman sa pagmamalaki, pero yung massive school building program po ng dekada 70, alalay po ako noon ng ama ko at nakita natin na new technology sa building ng prefab noong panahon na yon. Sa ngayon, wala naman tayong sinasaad na modular or ibang prefab na technology or smart technology na napakarami ng foam concrete at kung ano-ano pa. Wala naman nababanggit na ganon. At dyan tayo makakamura, alam natin yan. Ikalawa, wala namang prioritization, yung color-coded po ng DepEd. Kabisado po natin yan, galing tayo sa LGU, hindi naman ganun kaliwanag. Pagkatapos, wala namang kaakibat ito na programa para sa ating teachers. Hanggang ngayon, alam naman natin, teacher natin, ang baba-baba ng sahod. So, marami pong dahilan at ang paglalagay ng napakalaking budget, baka hindi ito ang tanging sagot lamang. Yun lang po, obserbasyon lamang. Ano ang absorption rate na totoo ng DepEd? Apakababa, nasa 23%.
Actually, maraming salamat, Senator Amy, sa inyong mga komento. At actually, ang nangyari ho kasi, merong special provision na ibinibigay lang exclusively sa DPWH ang construction. No? So for 2 years, almost 5 years, no? DPWH lang po ang nagko-construct ng classroom, farm-to-market roads, hospitals, yung health centers. So ngayon, under this budget, i-allow na ho natin ang mga iba't ibang ehensya na pumasok po sa counterparting with LGUs. No? Kung gusto ho nilang makipag-partner with LGUs, pwede ho sila mag-partner para ho mabilis yung construction dahil ang LGUs ho, alam naman ho natin, mas mabilis ho mag-construct. Before I continue, let me recognize the presence of Senator Mark Villar, one of our conferees.
Mr. Chair. Yes, we appreciate the concerns of Senator Marcos, and as the chair mentioned, there are several options that Secretary Angara had mentioned in our hearings and in plenary, and that would be including letting the local governments implement the school building program, and we appreciate that. And in fact, Senator Aquino, I think, and Senator Pangilinan mentioned also about the possibility of CSOs and PPPs with accredited private sector partners. So, having said that, if there's no other question, Mr. Chair, I would like to move for the DepEd Office of the Secretary Budget to be approved.
Mr. Chair?
Oh,
Yes.
yes,
I have
Senator Tulfo.
one quick question. Kanina ko pa po hinahanap dito sa Office of the Secretary. Ito po yung mga hinihingi lagi ng mga teacher, ng mga PTA sa mga estudyante sa public schools. Mga simple, walis, ting-ting, dustpan, pag naglinis ng classroom, basahan, tapos pag malapit ng graduation, mga dekorasyon sa mga stage. Hinihingi po ito sa mga estudyante. Ang dami na pong reklamo na ganito. Saan po banda rito kaya nakasama? Parang wala ho yata. Parang,
Dito po sa MOOE, ito po yung operations of schools, elementary, junior high school, senior high school.
doon po sa operation schools.
Yeah. Pasok, MOE ho ito ng mga eskwelahan.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
So there's a pending motion to approve the Office of the Secretary. Any second?
On the part of the House, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, we second the motion.
Before that, since I'm the movant, I just want to make sure that we put on record before we finalize it, the HGAB number and the BICAM number that we are approving so that it's on the record. May we ask the chair to do that, if you agree, because many figures are being discussed. May we kindly put on record the HGAB figure and the BICAM figure that we are approving? But I so move.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And there's a duly seconded, so the budget of the Office of the Secretary, Department of Education is hereby approved. Those summaries, Madam Chair, will be provided prior to the signing of the BICAM report. In fact, dito po sa BICAM, hindi ho natin isa-sign to kaagad. Ipiprint na muna po yung mga dokumento, ipiprint na po yung pre-enrolled copy, at iproprovide yun sa members para po makita ho nila bago ho tayo mag-sign. No?
Thank you.
All right?
Mr. Chair, in response to the query of the Honorable Legarda, the current total under the Office of the Secretary would go from the current HGAB level of 912 to a total of 958.7 billion pesos. So that would be a total increase of 46.2 billion pesos.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension, please?
1 minute suspension. Thank you, thank you. So we resume our meeting. So we go to the National Academy of Sports. Chairperson Mika, do you want to highlight the improvements, if there are any?
Thank you very much. For the National Academy of Sports, actually on the part of the House, Mr. Chair, we retained all the items from the NEP to the HGAB. So the current amounts for the two items mentioned here, promotion, development, and implementation, would be 128.8 million pesos, and for general management and supervision, 115.5 million pesos. So we retained the NEP levels for both of these items.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mika. On the part of the Senate, the budget proposal for the National Academy of Sports is 540 million pesos. And this is composed of promotions, development, and implementation of quality and enhanced sports integrated secondary program, general management, and supervision. Let me just dictate. For promotions and development is 344 million pesos. For general management and supervision, 194 million pesos. So any questions, any comments? Hearing none, any motion? Yeah. Yeah. Any motion to approve National Academy of Sports?
I move to approve, Mr. Chair, the National Academy of Sports.
Any second?
Second.
Duly seconded. The National Academy of Sports is hereby approved. The National Book Development Board,
For the National Book Development Board, Mr. Chair, among the four items mentioned here, we propose an increase in the general management and supervision by 40.3 million pesos, which brings the total to that. So here for the National Book Development Board, the levels under the HGAB would be 40.3 for the general management and supervision, 7.5 million for the policy development, 91.6 million for capacity building, and 12.5 million for administration of awards.
on the part of the Senate, we propose a 202 million pesos for the National Book Development Board, composed of general management and supervision, policy to a tune of 57 million, policy development, research information system and management and information campaign, 10.5 million pesos, capacity building and trade promotions incentives, 118 million pesos, administrative of awards. May questions po?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I move for approval of the proposed budget for the National Book Development Board to the tune of a total of 202 million, with a breakdown as stated by our chair, Wing Gatchalian. So move.
Thank you. Any second?
I second the motion. Mr.
Second.
Chair.
Thank you. The duly seconded. The budget of the National Book Development Board is duly approved. And the motion of Congressman Rufus is perfect, being a former member or a former participant and advocate of the National Book Development Board.
And the first, Mr. Chairman, the first legal counsel
The
of
first legal
NBDB.
counsel pala.
Because I was a lawyer and I was the lawyer of the Publishers Association of the Philippines. And we drafted the bill. Thank you.
Alam ko, malapit po sa puso ho ninyo ang book development, book publishing industry. Next will be the National Council for Children's Television.
On the part of the National Council for Children's Television, the House proposes the retention of the items stated herein in the HGAB from the NEP. For general management and supervision, 21.9 million, and for child-friendly television development services at 49.3 million.
The Senate proposes a 116 million budget for the National Council for Children's Television, composed of General Management and Supervision, 26 million. Child-friendly television development services, 89 million. Any questions?
I move, Mr. Chair, that we approve the National Council for Children's Television budget.
Any second?
Second.
Duly seconded. The National Council for Children's Television budget is hereby approved. Next will be the National Museum, an organization very close to the heart of Senator Lawrence. So,
On
Congressman
the po-
Mika, any?
On the part of the House, under the National Museum of the Philippines, we propose the retention of the NEP levels from the current 811.9 million pesos. And in terms of the breakdown, we propose to retain the 423 million pesos lodged under General Management and Supervision.
Thank you for that. The Senate proposed a 986 million peso budget composed of General Management and Supervision of 468 million, a locally funded project, development of National Museum of the Philippines, NMP, General Aniceto Lacson Ancestral House, Talisay City, Negros Occidental, of 50 million. Another LFP, development of Calibo, Aklan, 20 million pesos. Another locally funded project, development of NMP, Coronadal and Lake Cebu, Cotabato, South Cotabato, Phase 2, 40 million pesos. Another LFP, exhibition and fit out of various National Museum of the Philippines Central and Regional Sites, Northern Luzon National Museums, of 20 million pesos. Any questions? Hearing none, any motion?
Second motion, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded by Senator Erwin. The National Museum of the Philippines budget is hereby approved. The Philippine High School for the Arts.
For the Philippine High School of the Arts, on the part of the House, we propose the retention of the current level in the NEP, which is 157 million, 95 million under General Management and Supervision, and 53.9 under operation of the Philippine High School for the Arts.
The Senate proposed a 218 million peso budget for the Philippine High School for the Arts. General Management and Supervision, 150 million. Operation of Philippine High School for the Arts, including outreach, screening, student exchange program with other countries, and production activities, 59 million pesos. Any questions? Or a motion to?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the 218 million appropriation for the Philippine High School for the Arts.
Any second?
Second motion, Mr. Chair.
Duly seconded. The budget for the Philippine High School for the Arts, duly approved. The Teacher Education Council.
On the part of the House, under Teacher Education Council, we propose the retention of the current NEP level at 207 million, 163 million under Quality Teacher Education Services, and 44.4 million under General Management and Supervision.
The Senate proposed a 562 million peso budget composed of Quality Teacher Education Services, 516 million pesos. General Management and Supervision, 46 million pesos. Any questions or motion?
Mr. Chair, quick question lang po. Itong Quality Teachers Education Service, ito po ba ay kasama dun sa training ng mga teachers natin, further education, yung mga masteral nila? Because ang dami tayong mga teachers last year na naloko po dito sa Region 4B at saka sa Mindanao, nagkuha ng masteral, pero fake pala yung eskwelahan. And they have to make loans, Mr. Chair. So kung ito ay, this will fall under this category, then magagamit ng mga teachers natin for advancement and for promotion, Mr. Chair.
Tama ho kayo, ito po ay para po sa mga pre-service and in-service teacher training. First time po na magkakaroon ng ganitong budget ang TEC para po tuloy-tuloy po yung pag-training po ng ating mga teachers. So meron, kukuha ho sila ng 720 teacher scholars with this budget po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, any motion?
Therefore move, Mr. Chair, that we approve the Teachers Education Council budget.
Any second?
Second.
Duly seconded, the budget of the Teacher Education Council is hereby approved. So we go to state universities and colleges.
Before we move to that, Mr. Chair, if I may, I would just like to quickly summarize the increases siguro sa major items, just so the general public would be able to see how much we increased from the NEP levels po siguro, para mapakita po natin na talaga pong totoo yung ating commitment na itaas po yung budget natin sa education. Siguro po, for the sake of expediency po, I'll focus only on the big ticket items. So under the Department of Education, the total increase would be 86.8 billion pesos from the NEP level, from 874.5 billion pesos in the NEP to a final number of 961.3 million. Siguro po yung pinakamalaki na lang po siguro na increases under the Basic Education Facilities Program, that would be a total increase of 57.3 billion pesos. So halos siguro po mahina na po na 35,000 classrooms po yung ating maipapagawa para po sa taong 2026. Maganda po yun kung maaalala po natin, ang binanggit po ng ating Pangulo nung kanyang SONA ay 40,000 pesos po yung target na maipatayo na classrooms by 2026. So dahil po sa atin pong inilaan na pondo para sa Basic Education Facilities Program para sa 2026. Halos kaya na po natin yung punan. Konti na lang po, matatamaan na po natin yung target natin na supposedly sa 2028 pa. Sunod po, under the textbooks and other instructional materials, we are increasing it by 8.3 billion pesos from the NEP level of 11.1 to the final number of 19.5. So malaki po yung papel na gagampanan nito para po mapunan na yung kakulangan po sa mga libro at mga kagamitan sa ating po mga paaralan. Pagdating po sa school-based feeding program, mula po atin pong magdadagdag po tayo ng 13.9 billion pesos mula po sa 11.7 billion sa NEP, paakyat po sa 25.7 billion pesos. I think, Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, that represents an increase from 120 days to 180 days para po sa ating mga estudyante. So ano po, maganda po yun kasi halos lahat na po ng araw na pumapasok sila, meron na pong feeding program para po sa kanila. Siguro, Mr. Chair, there are a lot of other items, but I'd just like to highlight the biggest increase, and that would be in terms of classrooms, in terms of textbooks, at saka pagdating po sa school-based feeding program. Mahalaga din po na ating po ipaalam sa ating mga kababayan na kahit ano pong programa sa Department of Education, hindi po tayo bumaba mula po sa NEP. Lahat po ng mga programa, itinaas po natin mula po sa level ng NEP. Kaya yun po, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to manifest that para po maipakita po natin na talagang totoo po yung sinasabi ng parehong Kongreso at ng Senado na talaga pong binibigyan po natin ng napakalaking prioridad ang edukasyon para sa budget sa 2026. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, just to add, kaya natin dinagdagan from 120 days, actually to 200 days, dahil yun ang concern, 200. 200, no? 200, di ba? 200, oh. Dahil ang concern ng ating mga teachers ay bumabalik sa malnutrition at wasting pag hindi kompleto yung number of days na yung feeding program. Therefore, nasasayang lang yung ginagastos dahil hindi matapos yung 120 days, bumabalik yung wasting. That's why it's 200. And therefore, hopefully, from here, moving forward, sana sa susunod ng mga budget, maging universal na, hindi lamang doon sa mga malnourished, severely malnourished at wasting ng mga bata, kung hindi maging universal na itong free meals program para sa ating primary and up to junior high. But of course, that's a aspiration moving forward. But this is a welcome first step.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Representative Brian Ramsuan.
I just would like to manifest na during the BARC hearing natin dun sa House, you suggested the increase of budget, especially dun sa mga kitchen facilities ng mga schools para dun sa feeding program. Mas maganda ho kasi na pag sila na yung nagluluto ng mga para una, hindi nasisira, hindi dinadala ng, kumbaga yung travel time pa lahat ho, minsan nagkakaroon ng kumbaga nasisira yung pagkain. At siguraduhin natin, ito kasi yung mga low-hanging fruit na kailangan nating isipin na gawin nating magandang pasilidad sa kanilang lugar kasi minsan wala silang area na paglulutuan talaga. At napakahalaga dahil willing naman po yung SPTA, very active dyan, yung mga parents, teachers, willing silang gumawa ng mga ganitong klaseng programa para sa atin. If we can encourage all the SPTAs all over the country to do the same and with an increased budget, I think gaya na sinabi niyo, Senator Kiko, one step closer tayo dun sa dream na ma-achieve natin itong mga ganitong klaseng programa.
Mr. Chairman, just to add very quickly, in the deliberations in the Senate with Secretary Sani Angara, he has also reassured us or assured us that he will cascade to the regions yung purchases ng feeding programs na ito. And we manifested during the debates that yung Sagip Saka Act, which is Republic Act 11321, wherein government can now buy directly sa farmers and fisherfolk organization na wala ng public bidding. So yung feeding program na madadagdagan ng 13 billion, no? Dapat, yes, yung milk feeding program plus yung actual feeding program sa ating primary schools, dapat a significant portion of the budget should be allocated for purchases directly sa mga local farming and fishing communities para sariwa ang pagkain at nakakatulong pa sa ating mga local producers, ang ating mga magsasaka, mangingisda, and therefore the local economy will also benefit.
Maraming salamat, Senator Kiko. So we go to SUCs and state universities and colleges. We start with the University of the Philippines, the University of the Philippines System.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask about this because there are 113 SUCs. If we go through each one line by line, that would be at least 1,000, like 500 line items that we have to go through. So my recommendation po, Mr. Chair, if I may, since there are substantial changes in the UP system, we can take that up separately. But as to the rest of the SUCs, perhaps we can tackle it by region. Kasi po medyo 113 SUCs po ito.
It's just, Kong Mika, if, I think para rin marinig rin ng ating mga constituents yung mga SUC, I suggest we can go through each SUC. Kung, no.
No, we're just, Mr. Chair, my suggestion is we'll just mention the total amount of budget for each SUC.
Actually, ang per SUC will have about 2 or 3 locally funded project.
Yeah.
So I think it's manageable if you Ako ang tingin ko man.
But just based off the quick estimate of Sen. Lauren, that would be 2 hours just on the discussion of the SUCs if we go line by line. But if we take the suggestion of Sen. Erwin po, if we can do just the totals for the SUCs instead of going through every single line item under each SUC.
I suggest we can go, the House can go through one pass with all SUCs, and then we go one pass with all SUCs instead of approving it one SUC per
Yes.
SUC.
Kung mapagod yung chair, pwede si Kong Christine, pwede si Kong Maricar, pwedeng si Attorney Rufus, ayun, sige, per region. No, pwede nga, then we just approve it after.
Yes,
Para
yes.
tuloy-tuloy
If there are any
binabasa.
questions, then we can ask, we can take questions after the SUCs.
Babasahin lang.
Sige po. Let's do that. So we'll do one quick pass on all the SUCs. First would be the University of the Philippines system. We propose to add an additional 1 billion pesos for Project NOAA. And this one po actually, while it's lodged under the UP system, so I'll ask for permission just to elaborate on this point a little bit because it's very important for both houses. For Project NOAA, while the funding is lodged within the UP system, we actually increased the funding for Project NOAA for the benefit of the whole country and all the agencies, primarily the DPWH. Ang hinihingi po natin sa Project NOAA, kapag binigay na po natin yung pondo na to, is for them to work more closely with the DPWH in terms of refining the way that flood control projects are designed and monitored. Ang pangako po ng Project NOAA sa atin, alam ko po binanggit din po nila sa hearing nila sa Senado, ay kapag nabigyan po sila ng sapat na pondo, they can actually help DPWH design the flood control project. So, hindi na po magkakaroon ng pagkakataon na makakapaglagay po ng flood control project sa lugar na hindi naman talaga kailangang lagyan. They will be able to simulate a particular area and pinpoint exactly up to the coordinates level where a flood control structure should be placed. Aside from that po, they will be able to simulate the height that is required to actually mitigate the flooding in that area. So yun po yung pinakahinihingi natin sa Project NOAA na sana po sa pamamagitan ng 1 bilyong piso na ating pong ibibigay sa kanila sa susunod na taon po sa taong 2027, mas maganda na po yung pagdisenyo ng mga flood control at flood mitigation systems. So that would be our amendment under the UP system, under Philippine Energy Research and Policy Institute. Actually, we don't have amendments in that. For the National Capital Region.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Madam
go ahead
Chair,
po.
may I intervene? What the good chairwoman is mentioning is actually under the UP Resilience Institute, yes. And this was actually initiated way back in 2012, and we're only funding it in 2025. But during the time of Congressman Salceda, he and I had a budgetary amendment, not insertion, for the building of the UPRI. I'm not certain if it's up already, but it was 3 presidents ago that the UPRI in 2012, the president who became DTI secretary, Pascual. Yes, Fred and I were discussing this in 2012, the creation of the UP Institute, Resilience Institute. So thank you for mentioning Project NOAA of Mahar Lagmay, who was with DOST before. And I'm just putting a historical perspective because people might say, grabe, ang laki, 1 bilyon. Ano po, 13 years po nag-antay. And when this was conceptualized in 2012, I think I was defending their budget then, it was a very small amount during the time of President Pascual. So we support that, Mr. Chair. We upheld it in the Senate. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Lauren. Yes, Representative Happy Benitez.
May I add to that manifestation? But before I begin with my manifestation, I'd like to say that as a first-timer bicameral committee member, I'm honored and grateful and the only neophyte on this contingent. I expect to listen intently, work collaboratively, and to pass a fair and impactful budget for the Filipino people. What I do want to share that it was House Bill number 2577 that I filed in Congress for the 20th Congress, supporting the National Resilience Institute to make it a national, the UP Resilience Institute in the UP system to become a National Resilience Institute. And I do want to share and to add that the UP RI, which was powered by Project NOAA, has made accurate and real-time, high-quality hazard maps. No, and it has been used by a lot of local government units. And ever since nangyayari po sa atin yung mga climate disasters po sa atin, there's been, since it was updated in 2023, the website has had 35 million searches online. And during peak times, 2.6 million searches a day. Now, so it's very important that we can identify for flood mitigation efforts. And so, albeit this is seemingly large, 1.1 billion, but they need to update the hazard maps for the entire country, and last that has been updated was 2012. So I commend the Chair, Chair Mika, and of course Barsi, as well as the Senate for putting the 1 billion to Project NOAA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to marry the manifestation of Senator Legarda and Representative Benitez, actually, yung point po ni Senator Lauren, tama po yun. Kasi in the last few years, I think, bumaba po sila from having over 500 billion in allocations down to only 36 million a year. So, and despite the huge budget cut, they were still able to create all of these accurate hazard maps, which a lot of our kababayans really rely on, especially in times of flooding and rains. Ang maganda po dito, pagdating po sa Project NOAA, they're able to pinpoint exactly what color each zone is in terms of flooding hazard. So there's red zone, orange, and yellow. So ang pinag-uusapan po sa DPWH ay pwede pong pagbasihan yung hazard maps ng Project NOAA para po malaman kung saan lang pwede maglagay ng flood control structures sa mga susunod na taon. So just to marry po, send with the manifestations of Representative Legarda and Senator Legarda and Representative Benitez. Moving on, Mr. Chair, after the UP system, we go to the schools under the National Capital Region. On the part of the House, we propose an increase to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines of an increase of 55 million pesos from the current 3.623 million in the NEP to 3.67 million. For the under the Ilocos region, we propose an increase of my apologies, Mr. Chair, let me go straight to the Cordillera Administrative Region. Thank you very much, and my apologies for the delay. Under the UP system, Mr. Chair, my apologies. Aside from the 1 billion that we're adding in Project NOAA, we're actually adding another 20 million under the UP system. So that's a total of 1 billion 20 million. And then for the National Capital Region, we are adding 55 million to the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and 30 million for the Rizal Technological University. In the Ilocos region, Region 1, we are proposing an increase of 429 million pesos for the Mariano Marcos State University. And under the Cordillera Administrative Region, we propose an increase of 20 million to the Ifugao State University. Under the Cagayan Valley, we propose an increase of 332 million pesos for the Isabela State University. Under Region 3, we propose a 95 million increase to the Aurora State College of Technology and 100 million increase to the Bulacan State University. Under Region 4, we propose an increase of 50 million pesos for Southern Tagalog and Palawan. We propose an increase of 10 million pesos for Region 4 under Laguna State Polytechnic University. An increase of 40 million pesos to the Occidental Mindoro State College. An increase of 35 million pesos under the Catanduanes State University. An increase of 8.803 million for the Carlos C. Helado Memorial State College in the Negros Island region. An increase of 80 million pesos under Region 7, Cebu Technological University. In the region of Eastern Visayas, we propose an increase of 70 million pesos for Eastern Samar State University, 125 million pesos for Biliran Province State University or the Naval State University, an increase of 40 million pesos for the Samar State University, 30 million pesos for the Southern Leyte State University, 100 million pesos for the University of Eastern Philippines, and 150 million pesos for the Visayas State University. In Soxargen, Region 12, we propose an increase of 30 million pesos for the South Cotabato State College, an increase of 14 million pesos in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region for the Mindanao State University. So, Mr. Chair, those are all of our proposed increases for state universities and colleges, totaling 2.859 billion pesos.
On the part of the Senate, we'll start off with the University of the Philippines dahil maraming taga-UP ho dito. Itong Senator Kiko yata taga-UP. Senator Lauren din. So we'll start off with UP. For the University of the Philippine System, locally funded projects, renovation of PAS, Mendoza Hall, UP Manila, 30 million pesos. A locally funded project, treatment of X-linked dystonia Parkinson's, also known as Lubag syndrome, UPPGH, 15 million. I think this is your intervention, the Parkinson's Parkinson's project.
It's a very unique, it's a rare disease only found in the island of Panay in Region 6. Yun ang request ni Dr. Gap Legaspi.
This
Yeah.
is under PGH or UP?
PGH.
PGH, no? Because
PGH.
PGH under UP.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Locally funded projects, digitalization of oral narratives, UP Visayas, 12 million pesos. Locally funded projects, scholarship programs for professional masters in tropical marine ecosystem management and professional masters in operations oceanography, PMMO, Marine Science Institute, UP Diliman, 10.9 million pesos. Locally funded projects, development and implementation of the Philippine Secondary Levers Assessment 2026 to 2027, 200 million pesos. Hospital Services Program, provision of medical services, 6.7 billion pesos. I believe this is for UPPGH. Hospital Services Program, Universal Care Fund for Zero Balance Billing, 800 million pesos. UP Philippine Eye Research Institute, UP Peri, 81 million pesos. Increase in carrying capacity of UP Manila College of Medicine Simulation Laboratory, 20 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, UP Los Baños, 2 million pesos. Upgrading and commissioning of the Structural Engineering Laboratory for Earthquake Engineering, Institute of Civil Engineering, UP Diliman. Ba't wala ito? Sorry, the completion and commissioning of the wind tunnel facility for typhoon studies, Institute of Civil Engineering, UP Diliman, 250 million pesos. Establishments of Governance Reform, Innovation and Transformation Laboratory, GRIT Labs, UP National College of Public Administration and Governance, UP Diliman, 30 million pesos. Student Athletes Training and Competition Assistance Program, 30 million pesos. Implementation of the National Vision Screening Program, UP Manila, 10 million pesos. Integrated Mentoring and Mental Wellness Program, UP College of Medicine, Manila, 5 million pesos. Construction, rehabilitation of audiovisual room, South Road Properties Campus, UP Cebu, 21 million pesos. Construction, completion of dormitory for graduate students, UP Los Baños, 21.4 million pesos. Establishment of Health Innovation Hub, UP Mindanao, 18 million pesos. Development of the UP Artificial Intelligence Research Tool, UP System, 5.4 million pesos. Digital Futures Research Hub, empowering doctoral graduates through a collaborative mentoring system, UP Open University, 12 million pesos. Heritage Digitization and Publication Project, National Institute of Islamic Studies and Civilizations, UP Institute of Islamic Studies, UP Diliman, 5.5 million pesos. Smart Library, National Institute of Islamic Studies and Civilizations, UP Institute of Islamic Studies, UP Diliman, 4.5 million pesos. Repair and Rehabilitation of Atienza Hall, Department of Military Science, UP Diliman, 10 million pesos. And we go to the Philippine Energy Research and Policy Institute. The proposal is to the amount of 72 million pesos. and it's composed of the following: General and Administration and Support, 30 million pesos; Research and Development and Policy Utilization Program, provision of research services and policy development, 23 million pesos; Operation Technical Advisory Extension Program, provision of extension services, 18.7 million pesos. Now for the other SUCs in the National Capital Region, the Eulogio Amang Rodriguez Institute of Science and Technology, the proposal is 530 million pesos, composed of repainting of Irist building and replacement of old roofing in Apilado and Nudas building, 10 million pesos. Marikina Polytechnic College to the tune of 332 million pesos, composed of rehabilitation and repair of teacher education building and laboratories, 15 million pesos. To the Philippine Normal University, 1.5 billion pesos, composed of construction of a 3-story graduate school building, PNU Mindanao campus, 30 million pesos. Philippine State College of Aeronautics, 526 million pesos, composed of design and construction of academic building including physics and chemistry laboratory facilities, 12 million pesos. To the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, 3.7 billion pesos, composed of construction of multipurpose building, PUP Lopez Quezon campus, 50 million pesos, construction of academic building, phase 3, PUP Taguig, 15 million pesos, construction of multipurpose building, College of Engineering Extension building, PUP Santa Mesa, 50 million pesos. To the Technological University of the Philippines, 1.5 billion pesos. Construction and completion of multipurpose building, Barangay Western Bikutan, Taguig City, 40 million pesos. Now we go to Region 1, Ilocos. Don Mariano Marcos Memorial State University, 1.8 billion pesos, composed of construction of veterinary medicine building and animal hospital, 45 million pesos. Ilocos Sur Polytechnic State College, 551 million pesos, composed of completion of academic building, Tagudin campus, 45 million pesos. Pangasinan State University, 1.7 billion pesos, composed of construction of 3-story education building, Urdaneta campus, 30 million pesos. University of Northern Philippines, 1 billion pesos, composed of construction of the College of Nursing Academic Building 3, Phase 1, 45 million pesos. Now we go to the Cordillera Administrative Region. Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, 394 million pesos, composed of upgrading of the Agricultural, Academic, and Laboratory Building Main Campus, 30 million pesos. Apayao State College, 349 million pesos, composed of construction of 3-story criminology building, 30 million pesos. Benguet State University, 1 billion pesos, composed of completion of College of Medicine building phase 2, 30 million pesos. Kalinga State University, 505 million pesos, composed of construction of Criminology Academic Facility phase 1, Bulanao campus, 30 million pesos. Mountain Province State University, 525 million pesos, composed of completion of 7-story engineering and technology building, Tadian campus, 30 million pesos. We go to Region 2, Batanes State College, 195 million pesos, composed of construction, upgrading of academic building, Bachelor of Industrial Technology, Phase 1, 12 million pesos. Cagayan State University, 1.5 billion pesos, composed of construction of University Academic Building, 45 million pesos, Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Nueva Vizcaya State University, 864 million pesos, composed of construction of 3-story academic building, College of Teacher Education, Bayombong Campus, 20 million pesos. Quirino State University, 429 million pesos, construction of Office Administration Academic Building, Difun Campus, 20 million pesos. For Region 3, Central Luzon, Aurora State College of Technology, 363 million pesos, composed of Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos, Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Bataan Peninsula State University, 1 billion pesos, composed of renovation of training facilities to Food Laboratory Building, Abukay. Sorry, that's I read the wrong item. Rehabilitation of and extension of 2-story academic building, Balanga, Bataan, 35 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Bulacan Agricultural State College, 344 million pesos, composed of construction of multipurpose academic building with solar panel and rainwater harvesting facility, 33 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Bulacan State University, construction of Gender and Development Building at Campus 2, Malolos, Bulacan, 60 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Central Luzon State University, 1.2 billion pesos. Construction of composed of construction of climate resilient General Academic Building A, 40 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Nueva Ecija University of Science and Technology, 1.4 billion pesos. Composed of construction of academic building and training center, Phase 2. San Isidro Tabon Campus, 15 million pesos. Then Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Pampanga State Agricultural University, 631 million pesos. Construction of composed of construction of 2-story College of Business, Economics, and Entrepreneurship Building, 30 million pesos. Composed of Tulong Dunong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Pampanga State University, 1.2 billion pesos. Completion of 12 Classroom 3 Academic Building with Site Development Porac Campus, 25 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. The Philippine Merchant Marine Academy, 351 million pesos, composed of construction of academic building, main campus, 30 million pesos, and Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. President Ramon Magsaysay State University, 743 million pesos, construction 3-story College of Engineering Academic Building, Iba Campus, 40 million pesos, Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Tarlac Agricultural University, 522 million pesos, rehabilitation of old building, 30 million pesos. Futures Thinking, 2 million pesos, construction of College of Education Child Research and Development Laboratory Experiences, 20 million pesos, Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Tarlac State University, construction of academic building for College of Engineering, Tarlac State University, 1 billion pesos, construction of academic building for College of Engineering, 40 million pesos, Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion pesos. Now for Region 4, Southern Tagalog and Palawan. Region 4A, Calabarzon, Batangas State University, 2.4 billion pesos. Future Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Construction of 10-story Engineering Hub, Academic Building, 200 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 100 million pesos. Cavite State University, 2.1 billion pesos. Completion of 3-story of College of Engineering and Business Management Building, CCAT Campus, 42 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Tulong Dulong Program, 1.1 billion. Million, no? Million ba ito? Billion. Million pesos. Laguna State Polytechnic College, 1.1 billion pesos. Construction of 4-story, 24 classroom academic building, 36 million pesos. Replacement of gymnasium roofing system, including sea-purin repairs and insulation, 6 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Southern Luzon State University, 761 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 billion pesos. 1.1 million. University of Rizal System, 934 million pesos. Rehabilitation of ISR Academic Building, Morong Campus, 12 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Marinduque State University, 418 million pesos. Futures Thinking Program, 2 million pesos. Construction of academic building for College of Arts and Sciences, 12 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Mindoro State University, 487 million pesos. Establishment of Industrial Technology Education Laboratory, Phase 2, 30 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Occidental Mindoro State College, 684 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Palawan State University, 1 billion pesos. Construction of 1-story academic and laboratory building, 3 classrooms at PSU Main Campus, Puerto Princesa City, 15 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Romblon State University, 615 million pesos. Composed of construction of academic building in RSU San Agustin Campus, 40 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Tulong-dulong program, 1.1 million pesos. Western Philippines University, 590 million pesos. Rehabilitation of Higher Education Building, Main Campus, 30 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Tulong-dulong, 1.1 million pesos. To Region 5, Bicol Region, Bicol State College of Applied Sciences and Technology, 318 million pesos. Construction of 5-story academic building 2, Phase 4, 15 million pesos. Bicol University, 1.1 billion pesos. Completion of BU College of Medicine Building Extension, 30 million pesos. Future Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Construction of Bicol University Health Sciences Building, Legazpi City, Albay, Phase 1, 50 million pesos. Camarines Norte State College, 584 million pesos. Construction of 3-story IFMS Academic Building, Mercedes Campus, 30 million pesos. Camarines Sur Polytechnic Colleges, 744 million pesos. Construction of 4-story academic building, College of Health Sciences, Academic Building 4, Nabua Campus, 40 million pesos. Catanduana State University, 793 million pesos. Completion of Student Convention Center with Amphitheater, 25 million pesos. Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, 1.2 billion pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Repair Rehabilitation of Electronics and Electrical Classrooms Building, CBSUA, Calabanga Campus, 12 million pesos. Dr. Emilio Espinosa Senior Memorial State College of Agriculture Technology, 346 million pesos. Construction of 4-story smart academic and laboratory building for business management program, 30 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Partido State University, 727 million pesos. Construction of Criminology Academic Building, Lagonoy Campus, 24 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Sorsogon State University, 677 million pesos. Construction of Integrated Academic Laboratory and Library Building, 36 million pesos. Now we go to Region 6, Aklan State University, 760 million pesos. Composed of construction of academic building main campus, 30 million pesos. Capiz State University, 1.2 billion pesos, composed of construction of academic building and analytical laboratory for fisheries and marine researches, Pontevedra campus, 40 million pesos. Guimaras State University, 380 million pesos. Completion of CBM building main campus, 30 million pesos. Iloilo Science and Technology University, 1.1 billion pesos. Rehabilitation of vertical expansion of academic building, K building, Iloilo City Campus, 40 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Iloilo State University of Fisheries, Science and Technology, 601 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Completion of academic building main campus, 12 million pesos. Northern Iloilo State University, 827 million pesos. Construction of 3-story general academic building, 24 million pesos. University of Antique, 801 million pesos. This is in your hometown.
Hindi ko amendment yan.
Hindi.
Salamat.
Ano yan? Committee.
Salamat.
Construction and completion of classroom buildings, Sibalom Campus, 14 million pesos. Construction, completion of classroom buildings, Libertad Campus, 14 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. West Visayas State University, 2.3 billion pesos. Composed of rehabilitation of Ramon Magsaysay Hall, Academic Building, College of Physical Education, Sports, Culture, and Recreation, 15 million pesos. Negros Island Region, Central Philippine State University, 632 million pesos. Construction of Agribusiness Program, Facility Phase 1, Main Campus, 30 million pesos. Negros Oriental State University, 1.1 billion pesos. Expansion of 60 classroom academic building, 45 million pesos. Siquijor State College, 203 million pesos. Composed of expansion of engineering learning spaces, construction of the engineering learning space, 50 million pesos. State University of Northern Negros, 365 million pesos. Construction, completion of nursing and allied health services academic building, phase 6 Sagay Campus, 30 million pesos. We go to Region 7, Central Visayas, Bohol Island State University, 1 billion pesos. Composed of construction of 6-story academic building, College of Technology, Main Campus, Dawis Extension, 45 million pesos. Cebu Normal University, 644 million pesos. Composed of construction of 8-story academic building, Phase 2, Balamban Campus, 30 million pesos. Biliran Province State University, we go to Region 8, Eastern Visayas. Biliran Province State University, 832 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Eastern Samar State University, 927 million pesos. Construction of 2-story College of Medicine dormitory building, 25 million pesos. Eastern Visayas State University, 996 million pesos. Construction of 4-story College of Arts and Sciences Extension, Main Campus, 40 million pesos. Leyte Normal University, 618 million pesos. Construction of academic building, LNU San Isidro Campus, 30 million pesos. Northwest Samar State University, 680 million pesos. Construction of nursing building, Phase 1, 30 million pesos. And then another Futures Thinking research program, 2 million pesos. Palompon Institute of Technology, 460 million pesos. Construction of engineering building, Phase 2, 30 million pesos. We go to Region 9, Zamboanga Peninsula, Basilan State College, 315 million pesos. Composed of Futures Thinking Program, 2 million pesos. Construction of academic building, including Animal Science Laboratory, 12 million pesos. Srila State College, 640 million pesos. 604 million pesos. Composed of construction of academic building with laboratories and library. Biswangan Lakewood Campus, 30 million pesos. Construction of academic building, main campus, 30 million pesos. Construction of student center building, Caridad Tumingag Campus, 34 million pesos. Jose Rizal Memorial State University, 938 million pesos. Composed of construction of two-story, 10-classroom building with facilities, School of Engineering, 18 million pesos. Repair, rehabilitation of track and field oval, main campus, 20 million pesos. Western Mindanao State University, 1.3 billion pesos. Construction of three-story College of Agriculture academic building, San Ramon Campus, 30 million pesos. Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic State University, 719 million pesos. Construction of Technology Building Phase 1, College of Engineering and Technology, 18 million pesos. Zamboanga State College, Marine Sciences and Technology, 342 million pesos. Construction of Academic Building 2, Phase 1, 18 million pesos. We go to Region 10, Northern Mindanao. Ano ba ito? Region 10. Bukidnon State University, 1.1 billion pesos. Completion of Buksu Hotel Training Laboratory for BSHM, 50 million pesos. Completion of 5-story academic building, Phase 2, Quezon Campus, 25 million pesos. Completion of 5-story academic building, Kalilangan Campus, 25 million pesos. Construction of 3-story smart Camiguin Polytechnic State College. Ito parang kila ano ito Kila
Thank
JJ
you,
ito.
Mr. Chair.
Nawala tuloy ako, Jay. 286 million pesos. That includes construction of 3-story Smart Institute of Technology building, main campus, 30 million pesos. Central Mindanao University, 1.1 billion pesos. Construction of academic building, College of Education, 45 million pesos. Construction of covered court, main campus, 10 million pesos. MSU Iligan Institute of Technology, 1.6 billion pesos. Composed of repair of various academic building structures, 12 million pesos. Northern Bukidnon State College, 295 million pesos. Composed of completion and equipping of 4-story IT building Phase 4, 25 million pesos. Northern Mindanao State College of Science and Technology, 500 million pesos. Construction of Agriculture and Environmental Science building, 50 million pesos. University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, 1.7 billion pesos. Establishment of 3-story Smart Computing Academic Building, Phase 1, Orqueta Campus, 42 million pesos. University of Science and Technology, Southern Philippines, Cagayan de Oro Campus. Ano ba ito? Mayroon, I think that was in part of the, ano ito? Okay, all right. Okay, we go to Region 11.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
with your permission,
Yes.
before we leave Region 10, we'd like to appeal to the Senate, because if you will see Region 10, all the schools have capital outlay. But then my university in my city and my province, if you can see here, it's all blank, zero. So almost all our university, state colleges and universities, you gave capital outlay. But in the case of Cagayan de Oro Campus, University of Science and Technology, zero. University of Science and Technology in Claveria Campus, zero. Can we appeal that we include the following, Mr. Chairman, to be able to be, to be fair to everyone? And we only are requesting, Mr. Chairman, because in the House, we have agreed now there will be no capital outlay. But since the Senate has been giving capital outlay to all, actually all. But here, if you can see here, for Cagayan de Oro Campus and also Claveria Campus, zero. So we just may request the following for inclusion. Is that possible, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. President, we were advised by the DBM that the operating unit is the University of Science and Technology, Southern Philippines.
Yes.
So we were advised that the allocation will be in that university, Mr. President.
But if you can
I
see
think
here,
they
there
have
is
different
no...
campuses, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
there are two campuses, and there is no capital outlay. That is why, if you can see here, all the other universities in northern Mindanao, Region 10, they have what you have given them, their buildings and their laboratories and academic buildings. But then, nasiro kami dito, Mr. Chairman. So I would just like, therefore, to move that we add what is just needed by the campuses, Mr. Chairman. Yes, wala dito zero
Well, the PASOK, which suggested to us, PASOK actually compiled all the requests of the university, especially to increase their capacity, and they submitted to us. So they submitted to us the projects per university, not for extension campuses. So that's why in this case, the University of Science and Technology of Southern Philippines, the request went to that university, not to the extension campuses.
This is the main, the university is an amalgamation of the Cagayan de Oro campus and the Claveria campus. The main campus right now is the USTP Cagayan campus. And then the other amalgamated campus is Claveria campus. So we would just like to request. Can we just, yeah.
Yes, may I just help out the chair? Of course, but you're the chair of this, right? Yeah. But I also spoke to Dr. Tirso Ronquillo, who's the president of the state universities. To be fair to the chair, he did not select which university will have this and that. We left it to the state universities. So it was Dr. Ronquillo who submitted it to the chair. So they selected. And we know, of course, and Attorney Kong Rufus knows this, that while funding has been given to selected mother campuses, not all extension or satellite campuses were funded. For example, University of Antique, the Hamtic campus and my other campuses had zero funding. I see in your university, you have the main funding under the Oroquieta campus, which is of course not in your district. Like yung sa amin, Sibalom and Libertad. But there are 3 others in Kaluya, in Hamtic, which were zero funded also. The chair requests, and it's up to you because this was the recommendation of the PASUK upon the consultation with the president of the SUC. But if the congressman so wishes, the chair is willing to move the funding if you say that the main campus is Cagayan de Oro, to move it to the Cagayan de Oro campus. He is willing to do that, right?
But we would not wish also, the USTP system has two main campuses which were amalgamated by law, which I was the author. We have other five satellite campuses. We're not asking for the five satellite campuses, no. But we're only saying because of the density of students in Cagayan de Oro campus, 15,000 students. We need this following budget. It's not very big. If we'd like to bring this out, because otherwise, we will not have any capital outlay in the two amalgamated campuses comprising the USTP. I am not asking for the five satellite. Of course, one satellite has been given 52, that is in the province of, in Oroqueta, Misamis Occidental. So these are what you'd like to ask, Mr. Chairman, if you permit us to propose. Now, for Cagayan de Oro campus, we are only asking for 50 million for the completion of the 8-story educational and student computer phase 3, computers, building. So it's a completion because right now, the building is not completed. So we're only asking for 50 million. But they're asking for more. But I am saying, because they're asking here to complete it 150 million, I said no, we'll only ask 50 million. And then the second very important request is the continuation of the Faculty Learning Resources Center Phase 2. They asked for 150 million. I'm only asking for 50 million. So they're asking 300 million, which is really, so big in this BICAM hearing. I'm only asking for 50 and 50. 100. That is for the Cagayan de Oro campus. The other main campus in the amalgamated USTP is Claveria. And they're asking, Mr. Chairman, they're asking for the auditorium and multipurpose training center. They're asking 110 million. I'm only asking for 50 million for Claveria. A total of 150 million. Otherwise, we can see here all from Region 1 to Region 16, all of them receive capital outlay. But then my university, and I sit there as the USTP board of trustees because I was designated by Chairman Jude Asidre. Mr. Chairman, it will be difficult for me not to be able to appeal to you because you have been giving capital outlay to everyone. And then dito, kami lang, in this page and the other pages, ang zero dito, ito lang dalawang campuses na ito. So that is what we'd like to ask, Mr. Chairman, that you be able to, at least be able to give Cagayan de Oro. It is the seat of, in Region 10, this is the seat of education. Can we have that, Mr. Chairman?
May I request for a minute suspension, Chairperson Mika?
Meeting suspended.
Bicam. So we are at the, and I thank Congressman Rufus for really taking care of his district, especially the universities there. Kailangan ho talagang matutukan yung mga pangangailangan po ng ating university. And you have our support, Congressman Rufus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Parang nag-round trip to the Philippines na ho tayo. So, Region 11, Davao. So, Davao de Oro State College, 439 million. That includes construction of 5-story, 30 classroom administrative academic building. Phase 1, Maragusan branch, 37.5 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Davao del Norte State College, 537 million pesos. Composed of construction of 4-story academic building, Phase 1 main campus, 30 million pesos. Future Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Davao del Sur State College, 390 million pesos. Locally funded project, retrofitting of damaged general education academic building, 30 million pesos. Davao Oriental State University, 669 million pesos. Futures Thinking Program, 2 million pesos. Construction of 3-story green technology building, Phase 4 main campus, 22.5 million pesos. Construction of 2-story modernized academic building, 18.5 million pesos. Southern Philippines Agribusiness and Marine Aquatic School of Technology, 266 million pesos. Completion of Program Learning Center, replacement of classroom damaged by earthquake, Phase 3, Malita Campus, 30 million pesos. University of Southern Philippines, 1 billion pesos. Composed of completion of 5-story academic building, Tagum Unit, Tagum Mabini Campus, 30 million pesos. Futures Thinking Research Program, 2 million pesos. Region 12, Soxergen, 2.3 million pesos. Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, 240 million pesos. Construction of Criminology Building, 28.8 million pesos. Sultan Kudarat State University, 692 million pesos. Composed of construction of College of Medicine Building, Phase 2, 18 million pesos. University Southern Mindanao, 1.1 billion pesos. Establishment of Cacao Center of Excellence in Research, Development, Innovations, and Capacity Enhancement, 45 million pesos. Region 13, Caraga. Agusan del Sur State College of Agriculture and Technology, 544 million pesos. Locally funded projects, completion of academic building, College of Teacher Education, 30 million pesos. Caraga State University, 1.1 billion pesos. Construction of College of Forestry and Environmental Science Building Complex, 45 million pesos. Northeastern Mindanao State University, 1.4 million pesos. Construction of academic classroom, advanced DBMG building, 45 million pesos. Surigao del Norte University, 722 million pesos. Construction of academic building, College of Engineering, 30 million pesos. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. At Diong Memorial State College, 165 million pesos. Construction of academic and administrative building, 18.5 million pesos. Cotabato State University, 407 million pesos. Construction of 5-story college and art science building, 30 million pesos. Mindanao State University, 6.2 billion pesos. Improvement and upgrading of academic building, College of Engineering and Computing Sciences, MSU Maguindanao, 72 million pesos. Construction of academic facility for Peace, Culture, and Arts, MSU General Santos, 35 million pesos. MSU Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanography, 1 billion pesos. Repair of academic structures, 30 million pesos. Futures Thinking Program, 2 million pesos. Sulu State College, 476 million pesos. Construction of completion of four-story academic building, 28.5 million pesos. Futures Thinking, 2 million pesos. Construction, completion of information communication technology building, 42 million pesos. Tawi-Tawi Regional Agricultural College, 279 million pesos. Construction of academic building, Tarawakan Campus, 24 million pesos. May, ano ito? Nakalimutan ko. I think I missed one university, Tarlac State University. Ito ba yan? This one? Yes. Center for Peace, Center for Peace, Indigenous Peoples Resources and Development, CPIRD, 700,000. So any questions? I think that completes the SUCs. So any question, comments, motions?
Mr. Chair,
Sir Chair.
Yeah.
ikaw na mag-
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
I would like to recognize the Honorable Maricar Zamora.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Just manifestation, seeing that there are proposal from the Senate for the additional tulong-dunong programs for several universities, particularly for universities in regions 3 and 4. Just for a manifestation, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we wish also to see Senate intervention for tulong-dunong program for other regions, especially for Visayas and Mindanao, because here in the proposal, we only see proposal for tulong-dunong for 3 regions and not for all state universities. While we understand that there could be some priorities, but as a representative from Mindanao, I also wish to see Senate intervention for universities and colleges in Mindanao and Visayas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We'll take note of that, Congresswoman Maricar Zamora. Thank you for that comment.
I would now like to recognize Senior Vice Chairperson Abet Garcia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. May tanong lang po ako, Madam Chair. If you remember, during the budget hearing ng mga state universities sa House, and it was chaired by 3 vice chairs ng Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, ng mga state universities, ang pinakamalaking hiniling nila or concern nila ay yung utang na for many, many years ay hindi nababayaran sila sa kanila with regards to free college education na by law, kailangan nababayaran sila at nare-replenish sa pondo nila. And this concern was brought to the attention of our leadership. Kasama rin po yung ating minority. And they requested the chair to look for additional sources. So this was presented earlier na nakahanap po kayo ng fiscal space sa NEP to the tune of 4 billion pesos at nakahanap po kayo ng idle funds sa Higher Education Development Fund to the tune of 7 plus billion pesos to complete the 12 billion peso na utang. So I just want to make sure, Mr. Chair, na dito sa aproba natin, yung mga state universities totaling to around 114 who in the version of the House are bent to receive a windfall amount. I just want to make sure na dito sa final version ay matutuloy ito dahil ito yung matagal nang iniintay ng ating mga state universities at ng ating mga estudyante. Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, SVC. So, ano po, the assurance that we can give is intact po yun. So dalawang bagay po yun. As mentioned earlier, we already gave an additional 2.8 billion pesos for the state university. So yun po talaga allocation nila for their different locally funded projects. On top of that, we will be giving them the windfall amount that would result to the payment of deficiencies to SUCs. So ito pong yung 12.31 billion pesos to be exact na ibabayad po sa mga SUCs dun po sa kakulangan sa implementasyon ng UACTE ay idadagdag pa po dun sa idinagdag po ng Kongreso at ng Senado para po sa 114 na mga state universities and colleges. So in effect po, I believe, Senwin, may I ask po what would be the total increase to the 114 state universities and colleges?
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Because this,
Go ahead po.
remember, it was
Yeah.
a non-working,
May bagyo.
stormy day when we met with all the state universities and colleges presidents in Manila Polo Club, the chair and myself, and the hearing was canceled in the Senate, and we still met with them with Dr. Tirso Ronquillo. And they brought up the subject matter of what Congressman, my dear friend Abet Garcia mentioned, and of course, we told them that no matter what, we will ensure that in the GAA and in forthcoming years, the budget for the free quality tertiary education would be based on the current enrollment, not on a computed number which was wrong. I don't want to blame an agency of government. Having said that, we assure the House that whatever amendment you did, and the source would be the Higher Education Fund, Chair Shirley Agrupis had confirmed that in the hearing, because whatever was discussed in that privately held meeting was replayed, if I may use that word, in the Senate hearing and in plenary as well. And we will ensure that that is carried until the BICAM, until it is signed by the President. Let us also kindly put it on record that when the DBM puts the amount, it must follow the current year's enrollment and the possibility of the increasing enrollment. The reason for the backlog or the lack of funds in the past years was a wrong computation used allegedly, I don't want to blame, by the DBM. But I believe it's resolved, Mr. Chair. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And the funds are provided for, as of now, in the Senate version.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you for raising that, Congressman Garcia. I recall in your hearing in the House, yes, that was discussed as well. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, Senator Loren. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Actually,
Thank
that's
you,
a
Madam Chair.
long-time problem. I think that problem has been plaguing the SUCs for many years. And finally, both the House and the Senate has finally resolved this by allocating 4 billion from the GAA or from the budget and another 8 billion from the Higher Education Development Fund. So tapos na ho yung problema na yun.
Yes.
But kailangan ma-resolve yung formula ko or else babalik ulit yung problema
Yes,
next year.
Correct. Thank you, Chair, for raising that. Let it be said that every year, hindi dapat ginagamot ng BICAM o ng Kongreso o ng Senado ang kakulangan. Kaya nga dapat tama na yung komputasyon para sa NEP pa lang tama na. Kasi batas ito. This is similar to the PhilHealth issue. Bakit tinimbang ngunit kulang? Bakit 53 ba bilang sa NEP ng 2026, dapat plus 16B kung tama yung computation. So ganun din sa free college education. Dapat tama ang computation ayon sa mga enrollees sa susunod na taon para hindi gagamutin na naman, hahabulin sa GAB o sa GAA. Yeah, so I'm glad we are of the same mind and we share that advocacy, all of us in this hall today, so we make sure that the NEP next 2027 will be correctly computed. Thank you for raising that.
I'll just add to that. So we actually put in two special provisions pertaining to this. The first would be to ensure that the HEDF will be committed by CHED towards this purpose. Because in the previous years, we found out that apparently the HEDF has been accumulating for the last 27 years, untouched. Nakita po namin na meron pong laman na 12 billion pesos sa HEDF na higit 2 dekada na natutulog. So when we were able to see that, we created a special provision as reflected in the HGAB to make sure, essentially to force CHED to commit and DBM also to commit to releasing the 7.82 billion pesos for the purpose of paying the deficiency to SUC. So talaga pong we made sure that the special provision is so specific that DBM and CHED will really have to comply. We even put in the amount so they would no longer be able to flex out of the situation. The second one po, to the point of Senator Lauren, in terms of the computation, essentially the shortfall every single year emanated from the fact that there's a discrepancy in terms of the estimated number of enrollees as reflected in the NEP and the actual number of enrollees. Lumaki po ng lumaki yung gap every year. So we put in another special provision in the HGAB, and this is something that we would have to reconcile as well, wherein we essentially mandated PASOK, CHED, and the DBM that during the budget call, they already need to do that alignment. And there would be a deadline for SUCs to submit their projected enrollees for the following year. So just to say, we're doing this, we're doing a two-pronged approach. First is that we will pay the current deficiency to SUCs amounting to 12.31 billion. Para po yung kakulangan for the last 5 years, okay na yon, done na po, settled na. But the second approach, and I would think the more important facet of this solution, is to make sure this deficiency no longer happens again in the future. So that's why, aside from making sure that the 12.31 billion pesos is funded, we have these two special provisions as well to safeguard against any shortcomings in terms of actualizing this provision. Pero yun po, rest assured that the payment of deficiency to SUCs is secured despite all of the additions to the different SUCs.
Okay, maraming salamat, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, and Senator Loren.
Just a last note on that. Thank you for that, Chair Mika and Kong Abet. Alam niyo, sinabi ng mga SUCs, dahil sila nag-aabono para punuin yung batas na ginawa natin, nawawalan sila ng pondo sa mga regular programs sa kabataan. So ang nawala talaga yung mga benepisyo ng mga bata. Ang dami nilang kinancel na ongoing programs nila just to fill in the billions that were missing for the past year. So this is really a very good step that both houses are doing, that we're filling it up. And again, dapat tama na sa NEP 2027. So thank you for bringing it up.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Pepito Alvarez.
Kung wala na ibang issue, I move from the omnibus approval of all budget of the SUCs in all regions. So move, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Duly seconded by our colleagues. The budget, yes.
Just very quickly for the information of not just our colleagues, but those who are viewing us live stream through live streaming. May we just place on record the Tulong Dunong program, because it was repeated over and over for, I think, 28 or 18 SUCs would have it. What is the program? How do we ensure that that it is availed of? Who do they go to? Because there is a Tulong Dunong in the state universities, and then a Tulong Dunong with the CHED. In fact, with CHED, it's about a little over 2 billion. So how does this work? Just for the record, Mr. Chairman.
So since this is downloaded directly to the state universities will implement that scholarship program in particular. So iba po yung sa CHED, iba po yung sa mga state universities. So that's how you operationalize the ones in the state universities.
And this is administered by the state universities.
Yes, administered
and
by
the-
state universities. But they also follow the CHED guidelines as to income, as to qualifications, as to minimum grades.
How does that work in tandem with the free universal tertiary level education?
From what I see on the ground, so free higher education, wala silang tuition fee, but in poorest of the poor, they give additional stipend so that they can buy books, they can buy materials for their subjects or for their course. So that's how they extend help to those who need extra help, even though it's already free in terms of tuition fees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so
Mr. Chair, sorry, that's a very actually valid question. I think that was a point of Representative Zamora earlier. Given that you've already downloaded the Tulong Dunong straight to the SUCs, does CHED have internal guidelines to make sure that the Tulong Dunong program downloaded straight to SUCs follow the same guidelines as those funds downloaded in the TDP program lodged within CHED Central Office? Yun po siguro yung may mechanism ba? Is there a mechanism currently that allows that? Because actually this is the first time personally that I've heard of Tulong Dunong funds being lodged directly in the funds of SUCs.
From what I understand, they follow the CHED guidelines. No? For example, in terms of who can avail, in terms of minimum grades, all of those. So they follow the CHED guidelines.
Kasi, Mr. Chair, if I may, notice, Mr. Chair, in some of the state universities, like here in Cordillera, they don't have that Tunong Dunong. Also in Cagayan Valley, I see Tulong Dunong dito lang po sa Central Luzon and other regions, pero doon po sa CAR and then sa Ilocos region, maging dito po sa NCR, wala po tayong Tulong Dunong. So parang may mga lugar na may Tulong Dunong, pero may mga state universities na wala naman po.
It depends on kung meron pong mga requests from the state universities. So kung meron silang mga requests, nagpapadala ho sila ng mga request letters sa Senate at doon naman po rin-rationalize kung sino po ang makakatanggap.
And also, Mr. Chair, siguro we have to inform the school itself, the management, to inform the students. Kasi may mga students po, Mr. Chair, na hindi nila alam na merong there's such thing as a scholarship or funding for their board and lodging, etc. May mga estudyante pong hindi alam. So, kailangan talaga siguro yung information dissemination within the school campus na meron pong available na tulong-dulong mula sa pamahalaan.
Thank you for that. Actually, there's a pending motion. I'll rule on that first. So
Chairwin, my
Yeah.
apologies. I am on the phone with Chairperson Shirley Agrupis right now. So let me just quickly clarify this point. Perhaps because it's stated as a different line item. So if we approve it as such, then perhaps if the decision of CHED is that it has to be lodged under CHED Central Office, we may be approving something that's not implementable. So if I may po, Chairman Shirley Agrupis po is on the phone with me. May I request po for a minute suspension?
Suspend.
I'm glad on the line. I remember when Shirley was a SUC president, she used to request for scholarships. And she told me at that time, pag diretso raw ang pondo sa SUC, mas mabilis mag-facilitate sa estudyante. At that time, with all due respect, whoever was the chair of CHED. But of course, now she's in CHED. And she prefers all the funds there. So it's really up to us. We leave it to you, to us. Anong mas maganda? Kasi the SUC presidents, they want the funds diretso so that they should not ask CHED, that's a processing din sa kanila. Pag diretso, then they decide the 4P scholars, poorest of the poor, whoever. So, but now that she's the chair, if she wants it all under her watch, it's really okay. But I used to give her scholarships, everywhere, and she would say, maganda pag diretso. SUC president will say, diretso na sa amin. Okay, but it's up to them, whatever they wish. That's why, so chair, so.
For the record po, Sen. Lauren, Sen. Win, upon conferring with Chairperson Agrupis, so there's actually no procedural or legal impediments to lodging it in the SUC. So at least that's clear. So it's really up to the BICAM as to whether we want to centralize all the Tulong Dunong funds to CHED Central Office or keep them there.
So,
in
Mr.
the
Chair,
SUCs.
Madam Chair, so what's the decision? Do we have to leave it to the
I
to
suggest-
CHED or go directly to the SUCs?
Okay.
We'll download it to SUCs.
It can be both because a scholar, whatever it's called, a scholarship assistance can go through CHED, that's the tertiary education subsidy, the TES, and there's Tulong Dunong. But a scholarship assistance can also be an amendment to a specific SUC. For example, yung SUC ni attorney ko.
University of Science and
Yun.
Technology of Southern
Kung
Philippines.
gusto mo mag-amend, pwede ka maglagay ng scholarship assistance, let's say 1 million to that SUC, and the students, you will not touch the funds, it doesn't go through the lawmaker, but the SUC will implement it, depende kung. And all the SUC presidents I talk to always say, sana diretso na, kasi ang bagal noon pag galing kay CHED, and Shirley would do the same before. So I suggest, since it's there already, and the SUCs already know that it's lodged under them, and there's no legal impediment. And the LBRMO did that. So we
And, Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the thing is, there are Region 3 and Region 4 has tulong-dulong directly to the state colleges. Mindanao, which has the 6 poorest provinces in the country, of the 10 poorest, walang tulong-dunong. So yan ang problema natin. So whether it is handled by CHED or by the school, it's clear that Mindanao is shut out of tulong-dulong, all the 6 regions, and that is a shutout. And, Mindanao, under the PSA report, 6 of the poorest provinces are in Mindanao, and therefore, most of the students in our state university colleges are very, very poor that would need tulong-dunong. Just a manifestation, Mr. Chairman. That is what happened. Meron ng Region 3 and 4, wala ang Regions 9, 10, 11, 12, Caraga, and BARM.
Alam mo, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I agree with Congressman Rufus. Wala naman po siguro state college universities na walang mahirap na estudyante. Kaya po sila nandyan because they don't have money.
Magandang sinabi nyo. So we can move to put tulong-dunong directly to all SUCs, assuming there's fiscal space. I would like that. I hope we can do that, as long as there's fiscal space. Yes, there's none in Mindanao. If the 2 chairs would agree, but where do you find the funds that you will take it from? So the options would be to put the tulong-dunong, which is on the record, back to CHED, right? Back to CHED, and nothing would stay in any SUC, or we give all SUCs as manifested by Congressman Rodriguez. So I leave it to the body.
Mr. Chairman, well, with the permission of the chairman, as it is, CHED has 2 billion of the tulong-dunong, and therefore maybe a special provision to provide that such amounts should be allocated to state universities where the tulong-dunong budget is not available, or something like that, Mr. President. Or we can start, pero maliit yung 2 billion.
Yeah, I think we can, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I think we can start doing that. Spread out this 2 billion or kahit na mga 2.5, magtira ka na lang sa CHED na mga 200 million or 500 million, then 2.2 will go to the state universities and colleges. It will be easier and quicker for the students to ask for assistance rather than magre-request pang SUC sa CHED and then babalik pa. It will take some time. Baka tapos na yung klase, tsaka palang dumarating yung tulong-duno.
The only, like, I'm okay with both options. The only impediment I'm seeing in the other option, which is to lodge it into the different SUCs, is that we relied on the information from Chairperson Agrupis as to the estimate of how much tulong-dunong they would need for the following year. And I don't know how granular her data is. Does she already know how much each of the SUCs would need? I think that's the only impediment that I'm seeing, given the time constraint also that the BICAM would need to come up with a report, and then we would need to have it ready as soon as possible. So given that, just looking at the time constraint, on having to put together the BICAM report at the soonest possible time, the option I'm leaning towards is to centralize all tulong-dunong to CHED, central office.
So I think there's a meeting of the minds to centralize it. So there's a pending motion to approve it. May I have, will you amend the motion?
The tulong-dunong in the universities that were mentioned will now be under the CHED tulong-dunong. Yes, I move.
All right.
Second the motion.
That's the case. The budget of the SUCs, including the University of the Philippines, is now approved, and the tulong-dulong program that were mentioned in each universities will be transferred to the CHED.
Mr. Chairman?
All right.
There's just I did the math. No? I was listening to the amounts that were allocated earlier. 1 million, 2 million per SUC, no? But if my math is correct, if it's 2 billion and there are 113 state universities, that's about 17 million each. So, in other words, yung maliliit na 1 million can actually get 17 million if it is divided equally among the different. But of course, we leave that to CHED, no? Because different state universities will have different considerations and population and needs, etc.
Mr. Chairman, the tulong-dulong that I have learned, have known
Representative
about.
Rodriguez, my
Yes.
apologies. Please kindly wait to be recognized. I would first like to recognize Representative Pepito Alvarez and then Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Yung tulong-dunong, hindi lang naman yun sa mahirap. Kung mahirap lang lahat ang bigyan, wala tayong talagang pera na ganyan karami. Pagkatapos, meron yung criteria, dapat deserving. Mahirap nga siya, bigyan mo ng pera, hindi naman siya deserving, hindi na mag-aaral yun. So that's my point. Kailangan deserving, kailangan may grado rin. Kaya mabuti, centralize mo na lang sa CHED, kasi I'm so afraid, also in the state universities, marami rin corruption. And that is true. Palawan State University is number 1 corrupt also. Wala akong magawa. They're not under me, so I do not suggest that we put the money in the SUCs. I'm sorry, but it's true. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez.
Yes, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. The tulong-dulong originally, and should be, is to the private schools, private universities. Because our SUCs, free tuition na sila. And that is why I'm surprised now we are putting money to state universities, because I have been having that for the past 15 years, except the last 3 years, na wala ng tulong-dunong, binalik ngayon. It's really for those studying in private universities to be able to help them, being in the private school system. Because actually, the private tertiary system is complementary to the state system. So yun talaga eh. So that is why tulong-dulong has always been given kasi for the past wala talaga yung SUCs because free tuition na sila and fees. Dito sa nangangailangan from the private sector, private universities that those are very poor as stated by Chairman Peter Alvarez. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, so with that, we already voted, so we just want to seek the assurance of Chairperson Agrupias. Please make sure that the Tulong Dunong program is implemented a lot quicker than it used to be in the previous years. Kasi po dati, graduate na yung estudyante, hindi pa lumalabas yung scholarship grant nila. So hopefully with the funding that we're giving them for fiscal year 2026, the implementation of the Tulong Dunong program will also be improved.
Gusto ko lang mapahabol, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. I mean, point of clarification. Tulong Dunong is not only for like tuition fees. Rather, it is also being used by poor students at the SUCs, particularly in provinces. Board and lodging, transportation, food, and allowances. Kaya doon nga sila sa SUCs. Kaya nga, that's why they need that. That's my point of view, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Hindi dumating yung tulong, kaya hindi nadagdagan yung dunong. Graduate.
All right, thank you. Thank you for
With
those
that, Mr.
comments.
Chair, let's move to the next agency. I believe CHED, we're moving to CHED.
Yes, to Commission on Higher Education.
Mr. Chair, on the part of CHED, we'll just wait for the screen to catch up. For CHED, on the part of the House, for the Commission on Higher Education, we propose several amendments from the NEP as adopted in the HGAB. So as an increase to the UACTE, or the Universal Access to Quality Tertiary Education Act, we added 2.98 billion pesos. On top of that, we are also, as mentioned earlier, proposing for 4.5 billion pesos to be allocated also under UACTE for the payment of deficiency to SUCs. Third would be for Tulong Dunong program. We are proposing to add 2.7 billion pesos. And for increased subsidy for training and research for SUCs, we are proposing an increase of 228 million. So from the NEP levels for UACTE, the increase in tests and UACTE payment of deficiency to SUCs combined, that would be a total increase of 7.5 billion pesos for UACTE, from 27.4 billion pesos in the NEP to 34.9 billion pesos in the HGAB. And again, for Tulong Dunong program, that would be an increase of 2.7 billion pesos. That's it for the part of the House.
Thank you. Chairperson Mika, on the part of the Senate, for for Commission on Higher Education, 74.3 billion pesos. For universal access to quality tertiary education, 40 billion pesos. For Tulong Dunong program, the Senate subsumed this under the universal access to quality tertiary education. For locally funded project improvement enhancement of ICT infrastructure for digitally empowered CHED, central and regional offices through strengthened office productivity and higher education information system, 100 million pesos. For repair and refurbishment works for the CHED 5 offices, 150 million pesos. For seed fund for development of medical schools in SUCs, 440 million pesos. Implementation of English Laboratory Phase 1, 50 million pesos. For financial support for related learning experience requirements in Allied Health Sciences Program, 500 million pesos. For medical scholarships and return service program, 1 billion pesos.
74 na banggit mo kanina.
Sorry, I misread the budget of the CHED. It's 47 billion pesos. Dito ka muna. So any comments, any motions?
Senwin, I was just hoping to clarify the Tulong Dunong program as indicated here. Does that already include the transferred amounts from the SUCs?
Not yet, not yet. So we will effect that later on. That's why we need to balance the records later on. So any comments? Any?
So, Mr. Chair, before we solicit a motion, for the record, we were able to increase the budget of the Commission on Higher Education from 33.1 billion in the NEP to 43.6 billion pesos in the HGAB, and finally, in the proposal, that would be 47.4 billion pesos. So that is a 14 billion increase for the Commission on Higher Education.
Any motion? Any questions?
I move that the budget for the Commission on Higher Education be approved, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Duly seconded. The budget for the Commission on Higher Education is hereby approved. We go to TESDA, Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. We'll suspend the proceedings. proceedings.
Thank you, Senwin, and to the BICAM conferees for indulging the few minutes. I called Sec Kiko Benitez just to clear something about the special provision indicated under TWSP. So before I get to that, so I'll first note the amounts that we added for under the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority from a four-step. We propose to add 2.09 billion pesos, bringing it from 12.6 billion in the NEP to 14.7 billion in the HGAB. Subsequently, for the TWSP, we propose to add 1.54 billion pesos to change it from 5.3 billion pesos in the NEP up to 6.8 billion pesos in the HGAB. So, Senwin, just wanted to clarify on one point because one of the disagreeing points between the HGAB and the Senate version pertaining to the special provision of TWSP is that upon the request of Secretary Kiko Benitez, the amount as indicated in the TWSP would have to be broken down into different courses with amounts specified for each type of course. We conferred with Sec Kiko Benitez kasi po medyo nawawalan po ng flexibility if the amounts are indicated specifically for each of the different courses. So ideally, or the preference would be to give Sec Kiko the flexibility to be able to move around the funds within TWSP to essentially respond to whichever programs are more in demand either by the students or by the private sector in compliance with the law of the tripartite approach to education and labor. So yun po siguro yung aming masasabi lang. I think in terms of the amounts, these are the amounts that we're advocating for, but we're hoping for us to reach an agreement as to the version of the special provision because upon conferring with Sec Kiko Benitez, he gave his concurrence that he's okay if we take out the amounts as specified under the different courses. So that would also give TESDA the flexibility to be more responsive and adaptive. So that's it on our part, Senwin.
Thank you for that. And indeed, special provision came from the agency.
Yes.
And I believe also that the agency received that from the Private Sector Advisory Council, the PSAC.
Yes.
So, and that is to make sure that we have amounts allocated to emerging skills like artificial intelligence, healthcare, and information technology. But we're very aware that it might be restrictive, so we can work with the House in making it more flexible.
Thank you. Thank you, Senwin. I think at least for the comfort of the BICAM conferees, Sec Kiko Benitez also gave his concurrence that he's okay if we take out the amounts as indicated in the special provision.
Thank you. We'll just work on harmonizing the special provision. So on the part of the Senate, we proposed for Technical Education Skills Development Authority, 26 billion, composed of promotion, development, and implementation of quality education and skills development programs, 15 billion, promotion, development, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, technical education and skills development scholarship and student assistance program, 9 billion. So, any comments or motion?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Alvarez.
no more comments. Motion to approve.
Any second?
Second.
Duly seconded. The budget of TESDA is now approved.
Thank
go.
you, Senwin. Sorry for the record. Sorry, naging trabaho ko siya sa
Yes,
BICAM.
go ahead.
I just want to appraise the public as to the increases that we are giving the different agencies, especially since this pertains to the education sector. So from the NEP, for TESDA, the NEP is at 19.9 billion pesos. For the HGAB, we increased it to 23.58 billion. And finally, with our version of 26 billion pesos, the total increase would be, I need to compute. From the NEP, that would be a 6 billion pesos increase from the NEP. So we are giving 6 billion additional to TESDA.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We now go to the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Science High School System, or alma mater.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, we are giving 19.49 million pesos additional for the implementation of the SNT scholarship. So this would allow students in the Philippines, this would allow Philippine Science High School to create another tier for the most indigent students, thereby increasing their stipends from 4,000 pesos to 8,000 pesos. We are also providing an additional 4.7 million pesos to Philippine Science High School for the purchase of laptops. They have a loan program for the most indigent students wherein they could lend laptops to them. Sira na daw po kasi yung maraming laptops, so we're giving them funding to replenish their laptops. And finally, we are adding 97 million pesos to Pisay for the construction of the Advanced Science and Technology building and the expansion of dormitory buildings in several of the campuses. So, Ms. Senwin, thank you for, medyo biased lang ako with regard to Pisay, given that it's my alma mater, but these amounts are very much needed by the students, especially the most indigent students of the Philippine Science High School system. So in total, we are giving Philippine Science High School an additional 121 million pesos.
Thank you, Congresswoman Mika. For the part of the Senate, we propose for the Philippine Science High School system 3.4 billion pesos, composed of general management and supervision, 520 million pesos.
Motion to approve, Mr. Chair.
Senwin, just wanted to clarify on something. Yung 520 po, because Pisay also gave us a request with that figure. Would this be for the scholarship or would this be for something different?
This is for the scholarship.
I think this is something that the BICAM po can discuss because there are two versions of the scholarship, the scheme that we can take a look at, and the price difference is around 400 million pesos. So perhaps this is something that we should scrutinize. Yung original proposal po kasi ng Pisay was to, currently po kasi there's a socialized subsidy program for Pisay, wherein the highest income students get 500 pesos, the most indigent students get 4,000 pesos each. So, yung original proposal po kasi ng Pisay is to essentially condense this socialized scheme into only two. So instead of 500 to 4,000, maging 4,000 or 8,000 pesos na lang po. So something that we would want to take a look in the new proposal, the new scheme from Pisay, ang mangyayari po, even the highest income students would also get 4,000 pesos. So in the other scheme, which I proposed to Philippine Science High School, we would still maintain the socialized scheme of 500 to 4,000, but this time, the most indigent students would now be able to get 8,000 pesos. So parang we're essentially just adding one new tier in the socialized scheme. So yun po siguro yung price difference, cost difference rather, nung dalawang proposals po.
I understand from their proposal is, you're right, from 4 schemes, they'll make it into 2 schemes. And it's been, I think, quite a while since they. Yeah. When was the last time? The last time they increased it, I mean, I think you should know, no, much better than I do. But the last time they increased the stipend is or scholarship is 10 years ago. So they requested from us to increase it, and then also reduce it from 4 tiers to 2 tiers. And the budget that they requested is
Additional 430.
for 13 million. Yeah. Additional request of 413 million. Yes, session suspended.
Thank you, Senwin. To give time to the technical staff to work out the figures for Philippine Science High School, may we move to a different agency?
Yes, we'll do that since we are going to include that already in our discussion, so it's better to have those details. So we'll move to another agency, which is the health sector. We'll start off with the Department of Health.
On the part of the House, under the Department of Health, we would like to propose an increase of 2.4 million pesos for HFEP, a billion pesos. I'll disaggregate this po. But the total for HFEP rather is an increase of 5.79 billion pesos. 2.4 billion pesos of that would go towards the completion of legacy hospitals, such as NKTI, Philippine Cancer Center, Philippine Children's Medical Center, Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital and Medical Center, West Visayas State University Medical Center, and other hospitals. On top of that, there would be 3.39 billion pesos allocated towards the other health facilities. There is also an additional proposed increase of 150 million pesos towards the Philippine Children's Medical Center for different items such as MOE allocation, provision of essential cancer medicines, diagnostics, strengthening of multidisciplinary care teams, and expansion of the patient support program. And finally, we propose an increase of 24.8 billion pesos for the medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients or MAIFIP program. The increase in MAIFIP is due to the need to fund the government's, the directive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to enable zero balance billing for indigent patients in all government hospitals throughout the country. So those are the proposals, Senwin, of the House. The additional 5.79 billion pesos for HFEP, the additional 150 million pesos for the Philippine Children's Medical Center, and the additional 24.8 billion pesos for MAIFIP.
Thank you, Congresswoman Mika. I'll start off with the Office of the Secretary first. For the Senate, we propose for the Office of the Secretary 269 billion pesos. 297 billion pesos. Kunin ko nga ruler. Sorry, sir, na wala kasing ruler. For Office of the Secretary, 297 billion pesos. For operations of DOH hospitals in Metro Manila, mainly MOOE, for the implementation of ZBB in DOH hospitals in Metro Manila, that's 29.9 billion pesos. Operations of DOH regional hospitals and other health facilities, mainly MOE for implementation ZBB in DOH hospitals in the region, 101.7 billion pesos. Ano itong 1 billion? LGU, no? Sorry, hindi ho kasi naka-expand dito. Operations of LGU hospitals and other health facilities, mainly MOE, for the implementation of ZBB in LGU hospitals in the region, 1 billion pesos. Cancer Assistance Fund, 1.5 billion pesos. Health Sector Research Development, 92 million pesos.
92. Sir,
92.
1 billion.
Yeah.
92 million.
Sorry, 92. Health sector research development, 92 million. Health emergency preparedness and response, 829 million. Health facilities enhancement program, 16 billion.
26, ma'am. Ay, sir. 26 billion.
MAIF-PIP
Okay.
is 28 billion.
Kasi
Yeah.
yung kanilang
Any comments, motions?
Madam Chair?
Ma-IFIP. Yeah. Senwin and to the members of the Senate contingent to the BICAM, if we may appeal for the adoption of the additional 24.96 billion pesos for the MAIFIP program, thereby increasing the amount to 49.2 billion pesos, that would be a huge help or actually that would be the enabling factor to implement the zero balance billing in all government hospitals all throughout the country. So without this, we believe without this amount, without the additional 2.97 billion towards MyFIP, we will not be able to operationalize the directive of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. to implement zero balance billing in all government hospitals all throughout the country. So that is the most important point on the part of the House contingent.
One minute suspension, Mr. President.
Thank you. May I now recognize Deputy Speaker Christine Singson Mihan.
Yes, just a manifestation from the House regarding our request to retain the amount for the MAIPIF on the age gap. So number one reason, it ensures immediate access to life-saving healthcare. MAIP provides direct financial support for hospitalization, diagnostic surgeries, medicines, and emergency care para po sa indigent and vulnerable patients. Increasing or retaining funds ensures that life-threatening cases are not delayed due to inability to pay. Number two, it protects low-income families from catastrophic health expenses. Many Filipino families fall into debt or poverty because of sudden medical bills. MAIP absorbs a significant portion of these costs, preventing financial collapse and preserving household stability. Addresses high demand for public hospital services. Public hospitals continue to experience rising patient volumes due to economic pressures and limited access to private care. Adequate MAIP funding ensures hospitals can respond to this growing demand without compromising service delivery. Number four, strengthens universal healthcare implementation. MAIP fills critical gaps where insurance coverage, example, PhilHealth, is insufficient or unavailable. Maintaining strong MAIP funding supports UHC by ensuring no patient is denied care due to cost. 5, reduces administrative burden on hospitals. With sufficient MAIP resources, hospitals can streamline patient processing, minimize unpaid bills, and improve overall operations. Minsan kasi yung hospital ginagamit na yung sarili nilang funds kung kulang yung MAIP funding nila. This allows facilities to allocate resources to service improvements rather than debt management. Number 6, supports the most vulnerable sectors. Beneficiaries often include senior citizens, PWDs, solo parents, minimum wage earners, and unemployed patients. Sustaining MAIP ensures these groups have reliable, equitable access to essential medical treatment. Number 7, strengthens public health emergency response. MAIP funding becomes especially critical during disease outbreaks, disasters, and public health crises. Increased funding allows DH facilities to respond quickly without resource constraints. Number 8, promotes healthy equity across regions. Many isolated and disadvantaged areas rely heavily on government-funded medical assistance. Retained or increased MAIP funding prevents further widening of health disparities between rural and urban populations. Number 9, prevents service interruptions in DOH hospitals. Inadequate MAIP budgets could lead to delayed treatments, supply shortages, or limitations on who can receive assistance. Stable funding ensures continuous uninterrupted patient care. And number 10, delivers high social and economic return on investment. Healthy individuals are more productive, less dependent on long-term government aid, and able to contribute to the economy. Investing in medical assistance yields long-term benefits that far outweigh the program's costs. And I think some of my colleagues wants to share some experiences with their MAIP funding of their district, their constituents.
Representative Pepito Alvarez.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. I may have, in support of what DS Mihan is saying, nakikiusap kami dahil habang hindi buo yung universal healthcare, lalo na yung PhilHealth, hindi pa nag-i-increase yung kanilang mga case rates. Ito po yung pangtakip. More open than not, kailangan na kailangan talaga ito. Hindi lang sa mga members of the House na napupuntahan ng mga pasyente, kundi pati na rin mga senador. I mean, we have to consider na hindi pa perfect yung ating healthcare. Hindi pa libre talaga. Wala pang insurance sa mga tao natin. So, we'd like to request the Senate panel to kindly consider kasi this is good for everyone. And walang funding dito na dumadaan sa kamay ng politician. Diretso ito from the DOH regional office. Diretso binabayad ito sa mga hospitals when the bills are forwarded to them. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, I'd like to request to have this approved. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
First, Minority Leader Marcelino Lebanan, then Representative Marco Zamora.
Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Then Congressman J.J. Romualdo, Representative Brian Yamsuan. Those four. Thank you.
Kami po ay, in behalf of Four Peace Party List, nakikiusap po kami na i-reconsider po itong maipip natin na 49 billion dahil napakalaking tulong po ito sa ating mga taong bayan, lalo na yung mga mahihirap. Ito po yung inaasahan ng napakarami po sa atin. At sa amin pong experience ay na-mention na ni Deputy Speaker Singson yung mga reasons, kaya nakikiusap po kami sa House panel na matulungan ng ating mga kababayan sa pamamaraan ng maipip na pag sila'y nagkakasakit. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, Representative Marco Zamora.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to share one best practice that we observe in the province, where RHUs that are already categorized as primary healthcare facilities are already qualified RHUs to receive MAIP. And once these RHUs were being downloaded with MAIP, it actually helps local government unit earn from MAIP. So parang kung ano yung kulang ng RHU in terms of personnel, doon nila nakukuha sa income nila sa MAIP. So it's actually not limited to hospitals alone, but it actually supports the rural health units. So parang ito yung nagiging tulong din ng national government for RHUs, LGUs to earn and provide whatever the LGU can complement. So I'm with the group in appealing from the our Senate counterpart to retain this proposed budget for MAIP. Ang laki po talaga ng tulong, hindi lang sa pasyente, pati na sa local government units na kulang ng panggastos sa RHUs.
Thank you. Next, Representative J.J. Romualdo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Honors, good evening. This representation would like to appeal to the honorable members of the BICAM, especially on the Senate, considering that we are staying in an island province, Your Honors. It's really hard, bringing all the patients to the mainland, especially on serious special cases. MAIF really is the catalyst or makatulong talaga pagdating doon, lalo na pag serious cases na hindi magampanan namin sa hospital. All our requests, our appeals are very valid, but on our part, being staying in island provinces, just like any other island provinces, bringing into the mainland to the regional hospitals or private hospitals, ang hirap po kung mababawasan po yung MAIF. So therefore, we appeal, Your Honors, for our MAIFs.
Thank you. Representative Brian Suwan. Brian Yam Suwan.
Thank you po at I'm in support of all of my colleagues in the House of Representatives to ask for your help to approve this MAIP program because it's talagang essential ho siya. Malaking tulong ho and sa akin lang one good experience sa amin yung ating mga nakatira sa mission area, especially sa amin sa 2nd District ng Parañaque. Napakiusapan ko yung 3 ospital na malalaki doon, yung Parañaque Doctors, yung Medical Center Parañaque and UniHealth, na pumapayag na sila na gamitin yung MAIP namin para yung mga kababayan natin hindi lang nakasentro dun sa mga district hospitals. So nabibigyan ho namin sila ng sapat na medical attention na hindi na sila kinakabahan na puro district hospital lang pinupuntahan. So yun ho yung use ng ating MAIP sa atin at ako I'm in support of my colleagues, so I hope that our senators will also consider kasi nagagamit naman ho siya para sa ating mga kababayan.
If I may po, I believe this was something that stood out to me during the interpellations in the Senate. This was Senator Risa actually who raised this point. I think we can look at it also in terms of the number of beneficiaries that would be reduced or cut out from the program if we do not restore the amount. In 2025 po, the number of beneficiaries, given the GAA amount of 41.2 billion pesos, was 3.3 million beneficiaries. And with the cut, if the House version is not adopted, that would reduce the number of beneficiaries by 1.1 million. So, ganun po katindi yung potential impact that you would have, bababa po yung bilang ng mga pasyente na masaserbisyohan natin mula 3.2 million ng 2025, pababa ng 1.1 million lang ng 2026. And as we know, tumataas pa rin naman po yung bilang ng mga kaso na mga pasyente na kailangan po nating i-cater. And again, in 2025, wala pa po yung pangangailangan para sa full implementation ng zero balance billing. So hence, with that, I appeal to our colleagues in the Senate to please consider adopting the House version of MAIFIP, which is at 49.2 49,203. But if you add the Senate, if you add the requirements of the Senate, that would come to around 51 billion pesos.
Kong Mika, just to pick on your point earlier, how many beneficiaries you said for 2025?
Given the current levels of MAIFIP in the 2025 General Appropriations Act, which is 41.2 billion pesos, the number of beneficiaries serviced in 2025, actually, hindi pa po nagtatapos yung taon, so this can actually be a little bit higher. It's 3.3 million patients.
And then if in the Senate version, the one we approved, how many patients is that equivalent?
In the Senate version, if we don't adopt the additional 20,
Because you said the 2025 is how much already?
41.2.
41.
Yes.
So
So
ngayon
with
kasi Senate is 29.
29. So
Tama,
yung
28. Yeah.
So with the 28, that would be
kukunti yung pasyente.
Yes po, 1.1 million patients po yung mawawalan.
Di mawawalan.
Opo.
So from 3 million magiging
2.1 million na lang po.
2.1 million ang hindi bibigyan ng MAIP.
Opo. Ganun po kadami. And as we all know, ang natutulungan po talaga ng MAIFIP ay yung pinaka-indigent natin ng mga kababayan. So I think it's important to contextualize it in that, looking at it in that viewpoint, which is that's 1.1 million of the most indigent patients losing access to MAIFIP.
Yes, Senator Lauren.
Mr. Chair, I see the point of the House because under the universal health care, and if PhilHealth is able to increase its case rates and to be more efficient, in a perfect world, as we were discussing earlier, dapat pagpasok ng mahirap sa isang pampublikong ospital, makikater na ang kanyang pangangailangan. Dapat ganun. Hindi kailangan yung kilala yung mayor, congressman, senador. Sana ganun. At dapat ganun. At kausap ko po yung Health Coalition, sila Dr. Dance, kausap yung Senator Pia, Senator Risa, and Dr. Lichon. Ganun sana ang mungkahin nila, na ang PhilHealth lahat. That is in a perfect world. Hindi pa po naaabot yung perfect world. In the meantime, paano po ang mga congressman po, frontliners, ang mga mayors, frontliners, naging congressman po tayo, representante, most of us here. Nakita po natin yung pangangailangan ng mga tao at ang MAIFIP, dati MAIP lang tawag dyan ay hindi lang yung DOH retained, district, sa pagkaintindi ko pati sa mga polyclinic, LGU hospitals, na talagang walang access, walang pupuntahan, 'di ba? So paano naman po? Pero dapat after we pass this, sabihin natin sa PhilHealth, ayusin na nyo, and maybe we should put the funds lang in one agency. PhilHealth, dapat punuin na natin lahat ng NEP nila ng ayos para at damihan din nila ang coverage nila para mangyari na yung adikain natin sa universal healthcare. Until such time that the UHC law is really completely, properly implemented and PhilHealth is able to handle all of this, I believe that we must provide for the poorest of the poor in the most far-flung islands and the highest uplands and in many GIDA areas. So I respectfully recommend. I know in a BICAM we should uphold the Senate version, but I see the importance, the urgency of the requests of our colleagues. So I think it's very more than reasonable. Pero wag natin sanayin na ayon sa patronage. At dapat naman, hindi yung mga may kaya, kasi may nagsabi na ayon sa PSA o sa ibang mga reports, may kaya o mayayaman daw. Hindi naman. O, kasi sa karanasan ko rin, hanggang ngayon, maski hindi na ako representante, pero yun, lumalapit doon. Pero it's really up to DOH how to implement this. But I see the point that DOH retained hospitals and up to polyclinics and what you call the small hospitals, the district hospitals ba yun? Oo. RHUs, yes. RHUs, which don't have funding on their own, can use the MAIP. That's my view, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and Lauren. Just to add po, ang kagandahan po ng MAIFIP, kasi hindi lang siya government hospitals. May ganong flexibility po kasi ang dami po na magtatanong ka bakit pumupunta sa private hospital kahit po indigent. It just so happens that there are certain treatments, halimbawa po radiation or neuro cases na wala po sa mga accessible government hospitals, nandun lang sa mga private hospitals, or in case of, for example, motorcycle accidents, you rush the patient to the nearest hospital. So yun po siguro yung kagandahan ng MAIFIP. Binibigyan po tayo ng flexibility na tumugon talaga kung saan po kailangan nung ating indigent na kababayan ng tulong natin.
Thank you for bringing it up, Chair. Dapat damihan ng DOH ang kanilang MOA sa private hospitals. At saka ganito ang sitwasyon kung government hospitals lang, punong-puno, sino nagsabi kanina, 300% mag-aantay ng ilang buwan, paano pag emergency? Pangalawa, papasok ko sa pampublikong ospital, wala naman sapat na gamit o kulang ng tao. How do you address the needs of the poorest of the poor? So, dapat may MOA sa lahat ng mga pribadong ospital sa lugar na yun. And I'll repeat, this is not going to be the norm because the UHC should really be implemented and PhilHealth should actually fund all of this. But for the next year's budget, habang hindi pa sapat ang in-offer ng PhilHealth or hindi pa kompleto yung universal healthcare, I think it is our responsibility, Mr. Chair, if you see fit, to fund the MAIFIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lauren. We recognize Senator Erwin first, I think.
Just on the point.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
just,
go ahead.
it was I who mentioned that because of the zero balance billing announcement, there are many government hospitals. In fact, I was in a conversation with Dr. Gap Legaspi of PGH. They're experiencing 300% occupancy. And therefore, the challenge is how do you, because precisely of zero balance billing. So, and therefore, this may be one way of addressing the increase in occupancy in our public hospitals.
I concur, Senator Kiko. In fact, I was looking at the data. On the average here in Metro Manila, the occupancy rate is about 200% to 300, 200%, but in some cases 300%. Kasi libre sa government hospitals. Ang nagiging issue lang, you have to wait 4 months before you can get a surgery. So ang choice mo, pupunta ka ng private hospital. Pero mahal ang private hospital. Dito naman papasok yung MyFIP or PhilHealth. But PhilHealth cannot pay for all. No, mababa rin yung kanyang case rate, may limit rin siya. No, so dito talaga pumapasok yung itong MyIP.
Mr. Chair, I would just like to add, totoo po yung mga sinasabi ng mga kasama natin. Yung PhilHealth po, may mga hospital sa provinces, they don't accept PhilHealth kasi may mga utang pa ang PhilHealth. Pangalawa, yung meron din po yung tinatawag na AIX na ginagamit para sa hospital. May mga hospital na hindi po tumatanggap ng AIX. Ang pinakakilala lang po ng mga hospitals, halos lahat ng hospitals ay MyFIP. Even St. Luke's, Cardinal Santos, mga malalaking private hospitals, they do accept MyFIP now. Why? Kasi alam po nila na madaling mapuno yung mga government hospitals. Pag emergency, ang ginagawa po ng mga kababayan natin, bahala na. Tsaka na lang kami hihingi ng tulong. Alam nila walang pambayad. Kaya lalapit sila sa mga politiko para humingi ng pambayad. Ito po yung yung mga guarantee letters na binibigay naman para through yung MyFIP ng Department of Health. So, ito po yung MyFIP ang pinaka-widely accepted ng halos lahat ng ospital sa city, sa provinces, far-flung areas. Ito po yung naintindihan. Kasi yung PhilHealth, may mga ospital po hindi tumatanggap ng PhilHealth ID card. Kahit na po yung AIX ng DSWD, minsan may mga hospital na hindi po kilala yan. Ang kilala lang po ng karamihan ng hospitals, I think 90 to 95% of the hospitals ay yung sa DOH na MyFIP, Mr. Chair.
Sir Kiko?
If I may just go back to the point also raised earlier by Senator Legarda. Ang malaking batikos dito sa ganitong sistema ay yung patronage na ginagamit ng mga politiko as an opportunity para matulungan yung mga sumusuporta sa kanila. But I think what we need to perhaps to prevent that is to have some safeguards by way of maybe a special provision as to how it should be implemented, number one. Number two, so that's one point, no? How to address this issue of being patronage politics being perpetuated. So let's put in place safeguards to prevent that, so that the system in place will insulate, no, the program from politicking, number one. Number two, maybe the concern also is that dahil sa NEP, 24 billion ang President's budget. No? Pero dinagdagan natin ang more than double. Halos more than double. It should have been 48, but it's 49. Of course, the fiscal space is a challenge. But ang Senate version naman, if you will look at the screen, we allocated 1 billion for DOH Universal Health Care Fund for zero balance billing in local government unit hospitals. So perhaps maybe that is one way kasi nabanggit ng chairman ng House panel na this is also to address the zero balance billing. So maybe a portion of the 49 billion we can put dun sa LGU hospitals for zero balance billing, which we've already we've already put 1 billion. Baka pwedeng dagdagan din yun, no? O yung 49, may portion of that, dagdagan dun sa LGU hospitals for the zero balance billing to be implemented in the LGU hospitals. So I'm trying to find a happy compromise in this regard, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Kiko. In fact, the different agencies have issued several circulars na bawal na talagang i-politicize yung mga tulong sa tao. For example, yung mga AIX, TUPAD, MAIP, but even scholarship. So meron na silang directive or circular. And on top of that, meron rin tayong special provision na bawal rin i-politicize. No? So that is another safeguard na hindi mapapoliticize itong mga tulong sa tao. No? Yung importante lang naman dito ay matulungan yung tao. No? That's the most important. Yes, Senator Amy?
Yes, maraming salamat Mr. Chair and Madam Chair. Wala naman sigurong tututol sa pangangailangan ng MAIP. Talagang kailangan na kailangan yon. Ang problema lang, sa totoo lang, naaasiwa ako pag hinihingan ako ng GL, ng mahiwagang guarantee letter. Hindi karapat-dapat na ang Pilipino ay naninikluhod sa iba't ibang politiko para lamang magamot. Ang tingin ko, kung bibigyan yung iba't ibang mga ospital, hindi ba maaari na physician's priority na ang gawin? Huwag na tayo nakikialam doon, kundi yung mga doktor ang magsasabi kung sino talaga nangangailangan ng tulong, sino pinaka-urgent. Bida po ako, pero talagang awang-awa talaga ako sa ating mga kababayan na talagang pumipila pa sa atin at nagmamakaawa. Hindi po dapat yun.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Javi Benitez.
So I agree that we should also move from a patronage-based type of system to an institutional-based system. No? I think that's what we have done in implementing the free college law, for example. I think yung gusto ng kababayan natin ay sana sa health naman. Lagayin po natin sa health ang ating maging ideal world, sinasabi po ni Sen. Lauren, na pagpunta sa isang ospital, hindi na kailangan magmakaawa sa isang politiko or mag-isip na kailangan pang bayaran ito. And when I spoke to ang DOH at that time, they were saying that the number is actually 70 billion. Naglabas po sila ng zero balance billing, that is option 3, which is a claims-based na simple, is 70 billion what's needed. And the reason why there is patronage or pagpili is because it's limited resources. No? So if we give it a number na maka-free ang lahat, then they will never need to go to a politician because their needs are already met. And that number is 70 billion. So I'd just like to say that I want to support the increase of the MyFIP. If the House version, of course, with this bicameral committee is approved, but sana in the future, maging totoong zero balance billing, and from our universal health care that was law in 2019, ma-fully realized soon. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Maricor Zamora.
Yes, because there was a mention earlier about the proposal of Senate for the DOH Universal Healthcare Fund for zero balance billing in local government. May I just know, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, what would be the mechanism of this proposed program? And what is the difference between this program and the MAIFIP?
This is a pilot program. In fact, I just got a text from Senator Pia. She's coming over. Because ang DOH hospital, zero balance na. No? Ang LGU gusto mag-zero balance. Pero hirap sila, I'm sure alam ni Abet to. Most LGUs, si Maricar, you were governor before. I was a mayor before. Talagang kinakain ng budget. As Governor Alvarez, no? Kinakain talaga kinakain ng hospital bills or hospital operation yung budget ng LGU. So we allocated 1 billion to help the LGUs achieve zero balance billing. This is just ang idea dito, this is just a trial fund because wala pa talaga ang DOH mechanism to download this. But we want them to already help the LGUs in achieving zero balance billing. So, ano ito, parang trial lang, no? Kasi wala pa silang guidelines on this.
Okay. Madam Chair.
In fact, we introduced a special provision na dapat mag-coordinate in DOH sa LGUs para to create that guideline.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Kong Marcar.
Because based on how MAIF is being implemented now, there are already LGU hospitals that are already availing MAIFIP, and they're actually implementing zero balance billing dahil nada-download si MAIFIP directly to the LGU, utilizing the MAIFIP sa provincial hospital. So, hindi ba po siya magiging duplication itong item na to sa MAIFIP where it's already implemented now na pwede nang direkta sa LGU?
Ang conversation namin dito, itong DOH Universal Healthcare for Zero Balance Billing in Local Government Units, para siyang subsidy. No? Para siyang subsidy for your hospital. So for example, sa Bataan may hospital kayo, pwede niyang i-subsidize. Kami sa Valenzuela, pwede niyang i-subsidize. Or sa Ilocos Norte, pwede niyang diretso i-subsidize. So that's the mechanism there. No?
So,
Yan yung idea, but they have to come up with guidelines to
Yeah,
operationalize.
Mr.
it.
Chair.
Well,
Kaya po
Wala ng
nag-worry.
GL po?
Yes.
Yun
Mr.
ang
Chair.
yung
Ako
pangkalangan.
sang-ayon po ako doon.
Kailangan,
Talagang ayokong lumuluhod yung ating mga kababayan
But yun,
para lang
but admittedly wala pa kasing guidelines to, no? So that's why we included in the special provision to consult with the LGUs.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kasi yung MAIPIF, it's already in the LGU hospitals and it's implementable already. Kaya yung another one na hindi kami sure kasi gagawa pa ng guidelines. While the MAIPIF, we know na kaya nang magamit kaagad ng patients. So doon kami nagwo-worry na tatanggalin niyo yung MAIPIF, dadalhin sa something na hindi pa klaro. Well, we know na mabilis magamit yung MAIPIF.
Importante ngayon, mabilis matulungan ng tao. Diba? Kasi any delay, ang sakit hindi mo madidelay. No? Ang opera hindi mo madidelay. No? So we need to have a mechanism na mabilis ang tulong sa tao. No? Alright? So,
Mr. Chair? Hindi, ako magsalita ng konti pa. Oh.
go ahead po.
Hindi, ayaw ko lang din marinig kay Senator Amy, with her indulgence, na pumipila sa politiko. 4 na taon na po ako, wala pa akong pasyente na pupunta sa akin. Meron lang akong team of social services sa bawat munisipyo, sila nag-asikaso. Even without mentioning na nagaling sa congressman, in fact, yung mga ibang distrito, doon pa pumupunta sa akin. So, walang pili. Ganon din eh. So, dahil sa awa natin doon sa mga walang-wala. In the meantime lang naman ito, na wala pa yung universal healthcare, yung zero balance billing. In the meantime that all of these are not in place, payagan na muna natin ito. Yan lang ang pakiusap. But kung nandiyan na lahat yan, wala nang pumipila sa politiko. Dahil hindi ko sila nakikita eh. I just established in every municipality my team of social workers. Ako nagugumagawa ng rekomendasyon. Yan po, Madam.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pasensya, Manong Pepito. Pasensya, pero talaga ang haba-haba po ng pila dyan sa Senado. Kaawa-awa talaga. Kaya't ang sinasabi ko, kung maaari, wala nang guarantee letter, basta ibagsak na sa mga kinakailangan o nangangailangan ng mga ospital at yung doktor ang magsasabi kung sino talaga ang pinaka-priority medically, hindi politically po. Salamat, yun lang po.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, to add to what's being discussed regarding yung pumipila at yung patronage, yung ibang districts, and I'm sure sa Valenzuela, very efficient, at nabanggit naman ni Kong Alvarez, gumagawa na ho ng one-stop shop para hindi na po kailangan pumila. And in the case of Bataan, nandun po yung PCSO, PhilHealth, nandun yung DSWD, nandun yung social worker, nandun yung MyFIP, para isa na lang ho yung pupuntahan under one roof. Hindi na ho kailangan makita yung mga public servants in that locality. Diretso na po sila. So these are some innovations being done by our district representatives in our local government units para ma-ensure na nababawasan or halos wala nang pumipila yung dignidad ng kawawang pasyente, lalo na kung mahirap, ay na-maintain at hindi nababawasan dahil one-stop shop parang professionally being managed by our social workers, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that in the discussion. Maraming salamat po.
minute suspension. May we restate the motion again?
Mr. Chair, I move to retain the amount, sorry, my apologies po. I move to adopt as the final amount for MAIFIP 51,648,816,000.
Any motion?
Second.
Duly seconded. The budget is, the motion of the chairperson, Swan Singh, is hereby adopted.
Thank you very much to our
Maraming
colleagues in the
salamat,
Senate.
Mr.
Maraming
Chair,
salamat po.
Mr. Chair.
Dear Senators.
Thank you,
Yes,
Your Honors.
Mr. Chair, just with
Yes.
the understanding that the safeguards by way of special provisions on ensuring that it's insulated from politics and is put in place. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lacson introduced a special provision. Actually, it's a general provision kasi cuts all across all the different services of government na bawal ang politiko. And in fairness to the agencies, meron na rin silang mga directive, all of them. No? So that's already in place. But of course, we need to be vigilant and also active to implement that.
Mr. Chair, if I may add, hindi naman po kasi itong MAIFIP, hindi po kagaya ito ng AIX at saka tupad na binibigay mo cash, di ba? This is like just a referral letter na binibigay ng sa tao na bibit-bitin doon sa ospital or yung ospital already informed kasi may mga politicians na sabihin, pumunta ka na lang sa ospital doon. Tsaka doon na nababayaran. Wala siyang nahawakan na cash like AIX, I like tupad, yung kinakatakot natin. So that's a fact. So hindi talaga mahawakan ng politiko yun. None. Because hindi naman cash po ang MAIP eh. Baka akala po ng mga kababayan natin watching us, MAIP is not cash po. So it is a guarantee letter. It's the DOH that pays or that foot the bill of the individual person. So walang binibigay na cash ang politiko, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Erwin, for mentioning that, because not everybody who is probably watching now has ever witnessed a bicameral conference committee. And when they see numbers by the hundreds of millions, if not billions, they might think that the additional 20 billion, which the Senate is agreeing with the House, will be money that will be lodged in congressmen's offices or in senators' offices. Ang MAIFIP, yes, gumagano si Governor Alvarez. O syempre, kaya nga pinapaliwanag ko po, para lang po, we're on the same team. Okay, anyway, I'm just trying to explain. This is diretso sa mga polyclinic, district hospitals, rural health units, na minsan nga kulang nga ng equipment. Ang ideal, sana wala ng guarantee letter. In fact, pag sapat, ang tanong ko rin, pag sapat na ang binibigay ng MAIFIP, ng DOH ang MAIFIP, hindi naman kailangan ng guarantee letter mula sa senador na minention ni Senator Marcos o sa inyo. Pagpasok nila, pag sapat ang pondo ng rural health unit or polyclinic, umiikot na yon sa pondo nila libre, hindi kailangan mag-antay ng pirma ng congressman o ng staff ng congressman, di ba? basta sapat ang pondo. Siguro sa linigay natin ngayon, in short, hindi pumipili ang politiko ng kanyang may sakit. Hindi pumipili dapat ang politiko pag may sakit yung leader ng kalaban niya, walang GL. Hindi po dapat ganon. That's what the chair means. Let us not politicize it. Yeah. Walang nameless, faceless, no political color. Tama ba ho? Ang intindi ko na pag nandun na sa rural health unit, whatever health facility, letter or not, pagpasok doon, dapat i-entertain. So yun yung zero balance billing. The MAIFIP should complement and supplement what the President himself has said on the ZBB. Tama? Okay. Thank you. So
Madam
that
Chair.
is clear. Thank you.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
Representative Alvarez.
Mr. Chair, with your respects, gusto ko lang maipropose na karamihan kasing doktor sa private hospitals, alam nila na JL ang ibabayad ng regional office ng DOH. Nagte-take advantage. Imbis na 50,000, dinodoble nila yung kanilang professional fee. Kitang-kita eh. So, more often than not, sa lahat ng may mga hospital na mga lugar sa distrito ko, mini-meeting ko si kanila na huwag sila mag-overprice. Kung tama lang. Kasi ito sana, na-approve na natin yung MAEPEP, kung maaari sana yung professional fee ng mga doktor. Isama na po natin dahil kasama pero 50% lang. Kung sana maari magawa na natin 100% yung professional fee para talagang hindi na maantala yung paglabas. Kung minsan naghihintay pa yung pasyente sa akin, nagtitext sa akin sa Manila. Professional fees now, they accept 50%. So I suggest, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, na kung maaari, gawin na natin 100%. With the provision na kausapin natin ang mga doktor na huwag mag-overcharge. Ginagawa ko po yun sa lugar ko, especially in Brooks Point, 3 private hospital doon, miniting ko sila, nakiusap ako dahil nagbayad na nagdala na ng GL galing sa social service office ko, siyempre, ayaw pang palabasin. Dito ako sa Manila, nagte-text, tatawag pa ako sa Puerto Princesa para mag-deliver ng pera doon sa isang bayan, that's 3 hours away from Puerto. Mahirap po na, lalong-lalo na magaling na yung bata, nandoon ang nanay, wala nang makain doon dahil uuwi pa sa kanila. Pati nga pamasahe noon, marami po kayo may mga indigents sa Southern Palawan, especially mga indigenous people. Kaya hindi naman, wala akong indigenous people nakita na nagluluko doon sa MAIPEP at saka sa mga pribilehiyo. So, more often than not, talagang naaantala yung kanilang pag-uwi. Lalo na kung masama ang weather. Hindi bali kung 1 oras lang yung biyahe na magandang weather, simentado yung kwarsada. Aakyat pa sa bundok yan. Kaya, kung maaari, propose ko na yun na bayaran na natin 100% ang professional fee, tanggapin na natin na 100% mababayad. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Senator Amy.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair. I'd just like to bring our attention to the general provision referred to earlier by Chairman Gatchalian. It's on IB 683 page between lines 52 and 53. And this refers to the prohibition on political involvement in cash distribution. So, nakikita ko naman na talaga naman maganda ang mithiin nito. Subalit, sa kabila niyan, kinakailangan basahin natin ng maigi. Unang-una, wag natin limitahan sa cash. Kasi yung MAIP nga tulad ng pinaliwanag ni Senator Erwin, talagang hindi naman cash. Pero dapat sakop pa rin ito. Pero medyo mabigat rin ang wording kasi walang politikong present to participate in, to influence, or otherwise take part. Medyo mabigat kasi alam naman natin ang trabaho natin, taga-endorse, taga-recommend, lahat ng request natin sa tambak, siguro naman hindi mamasamain. Kaya gusto ko sana na i-review sana itong general provision, palawakin siya kasi magandang mithiin na hindi lang cash assistance, kundi lahat ng assistance. Tapos, wag naman sakop lahat na halos may penalty pa. Kapag ando ng politiko, parang mabigat-bigat naman yata to. Higit sa lahat, I do believe that legally this is actually surplusage when in fact we already have the DAP ruling, which is very clear that politicians should not meddle in any way in the implementation of projects. Once the budget is passed, it's hands off to all legislators. Yun lang po, mere observation and perhaps an invitation to review this general provision.
Mr. Chair,
Senator
may
Erwin.
I also manifest to a provision kasi po the professional fee is not included and hindi po tumatanggap ang mga doktor karamihan sa kanila ng MAIP. So if we can put a special provision na i-incorporate na ng hospital doon sa bill ng pasyente yung professional fee. Kasi usually po dapat isama na po ng hospital. Bahala na muna yung hospital magbayad sa doktor because ito po ang problem. Bayad po yung bill, hindi pa rin po makalabas ang pasyente because hindi pa bayad yung professional fee. So tumatakbo na naman, nadadagdagan yung per araw, every day na he overstays in the hospital. Kaya nga ko, if we can make a special provision, Mr. Chair, na isama na doon sa hospital bill ang professional fee para pagbayad ng MAIP, makalabas na yung tao. Kasi the problem right now, Mr. Chair, bayad nga yung hospital bill. Sasabihin naman ng hospital, yung professional fee. So hindi pa rin makalabas po yung pasyente. So siguro isang provision, Mr. Chair, na incorporate natin dito, na isama na ng hospital, ang hospital na ang maglagay ng professional fee sa total bill para yung hospital na muna magbabayad sa doktor, Mr. Chair.
Two notes po, if I may, Senwin. First po, with regard to the manifestation of Senator Amy Marcos, we would like for the record state that the House contingent supports the manifestation of Senator Amy Marcos to review the wording as currently proposed by the Senate with regard to the general provision prohibiting the political involvement in these activities. I totally agree 100% with the manifestation of Senator Amy that this actually impinges on like a previous ruling already made by the Supreme Court pertaining to DAP. So I agree, it's the penal provision, it's a penal clause that's actually a little bit, that's the reason why the House is a little bit hesitant with regard to adopting it. With regard to the manifestation of Senator Erwin Tulfo, we actually do have in the HGAB a proposal pertaining to the professional fees. So in the HGAB, as you would see po, the special provision says that 100% of the professional fees should be inclusible in the MAIFIP disbursement. So we thank Senator Amy Marcos and Senator Erwin Tulfo because those are both positions of the House, very much consistent with the positions of the House contingent. Thank you very much, Pa.
Thank you. And I also concur that the suggestions of Senator Amy will definitely study that and tighten it. Senator Pia also suggested language on the inclusion of professional fees, subject to the formulation of guidelines to govern the coverage of professional fees. So, kasi nga ang tricky dyan, Gov, yung presyo ng professional fee. No? Kasi mayroong mahal na professional fee, mas mura, depending saan siya nag-graduate, depending saan siya nag-practice. So we'll leave that to the DOH. Pero insofar as MAIF can be used, it can be used.
Mr. Chair, for your clarification, the professional fee, yung charges is depending on the room that you get. Kung ba VIP din yung charge sa'yo. Kung yung mga like semi-private din yung i-charge sa'yo. Yan po yung kalakaran sa mga hospitals these days, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat. So we can...
Chair?
Yes.
Again, another point of clarification for Chairwoman. If you could indicate to us, alin sa HGAB, anong bahagi doon na may professional fees at magkano ang nakalaan?
In the HGAP po, we have a special provision under MAIFIP, which says the amount appropriated herein under medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients shall be used for hospitalization and medical assistance to indigent or financially incapacitated patients, including but not limited to inpatient services, outpatient services, comprehensive checkups, emergency services, dental services, ambulatory care services, ophthalmology services, drugs, and medicines as approved by the FDA. And 100% professional fees, subject to the guidelines issued by the DOH. In no case shall more than 1% of said amount be used for administrative expenses. So in the version po of the HCAB, it clearly states, it expressly states that 100% of the professional fees should be covered by MAIFIP.
All right. So I think we can move on to the next item.
Madam
Before we
Chair.
proceed, just on the earlier manifestation of the chairperson of the House panel, perhaps we can include another phrase after 100% fees, professional fees. I'm thinking of the language, but that the fees should be commensurate or should be commensurate to the indigent patient's ability to pay or something to that effect. No? But precisely, it's for indigents. And then you're going to charge, you will overprice your fees because ang alam ng doktor, gobyerno magbabayad. It defeats the whole purpose of us providing precisely the medical care that an indigent is entitled to. So maybe we can, Mr. Chairman, we can probably include an additional phrase to qualify, to put a qualification on the fees precisely that the doctors can charge, given that this is a program that's meant for indigents.
Thank you, Senator Kiko. That is actually something that we've discussed earlier when we did our huddle. That maybe a qualifier that we can put is that only those in the charity ward would be guaranteed the 100% coverage of professional fees under MAIFIP. Pwede po yun para ma-insulate din naman po yung mga, baka naman po sobra yung charge as mentioned earlier, baka sa VIP room or sa private room. So maybe that's something we can explore, putting in a caveat saying that it only covers, that the 100% professional fee coverage for MAIFIP only pertains to those in charity wards.
Thank you, Senator Kiko, for those interventions. So we move on to the next item.
Sen, with the House contingent, or just asking, would that be commensurate to adopting the House version of the special provision pertaining to professional fees?
We actually modified it. We allowed the DOH to come up with guidelines. No? Instead of nakasulat 100%, let the DOH study it. Kasi, like I said, no, ang professional fees, ang layo ng spectrum eh. No? So sila nila mag-evaluate. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I just want to raise a point. In 2025, it's already that provision that
Provision number 6.
it's a provision number 6, wherein it says that medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients, the amount appropriated herein under MAIP shall be used for hospitalization and medical assistance to indigent or financially incapacitated patients, including but not limited to inpatient service, outpatient service, comprehensive checkup, emergency service, dental service, drug, medicine as approved by the FDA, and professional fees, Mr. Chair, subject to the guidelines issued by the DOH. In no case shall more than 2% of the said amount be used for administrative expenses. So we already have this, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, since last year.
However po, if I may respond po, what we want to modify in that version of the provision in the 2025 GAA is that we want to stipulate that it has to be 100% of the professional fees. And second, we're actually arguing against the 2% administrative cost being that's stipulated in the 2025 GAA. Kasi po, AIX, Tupad, and even other more, labor-intensive programs only charge 1%. So very interesting po that the DOH is asking for a 2% administrative cost. So yun po yung dalawang binabago po natin sa special provision as stated in the 2025 GAA.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Madam Chair.
May I clarify whether DOLE really just charges 1% and DSWD 1% for Tupad and AIX respectively? Is that clarified? LBRMO, 1%. So dapat... Iba-iba? No, Chair Swansing said that it's only 1% with DOLE and 1% for DSWD. The admin cost, I think there should be
Alam ko social pension.
I think there should be a standard, no? Not depending on the agency, not by whim.
Thank you, Sen. Lauren. Actually, that's what we did exactly in the HGAP version. So we aligned everything because we found out that in AIX, it can vary. So it can go up to 5% actually in some areas. So yun yung, parang hindi po siya standard. That's why we said we can standardize it. Kasi may
It should not be, depending on the areas, the admin fee will differ for DSWD? I'm not sure of that.
Para ano po, like for example, social pension for sure is 1%. So that's something that I'm sure of. We heard there are instances po, especially if it's an ATM disbursement, it can command up to 5% of the administrative cost. So yun po, kaya yun po isa naming tinitignan na dapat ma-standardize din natin yan.
Because of this, I think, Mr. Chair, we should stipulate in the GAA the admin fee of the agency. Otherwise, it will be their discretion. That's dangerous. And it's difficult for the COA to audit as well if it's 1% or 5%, depende sa probinsya, kung isla ba, bundok, hindi. Mahirap yun. Oo. So, I think we should stipulate and we should agree on the percentage of the admin fee.
That's what we included in the HGAP version, Senator Lawrence. So we put their administrative costs for the different, not just MAIFIP, we put it for the others also. So we did try to do that, which is to standardize the administrative cost for the different programs in the HGAP version po.
Mr. Chair, one last hearing.
Yes, Senator Amy, go ahead.
So sorry. Hindi, yung nabanggit lang kasi na lilimitahan sa 100% payment ng professional fee para lamang sa charity ward. Parang sa palagay ko, nakikita naman natin ang ating mga ospital, umaabot ng 300% occupancy ang charity ward. Kaya napipilitan ang ating mga kababayan pumunta sa pay ward. Kaya hindi rin makakatulong kung pipilitin natin na limited ang professional fee sa mga charity ward lamang. Kaya siguro maganda na rin yung sinabi ni Chairman Gatchalian na hayaan na muna gumawa ng IRR, halimbawa, ang DOH, total napakalaki ng halaga ng 49 billion. Dapat managot naman sila sa atin, may oversight of some sort.
All right, so we will take note of that, Senator Amy. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, if I may. Dito po sa House version ng MAIFIP na may 100% professional fee. After that, subject to the guidelines issued by the DOH. So, baka yun na po yung sinasabi ni Sen. Amy na doon sa 100% para tunay na mapakinabangan ng ating mga kababayan, based on that, gagawa ng guidelines yung ating DOH. Kasi as it stands now, 50% lang po ang naitcha-charge. Kaya yung pasyente po natin, kahit nabayaran na ng MyFIF yung hospital bill and 50% nung professional fee, hindi pa rin makalabas ng ospital. At dun po, lalapit sa mga politiko, buti na lang si Governor Pepito Alvarez, maraming pwedeng pang out of pocket. Pero dun sa iba na hindi na kayang mag-abono, at least magkaroon na po ng relief yung indigent patient na tuluyan ng once magaling, covered na ng MyFIP, tuloy-tuloy na pong makalabas ng ospital. So anyway, the proposal ng House ay gagawa po ng guidelines ang DOH. Thank you po, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Good evening. Just a quick response.
Let me recognize you first. Let me recognize the presence of Senator Pia Cayetano.
I feel I've been present because I was monitoring in the 1 hour that I was in traffic. Anyway, on that note, let me just give a quick comment. Congressman Abet, good evening. I think it's been said, so I won't take up everyone's time, that the concern is there are overpriced. No, I think all of us can understand it happens in some places. So if we just say guidelines without saying 50% or 100%, and we will express to DOH this forms part of the record that we're not objecting to 100%. It can be anywhere between the current 50 and in the 2026 budget, it could go up to 100%, but they have to provide the proper guidelines. So if I don't know, if it's in a private hospital and they know that that 100% is way above the average price for such a procedure, I think they can provide limits. So that's my recommendation, so that we give DOH that leeway. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. So we'll take note of the comments of our esteemed senators.
Senmin, if we may move to the next item. I believe this is also a disagreeing provision pertaining to the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, or the HFEP. Similarly, we appeal to our colleagues in the Senate contingent to please consider restoring the increase effected by the House pertaining to HFEP to have a final amount of 26.26 billion pesos. That includes the 5.69 billion peso increase affected by the House from NEP to HGAB.
Chair. With the chair.
Yes, Representative Rufus
Yeah,
Rodriguez.
just like to support the plea of our chairperson, because our rural health units, which are usually the beneficiaries of this HFEP, are our first line of defense on diseases and medical attention. And if we do not have sufficient funds for health facilities enhancement program, expansion of rural health units, expansion, the purchase of equipment, and also to have medical care available to our people, then we will fail in making sure that at the frontline level, we are enhancing the ability of our health units to respond to health needs. So I would support our chair in appealing that we retain the 20 or increase it to 26 billion pesos. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Rodriguez. I would like to further clarify that the proposed increase of 5.69 billion pesos includes the completion of legacy hospitals. Those are NKTI, Philippine Cancer Center, PCMC, Mariano Marcos Memorial Hospital and Medical Center, West Visayas State University Medical Center, Northwestern Cagayan General Hospital, Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center, Bicol Regional Hospital and Medical Center, Mayor Hilarion A. Ramiro Senior Medical Center, Northeastern Misamis General Hospital, and Orani District Hospital. In Bataan, there's also the Senator... Oh. So ano po to? It's a lot of different HFEP facilities subsumed under the proposed 5.69 billion increase.
Right, so how many facilities will be built with those amounts? And who will build it?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. Tungkol doon sa
Senator
question
Will, while
mo,
I
how
retrieve
many-
the data, I'll first like to recognize Representative Pepito Alvarez.
How many facilities? Kanya-kanya po yung submit ng Hospital Facilities Improvement Program. Yung Northern Palawan po, meron silang 8 hospital doon. Tinamaan ng bagyo. Kaya sa latest inventaryo namin, nangangailangan sila ng mga 300 million. But total Palawan, including those na mga sira-sira ng hospital, kailangan namin at least 500. Minimum yun for next year. Para ma-upkeep yung mga hospital na yun, there are 16 LGU-owned hospitals all over Palawan. And there are 2 DOH-owned hospitals. The one in Colyon, which is the Colyon General Hospital, and the one in Puerto Princesa, which is the hospital ng Palawan. Before that was owned by the LGU, it was reverted back to the DOH. So all in all, we have 18 hospitals there na government and LGU owned. Yun po. So sa kalahatan, nangangailangan kami for next year. Minimum po yung talagang nasagad na, maski na bagyo yung sa norte, we only need about 500. But every year, yung maintenance meron yan. So the next 2027, 2028 might not be that amount. Kaya yung 26 billion na yan, Palawan pa lang yun. We are the largest province in the whole country. And ganun po karami yung hospital namin doon because of the distance. And remember, Palawan is a tourism region. For every peso that we invest in Palawan, we give back to national GDP 2 to 3 pesos back. Ganun po ang ratio. So, tulungan naman natin yung HPEP na yan, adapt na lang natin yung Senate version na 26, which is very reasonable. Considering ang daming tinamaan din ng bagyo the last 3 months. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I will just, I want to say, like, tama po yung sinasabi po ni Congressman Alvarez from Palawan. As a matter of fact, hindi na tayo lalayo, Congressman Kong Alvarez. Yung ospital ng Palawan pala sa city, kailangan na mag-expand, kailangan ng tumaas kasi punong-puno na po ng tao at hindi na magkasya. Kaya ang end result, yung mga tao pupunta lang sa Adventist, pupunta sa Co-op, tapos lumalapit sa mga politiko para humingi ng maip para mabayaran. The Co-op Hospital, Mr. Chair, and Adventist Hospital ay private hospitals. Kasi hindi na nga ma-accommodate ng hospital ng Palawan, yung provincial hospital, dahil kulang na kulang talaga ng mga kama, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Kiko.
Yes, I think one of the concerns on the funding for these facilities would be the findings of a investigation in the House about ghost facilities or substandard facilities or incomplete facilities. So my question here is how do we prevent a repeat of the poor or unacceptable implementation of ang public works ba ulit ang gagawa nitong mga proyektong ito? Kasi kung ganun, baka lang hindi kaya kumuha na lang tayo ng bato, pukpok natin sa ulo natin dahil baka masakit na naman ang ulo sasakit lang ulit ang ulo natin kung hindi maayos yung magiging implementasyon.
If I may respond to the query of Senator Kiko. So, ginawa po namin, in the HGAP version, you would see a special provision pertaining to HFEP wherein we adopted a similar provision as in the basic BEF. Nahilo na. Basic Education Facilities Program, or BEF, wherein we've opened up the modes by which these facilities can be built. So, ginaya po namin, kasi po, di ba, aside from DOH and DPWH, we're also opening it to LGUs and PPPs. So, similar po to the adjustment that we did for the BEF, we also stipulated the same as a special provision. And then to respond po to the query relating to how many health facilities are subsumed under the proposed 5.7 billion, it would be a total of 62 health facilities all over the country.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just to follow through on that, and I recall now when we were hearing the classroom acceleration program. It was mentioned earlier, but I just like to stress that point, that when you have the private sector PPP program in place, and you have local matching between the local government and or getting the local government to be a partner in the infrastructure. At one point, the DepEd was able to build 600 classrooms a week. This was under President Aquino's time. And Brother Armin, who was the Secretary of Education then, would attest that they were able to fill up the backlog. And so we welcome this special provision wherein you have PPP, you have local government engagement to be able to address the infrastructure facilities for the health budget, for the Department of Health budget. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Kiko. Actually po, that also doesn't preclude the need to talk to Secretary Ted Herbosa, because as we all know, the reason for the huge delay in the implementation of HFEP and the very low utilization rate for HFEP, not only in 2025 but in previous years, is the very delayed release of their guidelines. Meron din pong problema administratively within the DOH relating to how they're implementing this program. So aside from opening up the modes, we're also doubling down on ensuring that the DOH releases the HFEP guidelines in a timely manner. Kasi may iba po nagsasabi, March pa lang nag-release ng guidelines for HFEP, tapos may delay pa further in terms of the bidding and everything. So halos hindi na po siya talaga nasisimulan before the end of the year. So we intend to do that as well po.
Senator Pia?
Just an addition to the discussion. It was Secretary Herbosa who said that they have a lot of ghost projects. So when we were reviewing the amounts for HFEP, and we really wanted to increase it, we always want to increase it every year. DOH could not give us any figures. As we speak, as we held our plenary debates up to that day from the hearing, plenary debate, they could not tell us exactly the status for every HFEP. They could not tell us how many were abandoned, how many were finished but not operational, how many were finished but had insufficient equipment, how many had equipment but no health personnel. They did not have it. So when I think of our colleagues in the House and mayors individually, I can get their individual commitment that they will, of course, operationalize it. But when you look at it on a totality, ang daming billions of funds worth that are not being able to use for healthcare. The delivery of healthcare has failed in that sense. So it is our collective decision to decide how to proceed. Yun lang naman, I really always support the increase, but we have no answer as of this moment on the status of these facilities. And one last point I'd like to make on the healthcare resources, human healthcare resources. The budget for our Doktor para sa Bayan and allied health is something that I've always fought for. And this goes into our ability to have human bodies, professional human bodies in every health center in your districts in our country. We're far from achieving it, but our goal is getting closer. But according to the Secretary, and by all means spread into the record if you feel otherwise, a lot of LGUs will sign a MOA to commit that they will hire health professionals, and then hindi sila makahire. Whether that is a budgetary constraint on the part of the LGU, or there is just no health professional willing to serve in that area, I do not know the individual reasons. I can give you the top 5 general reasons that are received, but that is the end result. Wala silang nakahire. So there's a nationwide problem which we're trying to address by funding the human health resource gap, but individually we have to look to our colleagues in the House to help us address this situation so that maybe next year we can have a better situation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Pepito Alvarez.
Yeah,
and
in
then,
response to
and
the
then
good,
Representative Albert Garcia.
thank you. In response to the good senator, ma'am, maraming salamat. I can only speak of the whole Palawan. We have 12 non-performing large-scale RHU. Out of 12, isa pa lang ang may license. When I'm talking about the HPEP that we need in Palawan, hindi kasama po yung mga large-scale RHU na yan na hindi funded, na hindi pa umaandar. I'm talking about 16 hospitals built by the LGU together with the HPEP program before when I was governor. And then we have dalawang DOH hospital. Yun po ang sitwasyon doon. At yung LGU hospitals, yung manning, doctor, nurses, midwives, and medtechs are all scholars of the provincial government. Meron kaming fund, 50 million a year. And nagagraduate namin ng doctor between 12 to 15 every year. Mga midwives namin, meron po kaming at least minimum 6 to 10. And then mga medtech, meron ding 6 to 10 na nagagraduate. So, yung mga hospital namin, kompleto po sa staffing. Hindi kami nagkukulang. In fact, yung mga doktor sa barrios na pinapadala ng DOH doon, tuwan-tuwa sila dahil marami silang katuwang. So, ganun po nangyayari. I can only speak of Palawan. I don't know of the other regions and the other provinces. So itong HPEP na hinihingi namin, particularly for Palawan, I'm very parochial, but hindi po, in general, I'm talking about the whole country, kailangan talaga natin suportahan yun, HPEP. Kasi kung wala yung HPEP na yan, hindi kami makabuild doon ng 16 hospitals na good size. Others are 100 beds, others are 50 beds. But that will ensure the confidence of our tourist arrivals. Kasi every 100 kilometers, nakikita nila yung hospital nandoon at saka naasikaso talaga sila. Except for one in Coron, which was a little bit neglected kasi meron tayong general hospital sa Colyon, which is the Colyon General Hospital. More often than not, doon sila pumupunta dahil kompleto doon. So ganun po yung sitwasyon. And when we requested funds sa DOH, nakita nila na reasonably yung request. So if all of the requests are being made in the spirit that we have to put these facilities to work, dapat wag natin deny yung pera na kailangan doon sa Hospital Improvement Program na yan. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chairman, dagdag ko lang. At meron na rin po kayong Palawan Medical Center. So, isama nyo na yun dun sa pagbibisita ng mga turista para makita nila yung medical school pala, medical school sa Palawan. We're very proud of that. So, thank you rin sa support ninyo dyan.
Ngayon na lang nagawa yung dahil sa suporta ninyo dito. Pero nung araw, hindi nagawa yung medical school doon. In spite of the fact na yung HUC doon, nagkaroon ng 300 million pondo galing sa akin noon, ay hindi nila nagawa yung medical school dahil sa corruption. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I agree with this special provision. It's time to unleash the local government units, di ba, Kong Abet? Dahil maraming kagaybatan na very active, very aggressive, kailangan ma-empower rin sila eh. So if DOH can partner with the local government units, mag-counterparting sila, local government na magpagawa, mas mabilis eh. Kasi ngayon, exclusive ang DPWH to build HFEP facilities, kaya hindi natatapos. But now, with this special provision and everyone can build at the same time, parang school building, then I think mas bibilis yung implementation ng HFEP. No?
If I may lang po, Senator Win, before I yield the floor to Representative Abet, I just wanted to comment on the point of Senator Pia. I totally agree po, especially with the issue around super health centers that are non-functioning. It's really because a lot of the LGUs do not actually adhere to the MOAs that they sign, that they will ensure that they provide doctors and operating funds. So yun po siguro yung pwede nating tignan, that DOH has to be more strict in terms of implementing and enforcing the MOA. So, pwede po natin kausapin yung DOH tungkol doon. Representative Abet Garcia, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Just to add to what Madam Chair said, regarding the DOH HFEP facilities, medyo exaggerated po yung nabanggit sa news na ghost. It is really more yung mga non-functional, like what the chair said, na nagawa yung super RHU, tapos nasa MOA with the LGU, nalalagyan ng mga staff, pero siguro kulang din ang pondo yung LGU, hindi nalagyan, so hindi nag-function. So this also came about during the budget deliberation of DOH, and Secretary Ted Herbosa, doing a catch-up plan on this, said that he would be more diligent in implementing the MOA with the LGU para talagang mabawasan or totally mawala na yung mga non-functioning LGU. Kasi sayang naman kung mapipinalize yung mga proactive LGU like yung kila Congressman Alvarez sa Palawan dahil dun sa kakulangan o dun sa kakulangan sa pagiging proactive ng mga ibang LGU. So, sana maging merit-based dun sa mga talagang nakikipagtulungan with the national government, in this particular case, DOH, sana mabigyan din natin ng chance para mas maraming makinabang ng mga kababayan natin. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and Senator Pia. Salamat po.
Mr. Chair, may kausap ka na rin lang, sisingit na ako. Very quickly lang, not for our colleagues, kasi I agree 100% with what Congressman Abit said, but for the listening public, the viewing public, when we checked during the hearing, wala naman talagang lumabas na ghost HFEP. Walang ghost, yung binayaran, tapos hindi na itayo. Yung katulad ng sinabi ko and emphasized by His Honor, Congressman Garcia, yung mga non-functioning for the reasons I mentioned. So for the public to know, kasi baka mamaya ma-headline dyan, sinabi ko may ghost. Pareho tayo ng observations, yung mga non-functioning for various reasons. Thank you.
Senator Amy.
Mr. Chair, allow me to be the devil's advocate in the optimism that we all share, that broadening the modes of construction of RHUs, of public schools, and so on, will be hastened and expedited by bringing in LGUs, NGOs, CSOs, etc. Totoo nga, nakakatulong yan. Pero nakita naman natin ang karanasan ng late great nating Bayani Fernando, hirap na hirap siya. At ang katotohanan, ang talagang nangangailangan ng mga LGU, sila rin ang walang kakayahan. Yan ang problema. The ones most needy are also the least capable in terms of finances, technical, and so on. Kaya may hangganan rin itong pagpapartner. Kaya medyo minsan hindi ako masyadong gangho dyan dahil alam naman natin yung mga 4th and 5th class and 6th class municipalities kung meron pa, talagang hindi nila kayang gawin. Kaya sila, ang pinakamalalayo, sila pa talagang hindi makapagbayad. Wala talagang kakayahan. Kaya yun ang tanong ko kung puros partnership ang inaasahan natin, baka yung mayayaman, masigasig ang mga LCE, yung magagaling ang kanilang mga doktor at engineer, kakayanin yon, pero hindi lahat. Ikalawa, magtatanong lang ako sa ating chairwoman ng appropriations kung tama ba yung narinig ko na kalakip nitong HREP meron rin tayong mga ospital na legacy hospital na andito, yung mga kidney center at iba pa. Tinatanong ko lang for accounting purposes and perhaps in the interest of tidiness, would it not be better to directly release them to the large hospitals who are in any case government enterprises and in fact chartered corporations? Hindi ba dapat diretso? Bakit ilalagay pa sa DOH? Tatagal din lang.
Thank you, Senator Amy. I'll just quickly check in. Kasi po, when we submitted this as an amendment, actually po, it was the advice also of DOH to clump it in under HFEP. But I'll just quickly check po, I agree also with the recommendation of Senator Amy that perhaps rather than lodge it there under HFEP, the 2.4 billion pesos that we've allocated towards the completion of legacy hospitals can be lodged directly in each of the different hospitals. That's something that will be open to to considering. We'll just quickly check po, again with DOH as to why they recommended to put the funds under HFEP.
Yes, they haven't had an exactly stellar performance, and as a result, it's perhaps faster and cheaper to simply endow the hospitals concerned. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Amy. We'll look into this and we'll get back to you po as soon as we're able, because there's a possibility of moving it out from HFEP and lodging it towards the different hospitals.
All right. Can you restate the motion?
Yes. With what was shared, wherein we ensure that the implementation of HFEP will hopefully be a lot better in 2026, given the special provision increasing the modes by which these health facilities can be implemented, meaning aside from DOH, DPWH, you can also enlist the help of LGUs and PPPs. With that, we again appeal to our colleagues in the Senate to please consider adopting the version of the HGAB pertaining to the increase in the Health Facilities Enhancement Program to the amount of 22,294,967,000.
All right. Any second? Duly seconded. The motion of Chairperson Mika Swansing is hereby adopted. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much to our colleagues in the Senate, and we assure that we will work with you in making sure DOH performs better in implementing the Health Facilities Enhancement Program. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to the department budgetary support to government corporations, Department of Health, and yes, Senator Amy.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt, but there is an unmentioned and unlisted item which occurs actually in the budget. We are proceeding to the Department of Health, government corporations, the various hospitals. But before letter F, there's an E4, which is the PhilHealth Insurance Corporation, which we're fully aware of. Originally, in the NEP, only 53 billion was the endowment to PhilHealth. And naturally, given the Supreme Court decision, which was, by the way, unanimous, a very rare occurrence, 60 billion was added. Given that there's a specific bill rendering such transfers illegal, and also quoting that fund balance, the term fund balance, while ambiguous, is also very, very important. There's also an indication on the part of the Supreme Court that the specific benefits and packages to be expanded should have been indicated. So I would like to say that we have increased this, therefore, in compliance to the ruling, to 113 billion to 61 and so on. We are right to do so. However, the reality is we should perhaps be reminded that this is no straightforward allocation. But in fact, it's in the nature of a refund of an illegal transfer. I don't think it's perhaps the topic or the agenda of this BICAM, but would it be possible to obtain a breakdown of exactly where this 60 billion went? Kasi kung tutuusin, pag susuma sa accounting po, ito na ang ikalawang release or ikalawang pagbibigay ng GAA sa PhilHealth. So, ang mahirap dito, para kang nag-double release. Kasi nagbigay na tayo noon, pagkatapos magbibigay ngayon, pero walang refund as such. I'm fully aware that the Constitution requires that there should be a GAA allocation for any release of any government entity. However, it should be kept in view that this is like a second release na. So anong ginamit? Anong pinaggamitan ng 60 billion? Pwede ba magtanong nun? At ang problema nito, parang ikalawang release na to. Pagbabawalan yan kapag accounting firm yan. Isa yon. Ikalawa, there are far-reaching effects for other GOCCs and GFIs. Naiisip ko lang na halimbawa yung fund balance na sinasabi excess funds ng Land Bank at ng DBP were transferred to the Maharlika Fund, jeopardizing and violating perhaps both banks' minimum capital requirements. Kasi napilitan magbigay ulit ng pera dun sa dalawang bangko at baka manganib sila at sa kakulangan. They had to be topped up. So, kapag susundan natin itong Supreme Court precedent, baka humiyaw lahat ng government corporations na yung pinagkukuha sa kanila na sinasabing profit nila o excess funds or fund balance, dapat isoli sa kanila sa kada GAA. Yun lang po, naisip ko lang at mahirap na.
Thank you very much, Senator Aimee. To answer the query, I will defer to Senior Vice Chairperson Albert Garcia, who defended the budget of the DOH.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very good points raised by Senator Aimee, particularly kung saan nagastos yung 60 billion. I'm sure gusto rin malaman ng ating mga kababayan. So during the budget deliberation and defense of the DOH, tinanong din po namin exactly itong query na ito. And break down po nila yung 60 billion, out of which 27.45 billion napunta po dun sa nabanggit kanina yung public health emergency benefits and allowances for healthcare and non-healthcare workers during COVID-19. Ito po yung matagal ng utang, pero finally ay nabayaran na po last year, if I'm not mistaken, galing po dun sa 60 billion. So that's 27.45 billion. Then an additional 10 billion dinagdag po sa medical assistance to indigent and financially incapable patient or MIFIP. So that's an additional 10. Tapos 4.1 billion napunta po sa procurement of various medical equipment for DOH hospitals, LGU hospitals, and primary health facility. And another 3.37 billion napunta po sa tatlong DOH health facility. And another 1.69 billion napunta po sa Health Facilities Enhancement Program or HFEP. At 13 billion po, ito yung napunta sa government counterpart for financing para po sa mga foreign assisted projects. So, majority of the 60 billion napunta rin po sa health, except for that 13 billion na nilagay po sa counterpart para sa mga foreign assisted project ng ating gobyerno.
Parang yun, kaduda-duda. Bakit ginamit yung PhilHealth funds para sa foreign assisted projects na iba-iba naman ang pakay, hindi naman necessarily para lamang sa kalusugan. So, eto ang problema dyan. At isa pa, kailangan sumunod din tayo, tumalima rin tayo dun sa judgment ng ating Korte Suprema na sabihin kung saan na naman gagamitin itong panibagong 60 billion. Siguro, liwanagin ng DOH, sabi ng Korte Suprema, the specific benefits and packages to be expanded. So dapat ilista na rin nila yung 2026, wag lang natin ibigay yung 60 billion as refund, bahala na kung anong breakdown, at kung saan-saan na naman, baka maligaw na naman 13 billion. Walang ganyanan.
Tama
Mr.
po,
Chair.
Madam Chair, yung sinabi ni Senator Amy. This was done before the Supreme Court decision at nag-decide na po yung Supreme Court na talagang mali. Kaya sinosoli po natin. And to the other point that was raised by Senator Amy, ganito rin po ang ginawa ng ating chair during the budget deliberation nung DOH na siya mismo nag-question and I had a hard time defending the budget kasi pinressure po niya talaga ng ating chair yung PhilHealth to come up with specific packages nang sa ganon ay agarang maramdaman ng ating mga beneficiaries. So tama po kayo and hopefully ay naririnig po ito ng ating liderato ng PhilHealth para maglabas na po ng mga malinaw at expanded na health packages. Salamat po.
Madam Chair,
Chairman
Mr. Chair.
Gatchalian, pwede bang i-require yan sa PhilHealth na yung 60 billion, medyo may breakdown konti?
Mr. Chair.
Yung rinimit sa DOF?
Yes.
Yeah,
Kasi
actually,
yun ang sabi ng Korte Suprema, asan yung specific
actually,
benefits
meron
program?
silang submission sa atin ng DOF kung saan nila ginamit. We can furnish Your Honor about
That's the past po. But since we're going to be allocating anew in the 2026 GAA, pwede bang ilista rin nila yung 60 billion kung saan nila igagastos yun?
We'll request PhilHealth to give us a breakdown.
Sen Win, if I may. If I may respond, Senator Amy, actually medyo grinil ko po yung PhilHealth with regard to that. Nagkainitan nga po kami at around 12 midnight during the deliberations. I actually asked them to do an actuarial study because they keep on telling us that it's all going to just ensuring that they are operable. Sabi ko, hindi. Dapat i-expand nyo yung benefits package ninyo. Dapat gamitin yan para ibaba yung premium contributions ng members. Dapat bayaran ninyo yung accountability ninyo sa hospital. Hindi po sila makakommit. So, ano po, I've been asking for that data po from PhilHealth for the last since September, actually. Since mid-September. And until now po, they're not able to give that information.
Salamat, Chair. Kung maaari, isama na natin sa budget. Malaki-laki yung 60 billion. Bakit hindi ibiyak yan? Mamaya, mapunta naman sa kung saan-saan government counterpart ng FAPS na hindi natin alam at walang kinalaman sa kalusugan ng ating mga kababayan.
Tama, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
naman tama yun.
We'll recognize Senator Pia. Yeah. Merong special provision actually to kung saan paggagamitan yung 60 billion, but we'll allow Senator Pia to elaborate on that and also on the PhilHealth issue.
Mr. Chairman, just a very short response on that matter. The health advocates would actually prefer that there are no specifics on how that would be used. That the PhilHealth board would be able to make that determination. We do have a special provision which is still very general in nature. It's a continuous implementation of the zero balance billing, introduction and scale-up of benefit packages for catastrophic and high-cost conditions, expansion of coverage for outpatient and YACAP, and implementation of the DRG. Ito yung DRG yung papalit na sa case rates. So, ganun ka-general naman yung special provisions natin. And to be clear, it says including but not limited to. We just want these provisions, which are already programs of PhilHealth, to be implemented. Anyway.
gusto ko lang maliwanagin dahil mabuti na nakikinig yung taong bayan na yung 60 billion ng PhilHealth na yan, this conference will deny exactly where it went yung pera. Hindi po sa Facebook na babasa mo na itong 60 billion ginamit sa flood control. Yan lang po ang gusto kong idagdag na hindi po ito pumunta sa flood control. In fact, 79% of which was used in health facilities and yung mga salaries ng back wages ng mga health workers. Only 21.6% was used doon sa foreign funded project, which the executive will have to explain. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
That was to be clear, what His Honor is referring to is the 60 billion that was removed. Yung binabanggit ko naman is the 60 billion that we are now appropriating. I'm making it very clear that pursuant with the Supreme Court ruling na ibalik sa PhilHealth, nasa PhilHealth yon, and then we put a few guidelines na gastusin ito ng PhilHealth not limited to the following. Yung binanggit ko ng mga zero balance billing, yung papalit sa case rates, yung DRG. Pero tama naman po kayo yung dati, yun ang hindi natin kagagawan, doon nila ginastos.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Brian Yamsuan.
Tingin ko ang PhilHealth din, kailangan magkaroon sila ng malawakang information drive. Kasi madalas, hindi alam ng mga tao, kahit PhilHealth member, kung ano yung mga pwede nilang makuha ang mga benepisyo. Minsan hindi nasasabi sa ating taong bayan. Gaya nung yakap, 20,000 worth of free medicines for PhilHealth member. Pero walang nakakaalam. Pag binabanggit, kunyari kami, bilang mga representante ng distrito, babanggitin namin sa aming mga constituents, doon lang nila malalaman. Pero yung PhilHealth itself, wala silang conscious effort to promote and to say all the programs that are available for PhilHealth members. And I think yun ang kailangan nating i-push din sa kanila to have that honest-to-goodness information drive that people will really know kung ano yung mga benepisyo na talagang makukuha nila sa kanilang ahensya.
Mr. Chair, let me add
Senator
to that.
Erwin,
The problem with PhilHealth, Mr. Chair, with all these benefits, they do not have this information drive. Hindi po nakakarating sa mga kababayan natin, ika nga, dahil kulang po sila. I don't know why. We have been proposing that since I was still in Congress last year, talking to the different PhilHealth chairmen, pero hindi po nila ginagawa. So that is the problem. Hindi ho, alam ng mga kababayan, kagaya yung mga i-consulta na yan, at saka yung mga hospitals, kung ano yung mga pwede silang pumunta roon, but they don't know. Kailangan pa tama naman na, Mr. Chair, si Congressman Yamsuan, kailangan pa sabihin kung saan sila pupunta. Dapat trabaho po ng PhilHealth. Their problem is they don't have this information dissemination, a proper information dissemination, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you for those comments. So we move to the next.
So, Mr. Chairman, can
yes.
I now take the floor? Because I was just responding.
All right,
I want-
okay.
yeah,
Yes,
thank
we
you.
exercise Senator Pia.
Thank you. I just wanted to take this opportunity because Senator Aimee already mentioned that 60 billion. So I will just take this opportunity to once again, and to my colleagues who have heard me speak about this so many times, you can take a break, you can take a bathroom break, you can tune out, you can use your cell phone, because I am saying this for the 100th time for the sake of the public, kasi I think all of our colleagues here have the same position. This is about the sin tax collection. So by law, under the sin tax law, there is a mandate that the collection be earmarked for PhilHealth. Ang ibig po sabihin nun, mga kababayan, earmark, unlike karamihan ng revenue ng gobyerno, walang earmarking yun, pupunta lang yun sa treasury. So lahat ng nakukuhang revenue, treasury. Pero itong revenue na nanggagaling sa sin tax, yan po ay earmarked. Ang ibig sabihin nun, nakaisang tabi yun in a separate fund, merong specific na paggagamitan. Ang paggagamitan nun is PhilHealth. So, in 2023, I'll just go back, kasi we passed the law in 2022, it became effective by way of the sin tax collection in our General Appropriation Act, itong budget na pinapasa natin in 2023, 79 billion yung na-appropriate sa sin tax, and it is lacking it is lacking by 4.9 billion because the total sin tax earmark in 2023 was 83.90 billion. Kulang ng 4.9. Nasaan? Hindi ko alam. Nalunod, na flood control, hindi ko alam. 2023 po yun. In 2024, the sin tax earmarked amount was 79 billion. What was in the NEP was 80.28, so nadagdagan pa ng konti. And what was in the General Appropriations Act was 40.28 na bawasan. So ang deficit is 38.73 billion. I repeat, this is earmarked. There is no basis in law for this amount to be used anywhere else, even if it is for a legitimate purpose. Walang naka-earmark na sin tax para sa ibang purpose. Ito po ay dapat nasa PhilHealth. Kulang ng 38.73 billion in 2024. In 2025, the sin tax earmarked amount was 69.81 billion. Ang nasa NEP is 53.13 billion. Ang nasa GAA is 0. So ang kulang is the whole amount, 69.81 billion. Nawawala, nasaan? Nasaan? So yung mga tanong natin, makasamahan natin, Senator Amy, na 60B, yung dun pa lang sa tinanggal, pero before that, 4.9, 38.73, 69.81, where is it? It is earmarked for PhilHealth. So, in the earlier discussion where pinag-uusapan ng MAIP, ang dami nating pambayad. We would not have to have this discussion because the funding is available by law. So, I move on. In 2026, which is ngayon, ang earmark is 69.78 billion. Magkano ang nasa NEP? 53.26 billion. Ano kulang? 16.52 billion. We have the power. Ladies and gentlemen, tayo dito. Wag na natin gayahin yung 2023, 2024, and 2025 GAA. We have the power to reinstate the 16.52 billion. In the past 4 years, let's do the right thing for this 1 year. And this will address the very same questions that you were all raising earlier on the lack of funding for medical assistance. Okay? So I rest my case kasi clear yan. Ang total niyan is 129.96 billion for the past 4 years. 129.96. I'm not done. Also earmark, kaya magkape ka pa, Chairman. Also earmarked are revenues from PCSO and PAGCOR. Iba naman yung batas na to, pero it is also earmarked. Uulitin ko, very clear na tatanggalin yung pondo na revenue ng PCSO and PAGCOR, isang tabi para sa PhilHealth. Ang nakalagay lang, kasi ibang batas to, nakalagay doon subject, and I am paraphrasing, but basically it reads something like subject to the usual accounting, budgeting, and auditing principles. O yun daw. O nasan? Wala, zero. Ibig sabihin sa since 2019 pa ang PCSO, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, 7 freaking years. Walang pumasa sa auditing ni Piso. That amount, dear colleagues, is 106.95 billion. Earmarked. Where is that? Where is it? It's floating with the flood control projects. Now, what year was that? 2022? Yung 2 years na nasa GAA? There were 2 years, I think it was 2022 and 2023, basta, there were 2 years, wow, nakapasok sa GAA yung earmark ng PCSO and PAGCOR. So pinasa natin. Guess what? Never na-release. That amount was 21.17 in 2024 and 21.17 in 2023. Never released, but it was in the GAA. So, dear colleagues, that is our situation, and I will now wrap it up. That total amount plus the diverted funds, so 129 billion is the sin tax collection that was never, the sin tax deficit. 106.95 is the earmark for PCSO and PAGCOR for 2019 to 2025. And then the diverted funds of 60 billion, if you add that all up, it's 296.91 billion. Almost 1/3 of a trillion. But of course, we will now reduce 60B because for all intents and purposes, we have all agreed that yung 60B ibabalik. So 236.91 billion ang kulang, Mr. President. So lahat ng diskusyon natin, kulang ang Medical Assistance Fund, yung ZBB na nagugulat yung mga tao, yung ating kayo po, mga colleagues natin who are very active on the ground. Ang dami siguro mga mayor nyo, mga barangay captain nyo na nagtanong, bakit yung LGU hospital ninyo, walang ZBB, bakit may balancing hinihingi sa kanila? And it was only later na ipapaliwanag ng DOH sa atin na it is only DOH hospitals, if you recall that explanation. But with this kind of funding, we can do more. What we did was we put 1 billion for DOH to give LGUs. But you know that that won't go that far. But with 236 billion, that will go far. That will reach the far areas of your barangays. Congressman Pipito, di ba? Sa'yo din, Congressman Abet, sa ating lahat. So that is where we are. I rest my case, but I will also point out that PhilHealth also by law is supposed to subsidize the contributions for the indirect contributors. Ito po yung mga hindi nakakabayad like certain solo parents, PWDs. So walang nabigay na pondo dyan. Eh, magagamit na talaga itong earmarked amounts specifically for this purpose. So, what is my appeal? Why not the whole amount? O sabihin yung sobrang laki, then in the Senate has been discussing possibility of a 3-year plan. Maybe the chairman can expound on that. But for me, let's do the right thing this year. The 16.52 billion should be included so that for the first time, masabi naman na in this Congress, we upheld the law that we ourselves passed, the sin tax law. So 16.52 billion yung kulang po this year. Yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much to everyone for your patience. I know all of my colleagues here, they have participated in our discussions on this. So kasama na sila dyan, seconding, thirding the motion on this. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes, short lang. Mr. Chair, can I be recognized?
Yes, Senator Lauren.
Thank you, Senator Pia, for putting that on record. Yes, we discussed that in plenary, and I was hoping that at least a 16B would be completed and we could find it in the BICAM. Unfortunately, it looks like it cannot be completed because it should have been in the NEP, diba? It should have been in the NEP. But what the NEP of 2027 can do is to include the whole 129.96B. I hope, and we're serving notice to the executive to put that in the President's budget of 2027 so that yung kulang sa NEP as discussed by Senator Cayetano would be complete. So thank you for putting that on record. I'm sure our colleagues in the House agree. And kung ganyang karami ang pondo ng PhilHealth, hindi na kailangan mag-beg ang mga ma-IFIP o pagpasok sa ospital at yung 10% na tinatawag na indirect members or the invisible sector, lahat na ng facilities sana libre na lang. Hindi na kailangan pipila pa sa guarantee letter. Yun naman ang gusto natin lahat mangyari, di ba? Oo. So,
Mr. Chairman.
That's it.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, I agree with Senator Cayetano. This is law. And law, under the rule of law regime, we should follow the law. So first, but what has happened before, because of fiscal space, may be difficult. But what we would like to agree to and propose is what Senator Cayetano is saying, that at least for this year, we do it right. And how much is that again? Senator? We add
16.52 billion.
16.52. And I therefore so move that we will do it right this time following the earmark amounts, which can never be given to other purposes, but should always be to PhilHealth. And so therefore, that is what we would like to do, Mr. Chairman, to make the right thing at this moment. Now, for 2027, let us see if we have fiscal space for 126 back amounts of the amounts earmarked by law, not given to PhilHealth. But this year, I think we should do this. Senator Pia is urging us to do what is right. I support the good senator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that very um, important discussion. So we move to the Department of Health. These are the budgetary support to government corporations.
Thank you very much, Sen Win. On the part of the House, under the Long Center of the Philippines, we move to retain. The HGAB version retains the NEP levels at 918.8 million. For the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, the HGAB reflects the same amount as the NEP at 1.51. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, the House proposes to increase it by 150 million pesos, thereby increasing the amount to 1.8 billion pesos. And for the Philippine Heart Center, the HGAB reflects the same amount as the NEP at 2.42 billion. And for the Philippine Institute of Traditional Alternative Healthcare, the HGAB reflects the same amount as the NEP at 174 million pesos.
Thank you, Chair Mika. For the Senate, and I'm pleased to inform everyone, these are all the interventions of our Vice Chairperson, Senator Pia Cayetano. So I'll just mention the proposals from the Senate. Lung Center of the Philippines, 2.7 billion pesos, broken down as follows. Hospital Services Program, 1.7 billion pesos. Implementation of advanced lung integrated interventions and networking for comprehensive endoscopy. Alliance Care Program, 50 million pesos. Establishment of the Integrated Robotic Surgery, IROS, and Endoscopic Center, 200 million pesos. Advancement of biobanking phase 3, 50 million pesos. Procurement of linear accelerator, LINAC, 400 million pesos. Procurement of position emission tomography, computed tomography, PET CT scanner, 320 million pesos. For the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, 3.2 billion pesos, broken down as follows. Hospital Services Program, 2.3 billion pesos. Construction of an outpatient services building capability, 400 million pesos. Tama. For Philippine, tama ba? Parang dalawa ito. Sorry, there's a misprint. I think for the construction of an outpatient service building is 500 million pesos. Ano itong isa? Yeah, merong isa pa. Hindi na print mabuti. Linear, tama? Ayan, the procurement of a linear accelerator with stereotatic body radiotherapy. Tama ba? 400 million pesos, no? All right. For the Philippine Children's Medical Center, 3.5 billion pesos, broken down as follows. Procurement of medical equipment, 200 million pesos. Construction of a new building phase 200 million pesos. Renovation of old building phase 200 million pesos. Completion of Eskwelahang Munti, 10 million pesos. Harmonization Initiative, MITHI, 595 million pesos. Hospital Services Program, 2.2 billion pesos. Training and Research Program, 215 million pesos. For the Philippine Heart Center, 4 billion pesos. Hospital Service Program, 3.2 billion pesos. Procurement of various medical equipment, 863 million pesos. For the Philippine Institute of Traditional Alternative Healthcare, 206 million pesos. broken down as General Management and Supervision, 152 million pesos. So any questions, any motion?
Just check lang. I don't know if my record is wrong. I only have old building, walang new building.
Which one? Which Children's Hospital?
Yeah. New.
Old building eh.
Meron ba tayo?
Renovation of building phase 2.
Hindi, old meron, new wala.
New ito.
Kaya nga meron?
Ayan, no? New building phase 2.
Meron tayong pinasok? Yes,
Meron. Galing to sa'yo eh.
Wala eh.
All right, any comments, any suggestion, any motion?
Senwin, if I may take this one, PCMC is very close to my heart, so I'm very happy to see the huge increase for the needs of PCMC, and not just that, of the other specialty hospitals. So I thank the Senate, and I also thank Senator Pia Cayetano, who sponsored this. And with that, I move to adopt the recommendations as put forth with regard to the DOH BGSC
Yeah. Any
cluster.
second?
Mr. Chairman, I second our chair with the statement that Cagayanons have been able to be given services, especially by the Philippine Heart Center, the Philippine Children's Medical Center, and the National Kidney and Transplant Institute. We thank the Senate for increasing all the budgets for these 5 agencies. So I support and second the motion of our chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now go to the Department of Agriculture. Yeah, we can start with the Office of the Secretary.
For the department, yun po, napapagod na yung mata ko, lumiliit na, hindi ko na mabasa yung maliit, sandali lang po. For the Department of Agriculture, under the Office of the Secretary, the House proposes an increase of 16.6 billion pesos from the NEP level of 16 billion pesos for the repair, rehabilitation, and construction of farm-to-market road projects in designated key production areas, thereby bringing the total in the HGAP to 32.6 billion pesos. Next would be a proposed 50 million peso increase in the PAEF on the National High Value Crops Development Program, thereby increasing it from 601.9 billion in the NEP to 651.89 billion in the HGAB. Next, and very important for the House, would be the next item, which is to institute a 10 billion peso fund for the presidential assistance to farmers and fisherfolk. This is important because at 7,000 pesos per beneficiary, we will be able to service almost 1.3 million farmers. Next would be Office of the Secretary lang po muna tayo. Yeah. So those would be the 3 major amendments proposed by the House on the part of the Department of Agriculture under the Office of the Secretary.
Thank you, Chairperson Mika. We now present the proposals of the Senate, and this is from all the proposals actually came from our Vice Chairperson Senator Kiko Pangilinan, who spearheaded the hearing of all the agriculture offices. So, for the implementation of Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita program, ito yun. First Office of the Secretary is 160 billion pesos. Implementation of Kadiwa ni Ani at Kita Program, 300 million pesos. Young Farmers Challenge Program, 120 million pesos. 121 million pesos. Rehabilitation, repair, and construction of farm-to-market roads in designated key production areas, 16.3 billion pesos. Other extension, support, education, and training services activities, 650 million pesos. Building sustainable agricultural and fisheries enterprises safe through the Farmers and Fisherfolk Enterprise Development Program under Republic Act number 11321 or the Sagip Saka Act, 500 million pesos. The Digital Agriculture Project, 600 million pesos. Establishment of Agricultural Food Hub Project, 2.6 billion pesos. Biosecurity for Agriculture and Fisheries Enforcement Project, 1 billion pesos. PSS on the National High Value Crops Development, 1 billion Development Program, 1 billion pesos. Assets on the National High Value Crops Development Program, 519 million pesos. PAEF on the National High Value Crops Development Program, 867 million pesos. INS on the National High Value Crops Development Program, 108 million pesos. Presidential assistance. Okay. Yes, quality control and inspection and insurance of regulatory documents, 766 pesos. Animal welfare supervision and accreditation program, 10 million pesos. That's it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, that's the end,
Yes,
as you mentioned.
yes,
No?
yes,
Just to mention, the very last one was this representations amendment. And I just want to mention, because it's a first of its kind, it's animal welfare to provide assistance to private animal shelters that have demonstrated exemplary performance in delivering care, protection, and rehab services to animals. This is the usual domestic animal situation where they're abused, walang matakbuhan yung mga tao, walang tumutulong, walang financial assistance. So this is the first small pilot project that will put under DA the responsibility to vet these shelters and then to provide them with the financial assistance to help them do the job that many of them are already doing very well. Yun lang, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. So,
Mr. Chairman.
comments? Yes.
Yes. Mindanao, Mr. Chairman, has a population of 26 million Mindanaonons, comprising 22% of the 119 million Filipinos. Mindanao contributes to our GDP in the tune of 18 to 19%. But this and the net that was provided to us only gave Mindanao, out of the total pie for the DA, 15.2%. So I asked Secretary Laurel on this, and he said that there are also funds lodged in the office of the Secretary to be able to give justice to Mindanao. Imagine 15.4, and we are the breadbasket of our country. 50% of the corn, Mindanao. Coconut, 50%. Rubber, almost all from Mindanao. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to know whether the Senate has considered you being the representatives of the entire Filipino nation in general. Have you been able to see how Mindanao as a region, 6 regions in the island of Mindanao, how we are able to give to our farmers and fisher folks more than the 15.4%? So I would like to ask that here in this forum, because we are now in the BICAM. And so therefore, we cannot continue to have this kind of an inequitable distribution of the DA pie to only have 15.4%. for Mindanao. So we would like to know from our chairman whether that was also taken by the Senate and whether there are also moves to be able to give justice to Mindanao because we have the most number of farmers and also fisher folks. So therefore, those are the things that I would like to bring to this August Assembly of the BICAM. It is not really equitable to only have 15.4. So therefore, NCR gets 11%. And where can we plant in NCR? At Luneta, Mr. Chairman? So yun lang Mindanao talaga ito yung land of promise. And yet, 15.4% lang. So yan talaga ang aming hinaing sa from Mindanao to consider Mindanao, agriculture na ito All the others are okay. Pero agriculture is really what we are all about, Mindanao. Mr. Chairman, can we have a response on that?
We recognize Senator Kiko.
Yes, with the permission of our chairman. While it is true that the budgetary appropriations are identified as NCR, these are actually national offices who are headquartered in NCR. But their programs and their infrastructure projects are nationwide. One case in point is the National Irrigation Administration. While it is based in NCR and therefore the budgetary allocations would be NCR-based because they are headquartered in NCR, the projects of the NIA are nationwide. So having said that, it is not exactly accurate to say that because the allocations are for NCR and the programs therefore will be implemented in the National Capital Region. So, but having said that, we understand the concern. In fact, because of this concern, there are a number of interventions that we put in place that we would like to address the challenges and nationally. For example, the establishment of a food hub project of 2.6 billion includes a food hub as endorsed by the Department of Agriculture in Mindanao. Where is it?
Cagayan de Oro, Mr. Chairman.
There you go. The biosecurity for agriculture and fishery enforcement, we asked for 1 billion. This would be the first border control for agriculture products being brought in. And if I'm not mistaken, actually the original request was for 3 billion or 2 billion, but one of the projects for biosafety, first border control facility, would be also in Mindanao. So there are a number of other items here that are actually for implementation nationwide. And Mindanao will have a fair share of these projects.
Thank you. But Mr. Chairman, the best way to do, for example, irrigation is not to lump it up in the head office. It should already be pushed down to the regions already. After all, the NIA has already, the NIA has already identified what are these projects, line item ngayon So ano talaga? I mean, we cannot therefore just depend on being given lump sum to Manila. NIA. Then it should go to the regions, including Mindanao. So that is what we are asking. Because when you put it in the head office, the problem there is that it becomes a pork barrel of the one holding the funds. And you have to plead to them. And we are very far from Mindanao. So that is what we should do. Probably how we can do that this time, Mr. Chairman, so that we will be able to have affirmative action to the needs of Mindanao, its farmers, and its fisher folks. So that is what I would like to appeal to our senators. That clear very clear talaga 15.2%. So how can that be considering if you go to equitable distribution by population under the principle of taxation by representation, then we should be able to at least get 22%, because that is the population percent of Mindanao. 26 million, which is 22% of the 119 million Filipinos. So that's what we like to ask, how we are able to do that so that it will be right there. So that people, us from Mindanao will see, Nia, okay, ito yung amount. It should already be given to the regions. We can see how much Mindanao will get already. So those are the appeal of those from Mindanao, Mr. Chairman, and of course, Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Yes, if I may also add, Mr. Chairman, there are budgetary appropriations for the Office of the Secretary, which we believe we pushed for the increase, and there should be a fair share for Mindanao. For example, we increased the PCIC budget by an additional 1 billion, which therefore will be made available to farmers nationwide. The ACPC, we also increased it by 250 million, again to be made available for our farmers and fisher folk nationwide. So these are some of the programs that we pushed for in terms of additional funding, and definitely we should be able to put in place perhaps maybe even a special provision on ensuring equitable distribution of the programs throughout the country.
Thank you for those increases, Senator Kiko. And indeed, if there's a special provision that will have equitable, then it will be okay with us. Equitable distribution in accordance with the number of farmers. In the presentation of Secretary Kiko, we can see that 35% of the farmers are in Mindanao, 35 to 40%. So, and the fisher folk. So therefore, we should have that kind of equitable apportionment. So I would propose that we pass a special provision to have equitable share of those funds lodged in the office of the Secretary. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Subject to the wording, so that we don't, so we can also give the Secretary some flexibility. We agree in principle to the special provision.
Thank you. Let's have a special provision subject to the consultation with the Secretary. Because actually the Secretary realized this when I brought this up in the House, and he pledged, in fact, that there will be more in addition to the 15.2%. He will be giving more. But in the special provision provides so, with a language that is acceptable to the Secretary, then we are very thankful to the Senate and the House for having that provision. Medyo equitable naman ang distribution. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Kiko. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Senator Laura.
I would just like to express my agreement with the points of Congressman Rodriguez. And I'm also wondering why the lump sums are big. In fact, moving forward in the coming NEPs, coming years, it should be disaggregated. And the more disaggregated it is, equitably distributed in the different regions, even down to the provinces or districts, it's better rather than it's lump sum and it's subject to patronage politics o kung sino ang sinasabing malapit sa kusina. So I agree with you, and especially now with the effects and the impacts of climate change, our farmers and fisher folks in Mindanao need all the support needed. So we would be happy with the permission of the chair to receive a special provision that could guide the funds that are lodged presently in the office of the Secretary.
Thank you. Mindanao would like to thank Senator Ligarda for supporting us, the chair, because you were the one who said to support immediately. But of course, together with the chairman, Senator Kiko. Yeah. So thank you very much for that. And we hope to have that provision, Senator Kiko. You're in charge of agriculture, and we really would like to get your support. Thank you so much.
You have it, Congressman.
Actually, Congressman.
So Mindanao thanks Senator Kiko Pangilinan. Now we wait for the chairman to also pledge.
No, I think that concept should be spread out in various agencies, not only in DA, but also, let's say, in the PWH or in DOTR, so that development will spread throughout the country, not centralized in Metro Manila or just Luzon. So that's something that we will be looking at in the next budget cycle or in any discussions.
Thank you. Mindanao, thanks, Chairman, Senator Yun Gatchalian. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Kong Rufus. So, any comments?
To continue, Mr. Chairman, on another matter. This is regarding our proposal for the farm-to-market road. This is affirmative action, especially in Mindanao, where we have already highways. But the problem is how our people in our far-flung barangays will be able to bring their produce to the city, lowering costs and enabling them to bring their products. So I have been requested by the chair, and I always obey my chair. So whatever the chair would want.
Thank you very much. Thank you for indulging me, Representative Rufus Rodriguez. Before we go to the question on the farm-to-market roads, I would first like to focus the matter on something of great importance to the House, which is the funding for the presidential assistance to farmers and fisher folk. In the HGAB, there is a allocation of 10 billion pesos for this program, and we appeal once again to our colleagues in the Senate to please help us fund this in the final version of the GAA. The reason being that this is a critical program, one of the flagship programs of the President that enables him to provide assistance, enables the administration to provide assistance to farmers and fisher folk all throughout the country. Several instances where it has been given in the past, in Navotas when there was an oil spill, in Cavite as well, I believe, also due to the oil spill, when there in Camarines and in other areas when there were times of calamities, especially when typhoons would strike, and this would damage the crops of the farmers. And finally, in cases wherein crop prices are so low that farmers get prices below their investment. So siguro po yun po yung hihingiin namin. Napakahalaga po kasi ng programa na ito para po sa ating mga magsasaka at mangingisda. At I will also personally advocate for this as a representative from the 1st District of Nueva Ecija, which is the rice granary of our country. And it is very important for us to be able to have this fund to help our farmers. Siguro po, in more recently, siguro po gusto ko pong banggitin yung nangyari nitong nakaraang cropping cycle na napakababa po ng presyo ng pagbili ng palay. At napakalaki po ng nalugi sa ating mga magsasaka. At ito po sana, itong PAF na to ay posibleng maging susi. Malaki po yung papel na gagampanan nito para matulungan po yung ating mga magsasaka na una po kahit papaano ay makarecover doon sa nawala nilang puhunan sa nakaraang cropping cycle at magkaroon din po sila ng puhunan para naman po sa susunod na pagtatanim. Napakahalaga po nito. At siguro po nung isa-cite ko na din po yung nakaraan, nung natamaan po ng Bagyong Carding, yung aming distrito, halos higit 1 bilyon po yung nasalanta na mga pananim at mga bukirin. At kung meron po sanang PAF nung mga panahon na yon na agad-agad po na pwedeng mai-disburse para po matulungan yung ating mga magsasaka, napakalaking tulong po sana nun para sa mga nasalanta ng bagyo. And sa parte naman po ng mga magsasaka, napakalaki po na itinulong nito doon po sa mga natamaan ng oil spill. Kasi hindi po sila makapagpangisda. Kaya po ilang buwan po, mahina na yung ilang buwan na hindi sila makapamingwit. Makapamingwit ba yung term pag malakihan? Pero hindi sila hindi sila makapangawil sa kanila pong mga karagatan dahil po doon sa oil spill. So, ang aming pong proposal, ang aming panukala ay itong 10 billion pesos po na ito ay hahatiin po sa 7,000 pesos bawat benepisyaryo. At ito po ay, ang represent po nito ay 1.3 million farmers na pwede po nating matulungan sa taong 2026. Kaya umaapela po muli ang aming delegasyon mula sa Kongreso na sana po matulungan po kami ng aming mga kasamahan sa Senado na sa pinal po na version ng ating budget ay maipasok po yung 10 billion pesos para sa presidential assistance for farmers and fisherfolk. Maraming salamat po.
May we hear from our colleagues from Mindanao? Sorry, I'm sorry, Senator.
I think Senator Kiko first, and then
If I can,
Senator
yes.
Dorn.
Well, we were reviewing first it was not in the NEP. I think it was considered after the series of typhoons, calamities, and the drop in palay prices, which happened after the NEP was prepared. No, so our concern there was how do we secure, where do we source the money? But having said that, my initial inclination really was to endorse it precisely because talagang hirap na hirap yung ating mga farmers, and lalo na sa palay prices, no? Bagsak na bagsak talaga, luging-lugi. Ayaw na nga magtanim muli, no? And then sunod-sunod yung bagyo. There are some concerns, however, in terms of the implementation. For example, sa RCEF of 2025, up until today, of the 13 billion that was supposed to be released, including for our rice farmers, 6 billion for cash assistance. The entire 13 billion has yet to be released. And of the 13 billion, machinery, seedlings, etc., 6 billion is cash assistance. Hindi pa na ibibigay. So, how do we now reconcile giving them an additional 10 billion for 2026? We have not yet been able to give them the 6 billion for 2025. So that's one concern that we were raising. No? The other is the 2024 releases of cash assistance. The COA has found that about 58,000 recipients of the assistance should not have received the amount. And that's a total of about 293 million pesos worth of assistance that went to non-farmers or non-qualified farmers and the like. So these are some of the concerns that we were contemplating with respect to this particular, how do you call it, budgetary appropriations. Now, like I said, initially, we were supporting this, and if we'd like to hear out other members of the panel, and maybe from our panel too in the Senate, so that we can try and find some win-win, how do you call it, compromise. No, the RCEF. RCEF. The Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, 30 billion should be allocated. 13 billion has not been released for 2025, and of the 13 billion that has not been released, that includes seedlings, fertilizers, farm inputs, equipment, and 6 billion pesos worth of cash assistance. So these are the challenges, and the issues that surround our decision regarding the 10 billion additional assistance for farmers and fisherfolk. In principle, we have no argument that they need the support. We don't dispute that they have suffered a lot in the last year and have suffered a lot of losses and need support. So moving forward, we will yield. We will defer
Mr. Chair.
to the committee's preference and decision.
Sige, sige.
If I may respond po, with regard to the 6 billion mentioned in the RCEF, I was one of the principal authors of the amendment to the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund. And I believe that the 6 billion is tagged under the RFFA, which is the Rice Farmers Financial Assistance. And I think one of the chokehold points there would be the recognition of the funding source. Kasi po ang source po nito would be the tariff revenues. And yun po yung isa sa mga naging problema. Nagkaroon po ng late recognition, late reporting from the part of the BOC. Kaya nagkakaroon po ng delays kasi hindi po natin nakikita kung ano yung excess tariff revenues. And yun din po yung isa sa mga dahilan kung bakit in general, since RCEF was implemented in 2019, mabagal po yung disbursement. And I believe with the amendments that were introduced was it December of 2024 when it was signed? Hopefully po maayos na po yun. But I believe it's tagged, it's linked to the funding source in the case of RCEF kasi it's a SAG-F po. That's why it might be that. So it's not really the disbursement, it's the source of fund that may be the chokehold point, the choking point for RFFA. With regard to the actual identification of beneficiaries, siguro po pwede po nating kausapin yung DA patungkol dyan. Mas paigtingin po yung guidelines. We have to be more stringent with the guidelines to ensure that only farmers and fisher folk affected by calamities, either calamities or very low palay prices or oil spills and the like would be eligible to receive the PAF. So we can put in those safeguards po just to ensure that this program will be implemented correctly. And with that, I would like to to yield the floor to Representative Pepito Alvarez.
Sorry, follow up lang. Sana i-adapt ng aming Senate counterparts yung requested ng administration na 10 billion. Kasi I can only cite Palawan, kailangan talaga. So, meron mang nagkamali doon, meron mang finding ang COA. Let's institute na lang more safeguards para wag naman natin tipirin yung ayuda sa fisher folk at sa farmer natin. Yun lang ang pakiusap dahil kung makita mo yung minention ni Senator Kiko na nawalaan tayo dahil hindi mayroong mga nagpapanggap na farmers at saka fisher folks, but sa next cycle siguro mas mabuti, mas mababa na yan. Kaya tuloy na lang po natin ito. Nakikiusap kami. Thank you very much.
Madam
Madam
Chair.
Chair, if I may.
Representative Marcelino Libanan and then Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lang mag-propose ng amendment na hindi lang 7,000 yung ceiling bawat isang tao. Kasi napakaliit ng 7,000 kasi parang AX na po yan. Kung maaari, maglagay na po tayo ng ceiling. We are dealing here with the backbone of our economy, farmers and fisher folks na bibigyan. Kaya laki-lakihan na po natin yung may bibigay natin sa mga beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Maino. To respond to that, Bo, actually, this is not something that we will stipulate in the GAA. Rather, it's based on the internal guidelines that the DA has issued when they implemented PAF in recent years. So, ano po, pwede po natin kausapin yung DA kung ano po yung gagawin nila na entitlement per beneficiary moving forward. Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And certainly, we support the fund for the presidential assistance to farmers and fisher folks. President Bongbong Marcos was in the city of Cagayan de Oro last year to give precisely to our fisher folks who were victims of the shear line. They were not able to fish. In fact, there was a deluge of water in the shoreline, and so some boats were destroyed. And then also from the farmers in Cagayan de Oro and Misamis Oriental, and the President was in Cagayan de Oro at our convention center. And you can see that our farmers were so thankful to President Marcos because the president went to them and they saw the president, shook hands with the president. The president has brought government nearer to the people. And so therefore, these are the kinds of immediate assistance that the office of the president can already give when there is a calamity, when there is a typhoon, there are earthquakes, and so which affects farmers and fisher folks. So I appeal to our Senate colleagues to be able to give this 10 billion so that there will be an immediate assistance to farmers and fisher folks all over the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair.
Thanks, Representative Brian Yamsuan.
Yes, as former chairman of the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries in the House of Representatives in the 19th Congress, I really say kailangan talaga the need for additional funding for especially our fisher folks. Sila yung madalas tamaan, bagyo, sila yung laging nawawalan, and of course, dwindling pa yung population ng ating mga fisher folks. Almost 70% ata ng ating fisher folks ngayon, 50 years old and above na ang mga edad nila at konti na lang po ang talagang pumupunta dun sa sektor na yon. And I think with this additional funding, we can, kumbaga, give them a lease on life doon sa kailangan nila para sa pang-araw-araw. And I support my colleagues, especially the move of our chairman, Mika Swansing, to really give this a additional funding kasi talagang kailangan nila. And we also ask for your consideration for the approval of this budget.
Senator Amy?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Alam naman ng lahat na pinaglalaban ko ng todo ang ating mga magsasakat ng isda dahil ako'y nagmula sa isang rural, agricultural na constituency. No? Hindi naman namin mapagkaila yan. Subalit, tinatanong ko lamang, ang pangalan nito, Presidential Assistance to Farmers and Fisher Folk. Kung tunay nga na prioridad dito ng administrasyon at presidential assistance pa ang pamagat nito, bakit hindi sinama sa NEP, which is otherwise known as the President's budget?
Go ahead, Senator Kiko.
Yes, allow me to explain what the Secretary shared with us. No? Precisely because of the impact of the drop in palay prices and then the series of typhoons, calamities, floods that happened after the NEP was submitted. My understanding is Malacanang felt the need to allocate this additional budgetary support.
So it came after the DBCC had submitted the draft?
Yes,
and
because the typhoons came after and the drop in palay prices came after.
well, that being the case, therefore, why did our committee report not include it?
Well, the subcommittee of which I chaired endorsed it, but because of fiscal space and the discussions were the discussions were such that may AX na, no, hindi na implementa ng tama yung pag-distribute ng assistance and a number of other considerations. The committee, I deferred to the chairman, but now we're discussing it again, and he's open to my previous suggestion that we include it and endorse it, Mr. President.
Okay, nagtatanong lang naman at alam naman ninyo mas radikal ang aking panukala para rito, kundi ang akin hindi yung one-shot deal na 7,000 na sa pakiwari ko, hindi naman magtatagal ng 1 buwan para sa pamilya ng 5, no? Hindi naman magtatagal yan, hindi talagang solusyon. Ang akin nga para magkaroon ng national wage, farmers' wage ang marginal farmers kasi hindi yung one-shot deal ang makakatulong sa kanila kundi malawakan at mas mahaba, sustained support dahil ang layo-layo na natin. Ganun pa man, tignan natin kung saan kukunin ni Chairman Gatchalian. Magmamagic pa tayo para magkaroon ng fiscal space.
Mr. Erwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the problem here is, bottom line, we don't have funds for this because it is not, number one, in the NEP. Pangalawa po, wala, saan ho natin huhugutin to? Saan tayo magbabaklas? Ilalagay natin dito. Pero may mga options po tayo kasi when I was with the DSWD, may mga programs po ang DSWD dito. Yung Kalahi Seeds for One. Nandyan din po yung Sustainable Livelihood Program para sa mga kooperatiba. Nandyan din po yung AIX, pag may mga bagyo, they continue to do this. So, may options actually, may alternatibo na po pwedeng pumasok, tumulong ang DSWD through doon sa Kalahi Seeds nila. It's a community-based program to alleviate poverty in that community. Number two, yung Sustainable Livelihood Program. Usually, ang ginagawa dito ng DSWD, cooperative, encouraging mga fisher folks, mga farmers, to create a cooperative or to build their own cooperative, then lalagyan ng pondo yung kooperatiba na yun. Number three, yung AIX nga na 5,000 ay binibigay usually sa mga calamity areas, yung mga tinamaan ng kalamidad ng mga kababayan natin. So, there are options. Itong 3 options na ito ng DSWD, Mr. Chair.
Senator Pia and then Senator Kiko.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, my intervention is similar to Senator Tulfo's. Of course, he was our former secretary, but I handle the budget of DSWD right now. So, Mr. President, let me start with another committee that I chair, the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking. The number 1 SDG is no poverty, and the Filipino farmers are the poorest sector in the entire country. So there is no argument that we need to support them, and it is well worth our time to spend more than a 10-minute exchange on ideas on how we can provide more funding for the farmers. I think it is worth having this discussion. My intervention specifically is, well, first my observation, there seems to be a problem with the efficiency of DA in identifying and delivering the needed funds to these farmers. Clearly, the fact that the chairperson said she had a lengthy explanation on the availability of the fund, and then in terms of the questions on who is receiving those funds. Now, Senator Tulfo had already mentioned that DSWD has similar programs. So, my humble recommendation is that we consider giving that fund to DSWD, because as it is, DSWD has their own share of problems in the efficient delivery. But mas natuto na sila, mas nahasa na sila, mas tinitingnan natin sila. Kumbaga, mas mahirap magkaroon ng kalokohan doon, in my humble opinion. Kung hindi sanay si DA sa ganito, then we open a whole Pandora's box with this new agency delivering funds that they do not, I'm not aware, but do they have the expertise in doing this? Because DSWD has the expertise. On that note, the LSLP that His Honor mentioned is 4.5 billion under the NEP, and the House recommended this to be 5.13 under the GAB, and the Senate supported this. So pwede natin dagdagan yon. It's just an option because mahirap sa atin na nakakarinig tayo ng pera na pinaghirapan natin hanapin para makarating sa mga kababayan, tapos hindi nakakarating, nakakaltasan. Ang sakit eh. So kung mabibigay natin to sa isang ahensya na mas maaasahan natin, that might be an option. So that's all really that I'm recommending that the body considers, because I want to support the farmers and fisher folks. I shared the concern of Senator Aimee, and I'll include Senator Lauren as well, because we were discussing na medyo parang afterthought naman kasi, dahil taon-taon naman tayo binabagyo. Taon-taon naman na merong another crop na nagkakaroon ng mafia na hindi na maganda ang presyo ng farmers natin. So ba't pa tayo nagulat? Ba't pa hindi pa nasama to sa NEP? So yun lang naman ang mga considerations natin at this point. But I fully support kahit more than 10 billion, maghanap tayo ng pondo. But let's lodge it in an agency that can deliver this properly. That is my suggestion, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, with due respect to Senator Cayetano, in the case of Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Oriental, the DA has the expertise more than the DSWD. Because DSWD, AIX, AKAP. But this one is a sector, which are farmers and fisher folks. And the fact that the president was able to go there at the time when they were hit by the shear line and the typhoon in Cagayan de Oro and also Misamis Oriental really says a lot towards our government being able to reach out to our people. And so iba talaga ito eh. That's why it is farmers and fisher folk. DSWD would not have that kind of expertise to be able to know because the DA has the list of farmers for every province, every city. So therefore, we are asking that in this particular case, let us continue, Senator Pia, because this is a sector that DA is really on top of.
If I may, yes, in agreement with Representative Rodriguez, there is something called the Registry System for Basic Sectors in Agriculture, the RSBSA, and the Rice Farmers Registry System, which is very comprehensive. Kung minsan hindi na-update, pero ganun pa rin, siya yung foundational database for government agricultural assistance, cash grants, crop insurance, subsidized rice, and mechanization. So kung tutuusin, para sa akin, mas maayos pa nga yung listahan na yan kesa yung mga ginagamit natin sa AKAP at AIX.
Yes.
Mr. President, just a quick response. I defer to the experts, no? Kasi alam nyo naman yung mga farmers nyo. So sa akin lang naman, it was just a suggestion because clearly there have been issues. So I'm so happy to hear na maayos po sa Cagayan de Oro. I'm truly happy about that. Pero what do we do with those, how many? 65,000 wrong recipients?
58,000.
How many?
58,000.
58,000. So what do we do with that? I don't know. That's why I'm just throwing some, if I may just continue.
We don't have the data as to
So-
where, but that was a national figure that was given by COA.
So I mean, I defer, no? It's just a suggestion, but I cannot just not consider that 58,000 wrong recipients is okay. It is not okay because that 58,000 could have, I'd rather na nadoble dun sa mga fisher folk and farmers sa Cagayan de Oro, madoble na lang kaysa maling recipient, di ba? Kasi sayang din yung nilalagay natin dun sa ibang assistance kung sa ibang programa, mali-mali din ang pag-deliver. So it's just that. It's just a level of frustration that, you know, we work so hard to find the right funding and then it doesn't go to the recipients. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Senator Kiko?
Yes,
Yeah.
go ahead. I will yield.
Mr. Chair, mine kanina was just a suggestion, di ba, na instead of giving out 7,000 one time, I mean, we have typhoons every few months. Farmers, crops, they're destroyed pag nadaanan ng bagyo. And then fisher folks din sila makalabas. Mataas lang, malaki lang ang alon, hindi na kagad pinapayagan ng Philippine Coast Guard. So, we give them 7,000 this month, July. May bagyo na naman na September. My point here, Mr. Chair, is like, why don't we give this, sige, kung DA, let's just give it to DA, or like what Congressman Rodriguez is saying. Pero siguro, baka po pwedeng gawin natin in a form of a livelihood. Para kulang kasi 7,000 at one time, ang bagyo, 3 times, 4 times, tumaas lang yung alon, amihan, habagat, di na makalabas yung fisherman natin. So, siguro mas maganda kung gawin natin ito. I don't know if the good congressman from Cagayan de Oro will agree with me, na hindi in the form of ayuda, kundi parang sustainable livelihood. It's a livelihood. Like they pull their money together in one community, in one fishing village, para makagawa sila ng isang kooperatiba doon, like what DSWD is doing, para may pinagkakitaan sila every time na hindi sila makalabas because may bagyo, may mataas na alon. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, fishing and farming is already a livelihood. And precisely because it's a livelihood, they need already, when there's an emergency, they need to buy fishing nets because, it was destroyed, the boats have been dilapidated. So in other words, these are immediate assistance. And therefore, the livelihood that they have, farming is a livelihood. We don't have to reinvent the wheel on what should be the farmers should do, or the fisher folks. And that is why I'm saying that probably let us continue with this and probably just have, make the DA probably be more attuned to really singling out and getting who are really qualified, so that your 58,000 will not follow. But the concept itself is an immediate need for the livelihood of farmers and fisher folks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Kiko.
No,
and then
just to add to the points raised earlier by Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Amy Marcos, on the matter of this being a stopgap measure, it is calamity cash assistance to address a real need, given that bumagsak ang presyo ng palay, hirap ang ating mga magsasaka. But I share the view that this is a short-term stopgap measure. And strategically, we will have to do this every year, considering every year the storms get worse, get more destructive, and the like. And that's why I said this during the hearings, that if this is 10 billion, maybe we should, of course, this is just putting it out there, and hopefully in the future, we can get the support of both houses to address this. Why not allocate 5 billion pesos for capacity building of farmers and fisherfolk cooperatives? In other words, give the DA the power to manage, to provide developing of co-ops, or allocate another 10 billion for extension service. In other words, expand the extension service capacity of our DA, not in the regional level. Bring them down to the municipal level, so that extension service funded by the national government will reach our farmers down to the grassroots. This, I think, in the long run, we're putting money for strategic, sustainable interventions. This is a stopgap intervention. But anyway, having said that, it is still needed anyway, but I think if we wish to address the challenges of agriculture in a strategic and sustainable manner, we have to put more money into organizing them, building their capacity, put more money in extension service so that government can be with them in the grassroots, put more money in, yes, mechanization, but what use is mechanization if they're not organized? What use is all the other interventions, drying facility, if they're not organized? And therefore, strategically, we'd like to see that. And yes, the poorest sectors are the farmers and fisherfolk. Ang national poverty incidence natin is 16%, but in the sector of farmers and fisherfolk, it's 27%. It's pretty much double the poverty incidence in both farming and fishing. And unless we secure our producers, our food will always be expensive. And therefore, well, for the record, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Amy?
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Gatchalian. Papayag ba kayo kung i-transfer ang 10 billion mula sa AIX o di kaya iwanan sa AIX at lagyan lang ng stipulation na para sa farmers yung 10 billion since we cannot find fiscal face? Pwede ba yun? Kasi ang nangyari ngayon, pumasa yung free funeral. Yung free funeral services, papasok sa AIX yun. Walang bagong pondo yun kasi wala ngang pera for the free funerals. So it's a part and parcel of AIX now. So I'm wondering if perhaps you would like to just carve out a 10 billion from the AIX program and identify it strictly for farmers who are facing calamities or are victims of all sorts of natural and man-made calamities.
If I may respond
Yeah.
po, if the question is with regard to the funding source, I will be able to provide Senator Win with a proposal on where this 10 billion pesos will be carved out.
A win-win.
So
Yes, most definitely.
Wag
Yeah,
tayo
well-
magbabawas ng AIX, yun ba yun?
Well, for me, after listening to our esteemed colleagues, and I agree with Senator Pia, the poorest of the poor comes from the agri and fisher folk sector. And ang problema, they're also susceptible to price fluctuations. No? Pag tumaas ang presyo ng palay, susceptible sila doon. Pag bumaba ang presyo ng palay, susceptible sila doon. walang calamity pero susceptible sila sa presyo, no? So, and at the same time, susceptible rin sila sa weather disturbances, no? So, it's really, for me, parang it's a very volatile, they live a very volatile life because of the price fluctuations and also the weather disturbances. That's why I can see a specialized program for them because I think yung mga ibang mga kababayan natin hindi ganito na experience sila, no? Price and weather, no? And these things cannot be predicted, no? Maya pakahirap i-predict yung ganito. So for me, I see the benefit of this program, no, especially for our farmers and fisher folks. No? Yeah, so
Thank you very much, Senwin. And with that, I would like to reiterate my motion to include the 10 billion pesos for the presidential assistance to farmers and fisher folk to the final version of the BICAM.
Madam Chair, you did indicate that you had identified a funding source. Can you share it with us?
I will be able to give it, these will be derived, actually po, lahat po kasi yon. So I will be able to disaggregate it from 10 billion. It might be a little bit difficult to lay out all of it, but most definitely I can
Happy to
assure.
wait, but so far, wala pa tayong binabawasan, puros dagdag po.
There's the 4 billion under the NFA as proposed in the GAB. That's a
Yung
huge source.
DepEd 29.
Not DepEd, definitely.
Hindi, may
NFA po.
bawas na yung DepEd sa version natin, di ba?
But that's definitely not going to be the source
sige.
for the 10 billion. It's the 4.5 billion in the NFA. Kasi po we placed that initially in the HGAB. However, given that there's no enabling law to facilitate that, that can be a big source.
for one is I see the flood control
Yes.
projects. That's definitely the source. We also saw.
I'm sure you're all in receipt of the statement of the Public Works requesting that their budgets be restored.
Yeah.
They've just put it out,
Yeah,
I think.
yeah, I saw that. So, and also inefficient utilization of funds from various agencies. As we go along, we'll see those also.
I can guarantee for rest assured that we will be able to not carve out, we have already identified a funding source for the 10 billion under PAF. So with that, I reiterate my motion to include the 10 billion pesos for the presidential assistance to farmers and fisher folk in the final BICAM report.
If that is the case, Mr. Chair, then I move to approve to be included the presidential assistance to farmers and fisher folks.
Thank you, Senator
Second.
Erwin, and duly seconded by our colleagues. Thank you, Senator Kiko. In fairness to Senator Kiko, he studied this very carefully and recommended it to the committee. So the motion is approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Madam
very
Chair.
much to our colleagues in the Senate and to Senator Kiko Pangilinan for helping us as well craft this particular program.
Madam Chair, but before we go to the other item,
Okay.
may
I
tanong
would like
lang ako.
to
Because this will be a presidential assistance for farmers and fisher folks. May provision po yung Senado na bawal ang politiko magbigay ng ayuda. Kasama po ba ito or may provision kayo na except the president? Kasi ang sabi ni Congressman Robos, ang presidente mismong namimigay, yan ang pinaka-numero unong politiko po natin.
And we were there.
Harmonize the intention of this program with the special provision, but that's a good point. Yeah, we'll harmonize it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi baka ma-miss out natin po ito. Napaka-importante po ito. See, this is symbolic when the President gives this aid to our farmers and fisher folks.
We'll harmonize the program with the special provision. Yes, Senator Pia?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to put on record that I was messaging Secretary Rex Gatchalian of DSWD regarding my idea that DSWD might be able to assist. And he said there's already a precedent for that, wherein they have assisted DA, and the list of farmers and fishermen were given to them and they would do the payout. So just to put it on record, and perhaps Senator Kiko can just relay this to the Secretary, that if it is an efficient way in some other areas, then why not? So just to put it out there. Thank you.
Yes, we will relay the same, Senator Pia, to Secretary Kiko.
Madam Chair, very short lang to.
Representative Javi Benitez.
I'd just like to share because coming from the province of Negros Occidental, we're facing a perfect storm. Na may low, poor cane quality, mababe yung prices po namin. We've been hit by the calamity. So I hope na hindi lang sa palay farmers but dito rin po sa ating mga sugar farmers. At hindi natin pwedeng sabihin na they can do other things because they've been doing this for many years. So kailangan po nila yun. So I hope na makonsider din po ng not only legislative but even the executive for sugarcane farmers. Yeah,
Yes,
thank you.
I understand the amount. The assistance is for all, not just rice farmers, in farmers and fisher folk, precisely because lahat tinamaan ng bagyo, apart from yung bagsak ng palay prices.
Thank you very much. May I now move to the next topic? So this is with regard to the farm to market roads. In the House version, the total for FMRs was 32 billion pesos, and we would like again to once again appeal to our colleagues in the Senate to restore the 32 billion pesos for farm to market roads.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes.
The Chair.
Okay.
May I just second the motion because this is an affirmative action for our poor farmers and people at the areas of our far-flung barangays. The highways are okay. Mostly those who will use them are those in the cities and municipalities. But then it is by going to the deepest parts of our barangay that we really bring in this particular service to them, and they're able to bring their products and their produce to the markets, making it, the prices of products also would lower in terms of prices. And so therefore, I just to also state that Senator Kiko Pangilinan has stated that in Region 10, there is no ghost FMR. And I think mostly all over the country, there are no ghost FMR because it is shown to the people and brought to the people in the countryside. So we'd like to ask that we are able to have the 32 billion and make sure that our farmers, our people in the far-flung barangays will have the benefit of good roads. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative, my apologies, Sen Kiko po or Representative Marcor Zamora?
Yes, just a rejoinder, Madam Chair. The increase of the proposed increase for the farm to market roads is recognized being the most cost-effective intervention to address food prices and food security. In fact, studies and DA field data consistently show that poor farm access increases transport cost by 20 to 40% and leads to post-harvest losses of up to 30%, especially for rice, vegetable, and high-value crops. While we understand, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that there are FMR projects that are under deeper evaluation, investigation, or show how low utilization, largely due to implementation capacity constraints. But I believe that these are isolated cases and should not be used to penalize an entire program that directly supports over 10 million Filipino farmers. And to correct this response is to strengthen oversight and implementation and not to reduce funding. And so we appeal, I join the other members to appealing to maintain the proposal of 32 billion, Mr. Chair.
Representative Alan T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on the Department of Agriculture's data, 61,000 kilometers of farm-to-market roads are still unpaved. With the 32.6 billion farm-to-market roads, it will only able to construct at base price of 15 million per kilometer, around 2,175 kilometers. So we are still far away from from 61,000 kilometers that are unpaved road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kiko?
Yes, yes. May I respond? When we were hearing the DA budget, there were a lot of discussions about the farm-to-market road programs, and it was in the background, in the backdrop of the flood control scandal, and therefore we were very mindful. Again, the 32 billion from the House was not part of the NEP, but that's also because there was an instruction on the part of the President to remove the amounts from the flood control project and then have it distributed. I think that's the reason why there was a jump to 32 billion. Our concern then was that it was a lump sum amount, an additional 16. Because we were already in the discussion with the chairman, we needed coordinates for the projects. And when we received this, the additional amount, there were no coordinates yet. And therefore, in that context, we felt it best to tread carefully, set it aside, approve whatever amounts had supporting coordinates, so that we were all clear about moving away from the previous practices of lump sum amounts without corresponding coordinates. So that is where we came from. By the time we endorsed our committee report, our subcommittee report, doon lang pumasok yung coordinates na binigay ng DA. So kumbaga, the train had already left the station, and ang hirap na ibalik. But we are actually open to adjusting because nailabas na nga itong mga coordinates na ito. Another issue that is our concern, as we approved the amounts as endorsed by our Senate version, is the discussions with the Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Kiko, about the cost estimate of 15 million per kilometer. According to, and this is for the records, Secretary Kiko felt that the 15 million was on the high side. In fact, he said, we can do the same per square meter, per kilometer construction at 50% less. In other words, 10 million per kilometer. So that again became a concern for us. How do we now ensure that the farm-to-market road projects implementation will not go the same or similar route as the flood control, wherein you have overpricing? So this is again where we're coming from. If I may suggest, if we are to bring it to 32 billion, that we put a proviso that there has to be the buffet. Oh, another point, by the way, before I proceed to that, is that we agreed that it should be the Department of Agriculture that would implement the farm-to-market road projects. We appealed to Secretary Kiko, and he agreed. Initially, he was hesitant, but we were concerned because of precisely the scandal and the track record of the DPWH. And he agreed eventually, after some thought, that the DA, through the buffet, the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Engineering, will take on the challenge of implementing the farm-to-market road projects for the Department of Agriculture. So with that, we will defer, of course, to the chairman, but we are more than willing to restore the 32 billion as vice chairman of the committee and having defended the budget. But with some proviso, special provision on the ensuring that the buffet does the technical, what is the term? If I may read it. Prior to the procurement of any FMR project, the detailed engineering design program of work and approved budget for the contract shall be subject to technical review and cost validation by the DA buffet, taking into account prevailing market prices, standard unit costs, and site-specific conditions. So there, for the record, Mr. Chairman.
And also, let me add that we managed to put technical descriptions, station numbers in all FMRs. And that was a requirement that the Senate gave to the Department of Agriculture. And nagawa naman nila. No? They submitted to us technical description. So ngayon, alam na natin exactly where are the FMRs, how long are the FMRs, and we will have cost estimates on the FMR. So those requirements should also be the same, no? Be implemented the same to these new FMRs, new proposals.
And Mr. Chair, to add to what Senator Kiko said, that DA will be implementing, can we also add a choice na baka pwede rin LGU? So
Yeah.
a choice.
I think that's also, we can also, I remember talking to Secretary Tiu Laurel about that during the hearing, and he also agreed. No? That is possible.
Mr. Chair.
In fact, with the permission of the chairman, we actually tackled that, that the DA could look at the template of the school building acceleration program of getting PPP, as well as local government participation in the farm to market road infrastructure project implementation.
Mr. Chair, in relation to that LGU, maganda po yung tinatawag nilang DUPA. Yung LGU has control on the sand and gravel. And on the concreting, remember, concreting, kung hindi man yan wide road, usually farm to market road, 6 meters lang yan tama naman yung costing. Pwede mo na yung bawasan. Kasi ang LGU may control sa sand and gravel. And they can always issue a gratuitous permit to the municipality or the barangay that requires the farm to market roads. So, tulong-tulong na lang ito. Pag in-involve mo yung LGU, makakasiguro tayo na magagawa talaga yung project dahil sa kapasidad ng LGU to give the gratuitous permit. Yun lang po, magdagdag ko. Kaya maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
If I may also add, part of the discussions for the farm-to-market road projects and our defense of the DA budget in the Senate is that we request the DA to have a dashboard, digital dashboard, wherein the list of the annex of farm-to-market road projects with coordinates will be uploaded on the online dashboard so that there is transparency. So we believe the 32 billion should likewise be subjected to that transparency, how do you call it, exercise and part of the program for transparency of the DA projects. I think we will have to suspend a minute because the two chairmen are over there. And the aircon is no longer functioning. Pinasara ata ni Senator Legarda.
Meeting suspended.
meeting.
Yung section 10, wala kang hard copy.
We actually included safeguards in the Senate version that will make sure that the technical descriptions are there so that we can totally eliminate the possibility of ghost farm-to-market roads. So meron ho yan. And on top of that, Senator
And in
Kiko?
addition, Mr. Chairman, we provided that the repair, the rehabilitation, construction of the FMRs must be in accordance with the National FMR Network Plan. In other words, dati kasi ang sinasabi ng Department of Agriculture, kahit na hindi kasama sa network plan ay naglalagay ng farm-to-market road. So that too will be limited to construction consistent with or in accordance with the National FMR Network Plan of 2023 to 2028.
Mr. Chair, may observation lang ako dyan. Kasi minsan yung mga taga-Department of Agriculture, hindi talaga nila pinapasyalan yung mga areas. Katulad po sa Samar, hindi nila alam kung saan yung mga farm-to-market roads doon. Kaya kailangan talaga aralin ito kung nasaan. Nasa libro lang nila yung listahan ng farm-to-market roads, pero sa totoo hindi nila pinupuntahan. In-interpolate ko po yung in-charge po doon at hindi nga niya alam.
Well, we will have to we will have to ensure that the DA submits, because we are also, Mr. Chairman, we will also ask for the annexes. The coordinates should be included as part of the annexes of the GAA. So kinakailangan maliwanag at determined. At we were assured naman by Secretary Kiko that he will submit, these necessary coordinates. So.
Isa pang observation ko, Mr. Chair, yung may mga barangay na wala pang kalsada, hindi pa accessible, kaya hindi rin ito mauuna yung farm-to-market roads natin pag hindi pa accessible yung barangay. Kaya minsan yung farm-to-market road natin ay minamabuti nating tumama muna sa barangay bago mapunta sa kanilang farm. Isang kailangan nating i-consider po yan. Marami pa tayong barangay na walang kalsada.
Sa akin, one of my, isa sa mga nakita kong benefits ng farm-to-market roads, yung kalsada, ginagawa natin outside of the urban areas. Unlike here in Metro Manila, puro kalsada na, maybe Cagayan de Oro, Ngayon, we're pushing it to the countryside. So we're bringing infrastructure projects to the countryside. So yun yung sinasabi nga ni Kong Rufus kanina, na we're pushing it to the Mindanao, to the far-flung areas. So
Mr.
that's
Chair,
one benefit.
Mr. Chair, I agree with you on that. Ang sinasabi ko lang, may mga far-flung areas tayo na yung barangay mismo ay walang kalsada papunta sa barangay. Kaya saan tayo maglalagay ng farm-to-market road? At dyan, nagro-drawing minsan ang Department of Agriculture.
You have to be very strict kung na dapat nasa master plan siya.
Tama po.
That is the minimum requirement. No? Dapat nasa master plan siya. Kung hindi, hindi siya magiging useful for the farms, for the farmers and fisher folks.
That is correct. I will give you an example. In my hometown, Taft, may ginawa silang farm-to-market road proposal from Bongdo to Pangabutan. Pero from the town to Bongdo, walang kalsada. So unahin mo muna yung Nato to Bongdo bago yung Bongdo to Pangabutan. Continuous. Otherwise, how can you build that road? Hindi ka naman pwede lumundag doon.
So to me, Mr. Mr. Chairman, if I may, just to follow up on that, I'm listening very intently. I'm a city girl, so ang nararating kong lugar na yan is either mag-hiking ako, magbabike ako, and I've seen it also with my own eyes. So paano natin ma-assure na hindi mangyayari yun? And who do we hold accountable? We are already living in a time that billions of pesos have been wasted on what we now call this flood control scam. So we cannot sit here and just say we all support this worthwhile project, because of course it's worthwhile to build farm-to-market roads. Nobody will say that the people who live in these far-flung areas do not deserve a road, do not deserve access. Pero no less than the House Minority Leader is telling us that this exists. How do we ensure, not even on paper, and who do we hold accountable? The barangay captain, the mayor, the congressional district representative, kung may senator man na nalapitan at humingi ng suporta sa project na yon, the senator, paano? Because it's so difficult to sit here and just say, I love this project, let's do it. We are already in this stage where we know that things happen that we cannot tolerate. So that's my concern. It's hard for me to approve this without knowing who will be held accountable and what are the pre-construction safeguards that we have, not just on paper, but in tell us step by step kung paano. Because we are accountable to the Filipino people, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
go ahead, Senator
Yes.
Lauren.
Because I come from an agricultural province, I believe in assistance to fisher folks and farmers, farm-to-market roads and all that. So conceptually, of course, we support. However, I understand and support as well the concern of my colleague, Senator Pia, was the 16 billion in the NEP and the 32 billion in the requested amount actually studied. Is there a master plan? It's not just pachi-paching FMR like how it's always been. Is this an allocable of a district? Was this cleared by the Office of the Secretary? Can you give us the opportunity to please clear with the Secretary? Does he actually have the list of all of this? Because the NEP was only 16 billion. And half of our colleagues here are quite in the dark whether the farm-to-market roads will actually service or serve the agricultural areas. Don't get me wrong, I am in full support of areas leading to production areas, especially sa amin, talagang may ibang mga hindi madadaanan, habal-habal lang or by foot, lalo na sa mga katutubo. But I'm not certain how the FMRs came about. And my second question and concern is, how much is 1 meter and 1 kilometer of an FMR? Because in our hearings, some people said 15, the others said 10 million. Especially as we receive now a statement from the Public Works Department, assuming it's DPWH that will implement the FMR, that the cost of materials is being brought back to the overpriced cost. So that is a great concern for this representation and my colleagues here, because we will be budgeting for a 16 billion and a double 32 billion allocation, and the cost of materials have been brought back to what everybody agreed was an overpriced amount. I just read it. There's already a statement.
I
So
read
I'm
the
worried
statement.
about that.
I read the statement also, Senator Lauren, and this is an offshoot of our hearings. Remember, with the DPWH, they actually lowered down the cost of materials price. No? They call it the CMPD cost, construction materials price data. So binabaan ho nila yan, and yun yung kanilang pinablish. In fact, that's the price that they are using right now for all construction projects by DPWH. So, binabaan ho nila yon.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
Tungkol po sa statement ko kanina, yung farm to market road na binigay kong example ay na-resolve na yan sa ginawa ninyong coordinates. Kaya ang sinasabi ko lang, ituloy natin yung mga coordinates na yan sa implementation at magkaroon talaga ng magandang master planning sa ating farm to market roads.
Thank you. Senator, yeah, Kiko?
Yes, may I just respond to the points raised by Senators Cayetano and Legarda? It was precisely our own concerns. Similar, we share the concerns of Senators Pia and Senator Loren regarding the farm-to-market road projects. And this is precisely why, during the hearing, Senator Win and myself were pressing the Department of Agriculture to take it on and not allow the public works to implement the farm-to-market road projects. And after some thought, Secretary Kiko Laurel agreed that the buffet and the Department of Agriculture will take on the implementation of the farm-to-market road infrastructure projects, consistent with the farm-to-market road national master plan. Also, we had discussions on overpricing. This too is on record. We expressed our concerns as to whether or not 15 million per kilometer is overpriced. And Secretary Kiko Laurel said he qualified it. If it were plain, patag, sabi niya, kaya ng 10 million per kilometer kapag patag. So he qualified it. Na medyo mataas, nasa high side yung 15 million per kilometer kung patag ang pinag-uusapan. So of course, there will be magkakaroon ng variation kung hindi patag. Yes. So just to point out that we were also concerned about overpricing. And therefore, and as a result of the discussions, we required that there will be coordinates so that there are, it is clear where the farm-to-market road project will be implemented. It was also made clear that there will be a dashboard so that all these projects will be uploaded. It was also made clear that they will implement a hybrid form of project implementation that would include private sector, PPP, or the local government, similar to the experience with the classroom acceleration program. And therefore, hindi na public works ang magpapatupad nito. So we took all of that into consideration. And so who will be accountable? The DA will be accountable. They will be accountable for the implementation, and therefore, if there are any, anomalies or irregularities, then we know who to hold accountable for the implementation.
Mr. Chair, please.
Thank you for that. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yes. Alam po ninyo, hindi ito bago, no? Dahil alam na natin na dati-rati ang FMR talagang ini-implement ng DA. Palpak ang pangyayari nun, hindi magawa-gawa. Ang nangyari, nalipat na sa DPWH. Ngayon, pilit nating linilipat na naman sa DA. Pabalik-balik lang to. Nakakatawa itong ginagawa natin. Samantalang, ang totoo, yung BAFE na pinagmamalaki natin, nagagastos ng 32 billion 62. At ang sinasabi ni Repti lampas na 3,500 kilometers dito sa 32 billion 62. Ang tao dito 65 katao lamang. permanent warm bodies po nila, 65. 5 lang yung engineering division, yung iba technical and admin. Sa buong Pilipinas yan. At alam natin, halimbawa sa Mindanao, kulang na kulang ang kalsada. Sabihin na natin yon. Pero, hindi ba lalala lamang ang sitwasyon natin? Pinapabalik-balik lang natin to, DA, DPWH. Ang DA ngayon, as of June, ang permanent position, 65 sa buong bansa. Seryoso ba tayo? Parang nagbibiro ata tayo at baka, wag kayo pong magalit pero baka akalain ng tao na anuman ang pakitang taong kinakaltas sa DPWH ay ilalagay lang sa DA at mauuwi na naman sa FMR na hindi naman farm to market road, kundi farm to pocket road. Aminin natin na may problema itong planong to. Yun lang po.
Well, if I may, Mr. Chair, I share the concern of Senator Amy Marcos, but I'd like to think the current Secretary, Kiko Laurel, will not take on this challenge unless he has thought about it. He was hesitant, that's correct, but and he said, after some thought, I think a week later, after reflection, he said he will take on the job. And I will give the Secretary the benefit of the doubt. Having come from the private sector, his mindset is different. And hopefully, with the support of the Senate and the House, he will succeed where others did not.
Mr. Chair, as much as we would like to ratchet up the implementation of the National Farm to Market Network Plan, which is long delayed, the reality is we've shifted from one department to the next repeatedly with no significant difference. Isn't this the very definition of insanity? Repeating it over and over again and expecting different results. There is nothing that has changed in the BAFE in DA. If anything, it has been downgraded to personnel complement of 65 people for the entire country. I think there is some absurdity in that.
I beg to disagree respectfully. If he will take it on, then he has to increase his staff. And I agree. If he stays at 65, then he's bound to fail. But he should be able to increase the number of staff in the buffet between now and first quarter next year.
Hindi ba dapat i-pilot muna? Kasi maglilipat na naman tayo, paulit-ulit na ito, palipat-lipat. Pagsabihan na lang tayo ng tao na ito, ayan, magpapakitang tao kayo, kakaltasan yung DPWH. Yung pala, ibabagsak rin sa DA. Linuloko ninyo kami.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Discussion, can I, Senator Marcos, are you okay? Yeah, okay. Mr. Chair, yeah. I share the concerns of Senator Marcos. I was actually going to say the same thing na DA, balik sa DPWH, balik sa DA. So may I know if it's with DPWH, 2025 DPWH yan. So when was it last with DA?
Uh, 2014, 2013.
Okay. Roughly, so in other words, it's been with DPWH for like 10 years?
I believe
More or
so.
less, like 2014 to 2025?
It was during my term as Secretary for Food Security. President Aquino took it from the Department of Agriculture and placed it with the Public Works, and it was I and Secretary Babe Sixon then of the Public Works Department. We both worked together to implement the Farm to Market Road infrastructure projects.
And can His Honor confirm that during this time, during the latest examination of these flood control related, or in other words, corruption driven construction, this includes these farm to market roads?
I'm sorry?
Can His Honor confirm that these farm to market roads were also subject to overpricing, ghost projects? Because off the record, when I was asking His Honor, you said something, you said to the effect yes, and that is why it's going to be given now to DA. That's correct, no?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So, in
that is
other
correct.
words,
In fact, the DA is currently undertaking a inventory of the farm-to-market road projects and have identified a number of ghost projects in Mindanao. But they are still doing their inventory.
so sadly, Mr. Chairman, if there are like these third-party contractors, baka sila din ang magbid sa DA. So I'm just putting that out there. These things can happen. And obviously, complicit there would probably be some local officials who would also have already participated in this kind of anomalous transactions. So that would be the concern, to allow DA to step into this project na hinay-hinay lang. And that's why I support Senator Marcos' recommendation that it be a pilot project. So there's already 16 billion in the NEP. Why would you double it at the time that you're transferring the project to a new agency? It doesn't make sense. With all humility, with the agencies that I've handled, when it's a new project or if they're changing direction, we start small so that we have less errors. And it's not as if it's in our face that these kind of problems exist with these kind of projects. So parang, sorry, but it's so difficult for me to support this with all those factors. I'm willing to give DA the benefit of the doubt, but not with another 16 billion pesos, Mr. Chairman. So that is my position right now, with all due respect to all the far-flung areas that deserve farm-to-market roads. They deserve it. But it is not their fault, and ayokong yung kawawang mayor dyan, barangay captain, madamay pa sa ganitong kalokohan na wala silang kamalay-malay, Mr. Chairman. So,
Mr.
Well,
Chair.
one minute suspension. Bicam. So earlier on, during the break, I took a look at the list of FMRs that were submitted to us, and there are indeed coordinates in the FMRs, and only 7 projects out of the 1,000 plus.
1,644
Yeah,
po.
1,644 projects. So, and I understand that tomorrow the 7 projects will have coordinates ready. But as an added safeguard, we will now allow the DA to partner with LGUs or download funds to the LGUs to implement the FMRs. They can also do PPPs. They can also do other modalities other than other than public works. No? So that is the another modality so that they can implement the projects quick as possible. And Senator Kiko would want to elaborate
In addition,
the other safeguard.
we will put special provisions that will be additional safeguards, such as the transparency portal necessary so that at any given point, at any given time, alam ng tao, ma-check niya nasaan yung project, anong area, anong coordinates niya, and the citizens' participatory audit will likewise be part of the safeguards wherein we will engage citizens groups, individuals who will check and monitor the implementation of these farm-to-market road projects.
If I may add po, so looking at the utilization rate for the implementation of the farm-to-market roads in fiscal year 2025, out of the items that have been tagged as ready for release, 83% of those projects have already been implemented. So I believe for the budget for 2025, the DA is on track. I think po nagkaroon lang ng halt ng bidding, kaya po na hindi nila na-implement yung remaining 17%. But I believe given the current performance of DA in terms of implementing the farm-to-market roads for fiscal year 2025, we will be able to implement it well for 2026. Of course, given the 4 modalities that can be utilized to work on these farm-to-market roads, as mentioned by Senwin, that would be DA, DPWH, LGUs, and PPPs. That would definitely accelerate the implementation of farm-to-market roads. So with the safeguards in place, we are confident that we will be able to implement the 33 billion rather that is proposed for farm-to-market roads in fiscal year 2026.
Mr. Chair, sorry, but Your Honors, when I asked a while ago, the chairman of the budget for DA said that 2025, it is DPWH is still implementing for 2025. Her Honor is referring to DA. So what do I not understand?
Oh, yeah. So for 2025 po, yes, that is correct. The current implementation, the 83%,
Is DPWH.
is DPWH.
Yes, okay. So therefore, my concern is still stands that walang record si DA on their ability to implement, added to the facts raised by Senator Marcos that they have 3 engineers. So that you know what I mean? Like, I
Yes.
appreciate the numbers you're giving me, but that's DPWH, not DA. So we're transferring it now to DA, giving them an additional budget to work with, and they have no experience except from 10, 11 years ago. I'm just putting that on record. That is the concern that I have, in as much as I super want to support countryside development.
Thank you,
Yun lang,
Sen. Pia.
Mr. President.
With
Mr.
that
Chairman.
po, we are actually expanding the modes, the modalities that can be utilized. So apart from just DPWH, as it currently stands now, there would be DA and LGUs and the PPPs. So if DPWH is able to perform at 83%, hopefully with all of the 4 modalities, they would be able to easily hit the 100% target for 2026. But I understand the concern po. It's really, DA has to beef up their manpower, especially for BAFE. Mukha po talagang they're very short-staffed to be able to implement all of these. But we'll take a note. Actually, po, there's a 1% administrative cost, and I believe that is, they requested for that, so they would have more validators, more inspectors within their engineering department. So that should help address the concern with regard to manpower.
Senator Kiko.
Yes, if I may also add an additional special provision, another safeguard, validation of project costs prior to the procurement of any FMR project, the detailed engineering design, program of work, and approved budget for the contract shall be subject to technical review and cost validation by the DA BAFE, taking into account prevailing market prices, standard unit costs, and site specific conditions. So that too will be an additional safeguard in terms of ensuring that we are able to safeguard on overpricing of the infrastructure project, the farm to market road.
Related to that po, because currently in the new way that we are tagging the farm to market road projects, there are coordinates that mark the start and the end of the projects. The only danger there is once you have a reduced cost, ideally, you would be able to translate that to a longer road than what was initially programmed. So perhaps the proposal is for us to be able to put in a special provision also under the FMR that allows us to utilize whichever savings to augment the farm-to-market roads. Para lang po, kasi baka po makuha, kasi may clear start and clear end kasi yung kalsada na nakalagay ngayon. So hindi po basta-basta na pwedeng habaan lang kung meron pong saving. So that's something that we're proposing to be added as well, if in relation to recalibrating the prices.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, yes.
Senator Amy first, then Senator Lauren.
Yes, sorry. Hindi ko alam kung ano pang mga safeguards ang mailalagay. Hindi tayo nagkulang sa paglagay ng budget nung nakaraang budget ng GAA 2025. Kung maalala ninyo, para sa FMR, 23 billion po ang naka-appropriate. Ang na-release, halos kalahati lamang, 12 billion. 11 billion, puro FLR. So, hindi tayo nagkulang. Ang problema, kahit ano pang halaga ang ilalagay natin, kapag in FLR, ang halos kalahati, lokohan na rin to. Kaya, anong safeguard? Kanina, sinabi nyo, magse-safeguard. Anong mailalagay dyan na talagang i-release yung buong buo yung halaga na ilalagay natin? Kahit napakalaki pa niyan, 30 to 40, kung anong gusto ninyo. Hindi naman pala rin i-release eh. Anong silbi niyan? Yan ang nangyari last year. Yun lang. So if you will have a look, the appropriations in GAA 2025, 23 billion, actually released was a mere 12 billion. For later release was almost the same amount, 11 billion.
Mr. President, Mr. Chair, okay, allow me to put this on record, and I would be happy to be proven incorrect, because I want to be able to say that we are able to use the savings for a longer or a bigger project. However, in my understanding, we cannot use the savings for a project which is a line item in the GAA for a longer road or perhaps a taller building or a bigger room, because that is the line item in the GAA. And so the savings will have to either return to Treasury or second, be put together, and that can be a fund where you still have to go to the Office of the President for approval, whether it will be for an extension of the road project or another line item. For example, if it is a 1 kilometer road and it was bid for X amount, pero nakatipid, magaling yung district engineer at yung congressman, hindi tatanggap ng anuman. So my savings, can that be used for a longer road? The answer, to my knowledge and in my experience, is it cannot be used because it was not appropriated in the General Appropriations Act because the road was only 1 kilometer. I put that on the table, Mr. Chair, because that is the concern of everybody. That is in light of the Public Works statement we just read tonight, which Senator Pia and all of us are concerned about, because the ask is to put it back into the overpriced amount, which we have been discussing day and night for several months. So it's back there. However, the DPWH says that they will take care of it in the implementation. Okay, so we trust the DPWH or the DA or any agency of government that will implement it. So the question is, what is the incentive so that there will be savings? Can the savings be used to lengthen the project? The answer is, to my mind, and I would be happy to be wrong, the answer is no. It can be used if you will seek OP approval for the extension of the project. So, special provision.
We'll have to answer that.
Yes.
It will become
My
law.
lawyer will answer me.
Yes.
Very good.
In
Okay,
answer to
yes.
Senator Lawrence's concern, it will be perfectly legal if it will be in the special provision. Because the special provision is also law part of the GAA. So that can be done. And that is why it's really, if it is special provision, it is part of the law. That savings will be used to extend and giving help to our farmers and far-flung area residents. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That is the reason why I put it on the table, because it is very important. If we did not discuss it, and that's what we call the elephant in the room, then the savings would have to revert to Treasury, or you would have to seek OP approval for every movement, and that would be arduous and inefficient. However, if my dear lawyer will attest to the fact that a special provision is in order and can be done, then that is good. So that would be for a DA, DPWH, DepEd, DOH project, whichever, yes. Having said that, Mr. President, so I just wanted to put that on the table. I thank Congressman Rufus Rodriguez for this. Coming from a province that is agricultural, as I said, I support the farmers, the fisher folks. Of course, we need so much farm-to-market roads. Napansin ko lang po, 16B ang nasanep. So the 16B, I assume that pinag-aralan ito ng DA. But the 16B that the body wishes to add to make up the 32B, I am not certain if this additional 16 billion of farm-to-market roads will comply with what the DBM has been saying in all our hearings. Sabi ng DBM, kailangan daw ng TRIP, yung 3-year rolling program. You know that. Even for a single National Museum building, which is multi-year, they did not fund kasi wala raw TRIP. So I just put that on the table again because this 16B appears in the GAB. And assuming the BICAM will allow it, it is not compliant with what the DBM claims is a requirement for all projects. Second, did it have a feasibility study or an SB resolution, which among senators we regarded as requirements for any infrastructure project? RDC approval, siguro hindi naman, kasi RDC approval, it's either or, SB Reso, LGU Reso, or RDC approval. Now, is it shovel-ready? I hope that the 16B initially is shovel-ready kasi pinag-isipan niya ng DA eh. Pero yung 16B na bago, hindi ko alam. So, I am not against farm-to-market roads. Ako po ay sumasang-ayon na kailangan tulungan ng ating mga magsasaka. Sa kabundukan namin, habal-habal lang, minsan tinatahak ang mahirap na mga nalandas paakyat sa bundok. So kailangan. Sinasabi ko lang po ito sa mga requirements na pinag-usapan namin sa Senado at nanguna dyan si Senator Lacson na sumang-ayon tayong lahat. So I feel it is incumbent upon me, Mr. Chair, to put this on the table. At the end of the day, I will defer to the wisdom of the Chair. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just an answer. Under Article 6 of the Legislative Department, precisely, Section 24 provides for original exclusivity of the House of Representatives on all appropriations. These requirements by other agencies, it is the ultimate wisdom and policy of the House of Representatives that of the 255.5 billion flood control that were stricken off, we put the 16 billion to our farm to market because the President said education, health, and agriculture. So there is therefore the source of the fund. And of course, with the decision of the House of Representatives, of course, we send to you because you have the power of amendment or consensus or proposal for amendment. So it depends upon you. But we are saying that in the first instance, we have already made the decision in the House. So it's up to you whether you would be able to agree with this, and we appeal to you. Because our districts, we are responsible to our districts that these far-flung areas unreached by good roads will now have paved roads. And that is why there is that basis. And so therefore, it's now, if you do not agree also, what can we do? But precisely we are asking and appealing to you to be able to approve this because it complies with everything under the Constitution.
Thank you for that, my dear lawyer, my friend, Congressman Rodriguez. Gaya ng sinabi ko, ako isang ayon sa farm-to-market road, basta sumasang-ayon sa requirements. And I have expressed my concerns, my reservations, and I understand the needs and the requirements of district representatives, especially those coming from the Visayas and Mindanao. Yes.
Mr. President. Session suspended. BICAM, and I think we have discussed this matter quite lengthily. Yes, Kong.
Point. The panel, Senate panel, was using Section 70, authority to use savings. No, it is Section 81 on the general provisions. Let me read now. It is augmentation, not use of savings. And what is Section 81? Rules on augmentation. Augmentation is the act of the constitutional officers authorized to use savings in the respective appropriations in this act to cover a deficiency in any existing item of appropriation within the respective offices, and deficiency in an item of appropriation may result from, number one, unforeseen modifications or adjustments in the program. B, reassessment in the use, prioritization, and distribution of resources. And here is the most important provision. An item of appropriation shall pertain in the amount appropriated for an activity or project authorized by this act. And here is the clincher. The particulars of the expenditures to be funded from saving should be within the scope of or covered by an existing activity or project. So we use Section 81 on this, not on Section 79 on the authority to use savings, which the President and the Senate President and all the heads of offices are the ones entitled. So this is the rules of augmentation under general provision. I maintain that under this provision, if there's any saving, it talks about savings. Augmentation is the act of the constitutional officers authorized to use savings. You see? So therefore, this can be done by the DA and also by the project itself, especially if there is also a special provision. Because special provision, because it will pertain now to these farm-to-market roads, you see. So there's a support already in the general provisions, rules of augmentation. So I submit that this is really legal and this can be done. We just request a special provision because we are talking of FMR. This is general already. It is already a basis for a special provision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We would appreciate the actual language from a legal guru like yourself, a legal luminary. So, Kong Rufus, if you can help the committee craft that language, and we would really appreciate it. And then we can also have something to hold on and study.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll do that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
We will defer, Senwin, to our Chairman of Constitutional Amendment.
Correct,
So,
yeah.
our legal
We also
luminary
have
in the
our
House.
ka pa rin, no? Chairman of Constitutional Amendments here, so both chairmen can work together to
Perfect.
craft that provision.
I'm a little bit younger than Congressman Rodriguez, so I will defer to him.
All right. So again, let me reiterate. We've mentioned safeguards to implement infrastructure projects this time in this budget, making sure that the budgets are line item in the budget, together with technical descriptions, station numbers, and we made sure that all of these projects are identifiable. No? And that includes farm-to-market roads. No? And Senator Kiko also provided more safeguards. Number one, for LGUs to implement PPP, also uploading the technical description through a dashboard. I saw that special provision. And they also added citizens participatory audit in this in the implementation of these projects.
Validation of project costs.
And the validation of project costs. So all of these will be embedded in the General Appropriations Bill. So with that, I think, is there any motion?
With that, the very extensive discussion, I think that lasted for 2 hours, close to 2 hours. We've put in the necessary safeguards to ensure that the farm-to-market roads for next year will be implemented well. And with that, I once again put forth the motion to adopt as the amount for repair, rehabilitation, and construction of farm-to-market road projects in designated key production areas to be 33,9,763,000.
Is there any second?
Second.
Julie seconded. The motion is hereby approved.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you again to our colleagues in the Senate. I believe that with the safeguards that we have, that came out of our discussions, definitely we'll be able to implement the farm-to-market roads next year in a good way.
All right. So we go back to...
Mr. Chairman, just before you move on, I just want to put on record my standing reservation on this. There's no intention to delay the proceedings. I commit to study this further. All the discussion here I take seriously. Is obviously, I won't even say that, you know, I support the concerns of the congressman because I'm a senator of the whole country. I want to see countryside development. Rest assured, that is what's in my heart. But I cannot stand to see corruption continue to happen. So my job is to continue to read, to study the records, the recommendations, and to really understand it. Because when I read DPWH statement, to be honest, I don't understand it. I don't understand what will happen to give me the assurance that I can tell the Filipino people that pumayag kami sa mga ganito dahil may assurance kaming naiintindihan ko. So kailangan ko intindihan, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can also understand that I need the time to study it over the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Pia, and we will work with you, Senator Pia, on the additional safeguards if need be, and we can work together in making sure that the projects are implemented without any corruption and also to its fullest intention. So, yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I wanted to reiterate my reservation, just like Senator Pia, although I explained already some of the concerns. And I strongly feel that farm-to-market roads are needed but must not be distributed according to congressional districts, but must be distributed or implemented according to the need of the area, based on population, based on the land area, and others, not through politically divided districts. So that is my position. I also would like to put on the table my reservation. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I forget to mention, but we had already previously agreed that the implementation of these farm-to-market projects should be consistent with the master plan of the Department of Agriculture on the farm-to-market road network. So it has to be within and consistent with that network.
And the coordinates cannot be produced if those farm-to-market roads are not in the master plan. So it has to be in the master plan first in order for them to produce those coordinates. No, and that is the policy and the procedure of the Department of Agriculture.
We'd just like to manifest, so we'll push DA to actually do a more extensive job in developing the master plan. A lot of like the furthest areas are actually not included in the master plan. So kailangan lang po, mas paigtingin lang nila yung punta talaga sila sa mga dulo ng iba't ibang mga lugar para po talaga pag plinot po nila yung master plan, sigurado po lahat ng mga gida areas saan po talaga kailangan yung farm to market roads kasama po sa master plan. So just a manifestation po.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I also would like to say that I also have reservations on this. Kasi po, 33 billion, napakalaki pong halaga. I know, our farmers need this. Ang problema ho dito, yung mga tao, the people are watching right now, baka isipin, wala nga yung flood control dito naman ngayon sa farm to market. Ito po ang iisipin na dito naman magkakaroon ng problema. Lumipat lang from flood control dito ngayon sa farm to market, magiging source ng corruption. So, ang punto ko lamang, Mr. Chair, is like siguraduhin talaga natin na when we say na may mga safety measures or guards in place, na talagang kailangan ma-implement yung mga safety measures na yun. It's 33 billion, Mr. Chair. Oh. That's not a joke. That's a big amount of money. Wala na pong farm to market, flood control. Baka sasabihin naman tao, dito na naman si itong mga mambabatas natin, nakakita na naman kung saan kukuha ng budget, 33 billion. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair. That's my reservation.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I still have addition. Nabanggit po ng kasamahan natin si Senator Tulfo na 33 billion, no? But I was telling Senator Lauren, I think we're talking about 43 billion because there's 11 billion from 2025 that was never released. So what DA will have available to them, or that 11 stays in DPWH, is 44 billion. Wow, that's a lot. And we have to remember that this amount is roughly 16 billion and it's almost times 3. Kasi times 3 is 48. So it's a lot of money that will now be going to farm to market roads. And I'm a little bit surprised to hear that i-develop pa yung master plan. So, yes, gusto ko talaga lahat nung geographically isolated areas are covered, but if hindi pa yan updated, kawawa naman, no? Kawawa naman. I agree with you na dapat i-develop at i-update nila.
It's already validated, Sen. Pia. We're just saying that some of the roads that are actually the most far-flung are not yet part of the master plan. So kulang lang po. But
that's what I mean.
It's
So that's a problem.
It's already extensive po. But the tendency po kasi is they're able to first validate those that are closest and the most connected to the markets, to the centers. So meron na po. But it just needs to be totally lahat na i-expand lang po. Yes.
Tama naman yung gusto nyo. Nagugulat lang ako na hindi pa talaga ganon. And then ganito na yung binubuhos natin na pera. So, and then my last point, Mr. President, is Mr. Chairman, when you say in accordance with the master plan, does that include some kind of prioritization? Because if the priority is rice self-sufficiency, then if I look at it, will I see that the areas being prioritized are areas that are heavy into rice as opposed to other products? I would just like to know, and I don't need to know it now, but I would like to be able to study it so that I can give my support, because as of now I have my reservations. Thank you.
Well, two things. The President just launched the infrastructure transparency portal that covers all types of infrastructure, including farm-to-market roads, school buildings, irrigation projects. So, yung sumbong sa Pangulo ngayon, in-expand niya. No? So, pwede nang magsumbong ngayon para sa iba't ibang mga proyekto kasama pong farm-to-market roads. And then number two, since this is an open BICAM, naririnig tayo lahat ng taong bayan kung ano yung ating pinopropose sa budget. So ibig sabihin, alam nila na merong ganitong farm to market road. At pangalawa, ipapublish rin natin to sa website one by one together with the coordinates. So sa mga kababayan natin na nanonood sa Cagayan de Oro, sa Bataan, sa Camiguin, alam nila ngayon na may farm to market road na ginagawa sa buong Pilipinas. So masusundan na nila ngayon. No? So hindi ito yung tinatawag na insertion na hindi nila alam. No, ngayon nasusundan na lahat. So with that,
If I may likewise add, the DA actually has an administrative order which provides the criteria for validating farm-to-market road projects. The farm FMR serves a road influence area. It's part of a connected road network system. It's linked to an all-weather road of equal or higher quality and the like. So we will also make sure, by way of oversight, that these are being followed. And both houses should endeavor to make sure that this is the case.
and Senator Kiko is the chairman of the Agriculture Committee. Kung kailangan every week mag-hearing para mag-oversight, gawin na lang natin yun para may accountability.
Hindi lang hearing, pakukulong natin.
Correct.
Yung mga,
Meron na kayo na pakulong last week. Ha? So,
meron.
All right, so we move on to the overall Office of the Secretary budget, which the Senate proposed. We just want to make an amendment on the item called Other Extension Support, Education, and Training Services, Other Assets Activity. The initial amount that I mentioned is 650 million. We propose to amend it to 928 million. So this will bring the total of the Office of the Secretary 165 billion pesos. So any comments? Any motion?
So move.
Yeah.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion,
Seconded.
duly seconded. The budget of the Office of the Secretary is now approved.
Just a manifestation. Ito pong extension service kasi, like I said earlier, napakahalaga. Dahil right now, ang Department of Agriculture ay hanggang regional level lang. And kailangan talaga ng presence up to the provincial and municipal level. So this will help us help the DA rather, strengthen its presence on the ground to provide the capacity building, extension service, support that our farmers and farmers associations and organizations need, Mr. President.
Thank you. That's
Mr.
an
Chairman.
intervention from Senator Kiko. So thank you very much. I now move to Agricultural Credit Policy Council. Huwag kayong mag-alala, tapusin na lang ho natin tong Department of Agriculture.
Mga 2 hours pa po. No. Just kidding. Just 3 more. Just 3 more,
A few more.
attached
Ano
agencies.
naman to? Wala nang contentious dito.
8 more. 8 more attached agencies. But we'll go through it very quickly po. Agricultural Credit Policy Council, on the part of the House, we propose to, the HGAB reflects the same amount as in the NEP, which is 2.7 billion.
Thank you. On the part of the Senate, we proposed 3 billion, 24 million from, this is for the Agro-Industry Modernization Credit and Financing Program Administration. Another proposal again from Senator Kiko. So any motion, any comments on this?
Without any objection, the House concurs.
Thank you very much. To the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources.
Out of the items, the PAPs under the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, The House GAB, the H gap, mirrors the NEP values except for one. On the provision of fishery on-farm equipment and post-harvest facilities, there is a proposed increase of 5 million pesos.
Thank you for.
As for the rest, the rest of the items, the H gap reflects the NEP amounts.
Thank you. On the part of the Senate, for Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, we propose 11.7 billion. For General Management and Supervision, 641 million. Development of Organizational Policies, Plans, Procedures, 641 million. Fishing gears / paraphernalia distribution, 296 million. Fisheries production and distribution, 2 billion. Operation and management of production facilities, 1.2 billion. Provision of fisheries on-farm equipment and post-harvest facilities, 74 million. Market development services, 145 million. Monitoring, control, and surveillance, 1.4 billion. Quality control and inspection, 224 million. Quarantine registration and licensing, 173 million. Coastal and inland fisheries resource management, 521 million. Extension, support, education, and training services, 1.1 billion. Mobile water treatment and desalination system for sanitation, community health, and livelihood support in fisheries household, 150 million. That's it. Any questions or any?
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second. Duly seconded. The budget of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources deemed approved. For the Carabao Center.
Carabao. Laki nito. Carabao feeding program.
Wala, no?
1 billion.
Under Philippine Carabao Center, the amount reflected in the HGAB is the same as in the NEP.
Okay. For on the part of the Senate, for the Philippine Carabao Center, the milk feeding component of the Department of Education school-based feeding program is 1.1 billion pesos. This was a realignment from the DepEd, as proposed by Senator Kiko as well. All right. For
I move for approval because the Philippine Carabao Center is in Region 10. It is in Maramag, Bukidnon, and they've been giving Carabaos to my constituents. Thank you.
Seconded, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The budget of the Philippine Carabao Center is hereby approved. Next will be the National Dairy Authority.
Under the National Dairy Authority, the HGAB amount reflects the same as the NEP, which is 531 million.
On the part of the Senate, the milk feeding component of the Department of Education school-based feeding program amounting to 1.8 billion pesos. This is a movement from the Department of Education to the National Dairy Authority. Any motion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move for approval because the NDA is giving imported cattle, dairy cattle, and also dairy goats to my constituents in the 2nd District of Cagayan de Oro.
Second, Mr.
Kaya
Chair.
pala healthy ho sila sa Cagayan de Oro.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The budget of the National Dairy Authority is hereby approved.
Mr. President.
Yes,
Mr. Chairman, just very quickly, one of the reasons why we transferred it to the Philippine Carabao Center as well as the National Dairy Authority from the Department of Education is because this now allows our dairy farmers to be able to sell directly their milk products to the schools and the school-based feeding program, thereby augmenting their income, increasing their incomes, and providing them additional livelihood. This in turn will increase their incomes and will benefit the local economies where the dairy farmers are located.
Thank you, Senator Kiko. Next is the National Food Authority.
My apologies. For the National Food Authority in the HGAB, from in the NEP, there's actually no amount for establishment, repair, and rehabilitation of post-harvest. We increased it in the HGAB to 4.19 billion pesos, as you can see here. However, for the BICAM, for the purpose of the BICAM, we are proposing to zero it out, put the amount to zero, given that the enabling law required to give the NFA the ability to expand their procurement capabilities is not yet in place. RICE Act, which is the enabling law that we are waiting for, is a LIDAC priority. So we hope that that will get approved soon, just so the NFA would have expanded powers and market stabilization powers. But in the meantime, given that that law is not yet in place, we are proposing to zero out this particular item.
In the Senate version, we also removed that item. So we concur with the removal of that item from the General Appropriations Bill.
Move to approve. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. So we wala tayong apo. So we go to Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation.
Bakit ang... For the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, the House proposes an increase of 1 billion pesos from the NEP level of 4.5 billion pesos to 5.5 billion pesos in the HGAB. We are doing this so we can provide crop insurance to more farmers, especially in times of calamity. Kasi ang nangyayari po ngayon, kahit magkabagyo po or magkaroon ng kalamidad, wala po silang insurance. So kailangan pong paigtingin natin yung pagbibigay ng crop insurance sa ating mga magsasaka. So the House is providing an additional 1 billion pesos for crop insurance.
On the part of the Senate, it's we propose for the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation 6.5 billion pesos. Under it is crop insurance program of 6.5 billion pesos. Any motion?
Mr. Chair, that amount, just kind of curious, will that be sufficient enough to cover all the crops for next year that will be damaged by calamities or natural disasters, Mr. Chair?
This is an introduction by Senator Kiko, so we...
Yes,
yeah,
well,
we recognize it.
unfortunately not. In fact, the damage to agriculture this year is about 15 billion already. No? So, hindi siya sapat, but it's a start, and we hope to be able to increase this as, as we go through every budget year. But this the 4.5 billion, in fact, was the amount since 2016, 2015. So it's been 10 years stuck at 4.5 billion. And so now with this additional increase of 1 billion from the House, and then we have another billion from this with the Senate, and this is a significant jump from the 4.5 billion budget last year and the last 10 years.
So any motion?
I move, Mr. Chair, that we approve the budget of the Philippine Crop
Any
Insurance
second?
Corporation.
Second.
Duly seconded, the budget of the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation is hereby approved. Last on the list
For today.
will be the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority.
Last for today.
Last.
For the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority, the House proposes an increase of 2.4 billion pesos for the deep water ports for fish and agri-industrial products projects. Ideally, this is actually a flagship program of the administration. The goal is to be able to establish 10 deep water ports by 2028 at a cost of 800 million pesos each. Given the fiscal space, we are only able to accommodate 3 of those 10, and that would result to a 2.4 billion pesos cost in the budget. So with that, I believe the Senate removed it in the Senate version. So we appeal to our colleagues in the Senate to also restore this amount, given that it's a priority program, it's a flagship program of the administration for the benefit of our farmers and fisher folk.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we would like to support our chairperson in requesting for the 2.4. We are an archipelago. We want our fishermen to bring to city centers. That is why one of the ports is in Cagayan de Oro, because the city center is Cagayan de Oro, and we bring in fisher folks from Lanao del Norte, Misamis Oriental, not only fish, but also the produce, which can be brought by boats from different municipalities to come to the market. And then they're able to sell their products, and also they will have cheaper prices for Cagayan de Oro because it is now clear that there is a port for that. So we appeal, Mr. Chairman, that we restore the 2.4 that was removed by the Senate. So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Cong Rufus. Before that, let me present the budget of the Senate for the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority. That's 2.1 billion pesos, and indeed, we did not carry the deep water ports for fish and agri-industrial products project in the Senate version. So I would like to hear some comments from our colleagues about their thoughts on this. Senator Kiko?
Well, as Vice Chairman of the Subcommittee J, we actually endorsed the 2.4 billion. But we were informed by our chairman that because of the fiscal space, it could not be accommodated. So while I am committed to defend the Senate version, I share the concern and the desire of the House to have the 2.4 billion included in the budget of the Department of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Sen. Kiko. My apologies.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just wanted to correct myself po. In terms of the breakdown for the 2.4 billion, actually po, these would actually already start. 7 of the deep water ports, that would be Abra de Ilog, Occidental Mindoro, Dapitan City, and Zamboanga del Norte, Pantao Albay, Puerto Princesa City, Palawan, Surigao City, Surigao del Norte, Cebu Province along Talisay and Cordova, and Navotas Fish Port Complex, all amounting to 2.4 billion. So actually, we are not only funding 3, but actually 7. We'll take a look at the Cagayan po. But this is the breakdown that was mentioned. My apologies, Kong Rufus. I actually did not.
Well,
I just noticed.
in fact, in the hearing, it was very clear that Cagayan de Oro will have a fish port. And that is why I'm surprised that I'm now fighting for this, and there's none for Cagayan de Oro. So can you just include that? Because we really need, we are in the Mindanao Sea. Very rich, fertile.
It was just transferred
fisher-
to Palawan, compañero.
You just add na lang, you just add, because it's not big, it's only 60 M.
We'll confer po with the
Yes.
PFDA as
Thank you.
this is actually their proposal for the 2.4 billion. So we'll confer po with the PFDA.
Thank you,
Kong
Mr.
Rufus,
Madam
I'm
Chair.
unable to commit as of now, but I will confer po on your behalf to the PFDA.
I may be mistaken, but I think there are appropriations for ports, but there are also appropriations for deep sea ports. So perhaps I could be mistaken, but perhaps the Cagayan de Oro port project is for the fish port, but not the deep sea port.
I think it's also deep sea, because Mindanao Sea, when you move a little further from Cagayan de Oro, it's deep.
Malalim pa yata kaysa sa Palawan, sa Puerto Princesa. Senator Pia?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to express my support for this project. As I said earlier, under the Sustainable Development Goals, the #1 Sustainable Development Goal is no poverty, and farmers and fisher folks, to be very clear, are the poorest sector in our country. So if there is fiscal space, I would like this project to be prioritized. And to be clear to our colleagues and to everyone listening, these are the kind of projects that I feel should be prioritized. Not that I'm against access of our countryside, rural areas to roads, but parang ito yung talagang malalim yung effect nito kasi directly to their livelihood, and it's something that veers us away from that controversy lang. Kaya support ako dito kung papayag kayong lumipat pa dito yung ibang project ng madagdagan ng deep sea port kay Congressman Rufus, I even support kasi gusto ko lang ilayo yung sarili natin dun sa controversy. Yun lang naman po. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Representative Brian Yamsuan.
I have worked closely with the PFDA during my stint as chairman of Aquaculture and Fisheries in the House in the last Congress, and I see the need for these projects. Really, they need this. The PFDA needs it. Not only them, but the people around those areas na makikinabang pagka naibigay natin yung proyekto. Yung activity, yung economic activity, gaganda. Yung ating mga fishermen, medyo magkakaroon ng productivity yung kanilang mga kita. And I think yung food security natin, importante rin ho yun. And of course, pag gumawa pa tayo ng mga additional projects that will complement with the deep sea ports, yung mga food production hub natin magkakaroon ng lugar para unti-unti natin maisaayos. So I fully support the increase in the budget of PFDA.
Thank you. Let me also express my support to this project. Like what Congressman Rufus mentioned, we are a archipelagic country, and logistics is really challenging in our country. In fact, mas mahal pa ang logistics inside the country compared to delivering to outside of the country like Hong Kong or Taiwan because of logistics. So the more infrastructure for logistics, the better for us, including ports, because ports is the mode of delivery for cargo. No? So let me also express my support for this project. So with that, any motion?
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Second?
Second.
With that, the motion to include deep water ports for fish and agri-industrial projects is deemed approved.
Thank you very much once again to our colleagues in the Senate. This is a very important project, and I'm happy that we were able to find the fiscal space to fund the project. Given the plan of the PFDA, this is going to be a 3-year program, so it would require 1.85 billion next year and roughly 600 million in 2027 8, so hopefully we can sustain it to make sure that the 7 ports are completed by 2028. Maraming salamat po.
And Mr. Chairman, we thank you, Cagayan de Oro, because we will now have a deep water port. In fact, the Philippine Deep is in Mindanao. Philippine Deep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Kong Rufus. With that, we'll terminate our first round of BICAM. I think we have covered many grounds. We'll resume again tomorrow, 2 p.m., same venue. So maraming salamat po and good morning.
We'll
to all of
confer
you.
lang po, Senwin, 2 p.m. is okay with everyone? All conferees are okay with 2 p.m.?
Yeah, para makapag-mass muna.
Thank you. Thank
Sounds
you.
good.
Thank you, Counterpart.
Senwin, we concur, 2 p.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much. Senwin will officially suspend. This bicameral conference committee hearing is hereby suspended.